All right, welcome back, guys. We are here to do a movie review, and that rhymes because why not? It's only three of you currently, but 5 likes. That's awesome. But if you haven't hit
Well,
like yet, please do
3 for
so.
Star Trek 3. That feels apt to have 3 viewers the whole time. Just to watch Star Trek 3.
Well, including you and I, then it should be only one.
I don't think we count.
Oh, we don't count. Okay.
Well, in general, we don't count, but also if you watch the behind the scenes, the act counts. I tell you what, the whole life has to be either 3 viewers, 33, or 333. So hopefully we'll get.
Now we're at 0.
Oh right, excellent. Okay. Yes, happy. Oh, I think it's Norway Day today. Was it yesterday?
Well, Monday's a holiday for us because it's May 2/4 weekend. So
May 24.
yes,
What does that mean?
no idea.
Oh.
It's usually around the 24th of May, but it's this weekend, and
Okay.
it's the 2/4 is a case of beer. So
Oh, okay. So we're gonna celebrate life by drinking beer, America, but Canada.
yes,
Very nice. So yeah,
Canadian beer, good beer, not piss water.
except that apple pie we had. That was across the border. It's pretty good.
Oh, that's moonshine. That's totally American. Yeah.
That was moonshine. I thought it was a beer.
No, it was apple pie moonshine. Yeah.
It was a while ago. Okay,
Hmm.
I'll trust you on that.
You should, because it was.
I will. Thank you. All right, I will start showing. Got the things lined up. Definitely a sad thumbnail, but
Yeah.
poignant, and you can't confuse it for any other film or content because it is and often you kill one of your favorite children.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna start showing. On
Anyway.
that note,
All right. Do
so,
that. Hit like, guys. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and have the notification bell icon clicked so you don't miss these and other lives that we do during the week, as well as all of our edited content. And think about perhaps joining the channel. There's a join button down there on YouTube, or you can head over to Patreon/Trekyards as another way to support us on a monthly basis. Comment, super chat in with your thoughts, any behind the scenes knowledge you might have of the film or whatever you guys want to let us know. It all helps out. Plus, you guys make us drink. It's $5 for a regular drink, $10 for a half shot, $20 for a full shot, all that stuff. And as the review goes along, could make it quite interesting. So consider doing that as well. Also, there are links down below to the Teespring and the TeePublic store where you guys can get some cool Trekyards merch as well as other great merchandise. So click those links and fill your cart. TeePublic actually has a lot of really good sales on, up to 40% off sometimes. So light subbed and ready for the action, says Bradley. Well, that's good. Chris Quillam is cheersing us. Thanks, Chris. Joe Torres is here. Schmo Buddy, my personal favorite of the original Cruise flicks. Yeah, it's one of mine too. I think in rewatching it for this, it's one that I can definitely quote, no problem. I can quote them all, but this is the one I think I watched the most when I was younger because I really just love this one. At least until they get until the death of the Enterprise and they beam down to the planet. So that last little bit, not even a third of the movie, is not super awesome, but it it's satisfying enough. Um, but yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. So yeah, I love Star Trek 3, especially it's the ship movie, right? You got a whole ton of new ships, which is fantastic. Such an underrated movie. I know, but we're gonna maybe shatter that illusion today. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's so many good scenes in this, and seeing just the starbase and the other starships, seeing kind of the civilian, well, not civilian life, but like you get to see Monster Maroons in the background of all the scenes at the bar and all that. It's really cool to see kind of what life in Starfleet looks like. So I love this version of the bridge so much. We finally got the bridge lighting just right. Yeah, the lighting on the bridge is fantastic in this. I was gonna point that out when we go through. Even when they are dock under the docking control, having that's where all the lights go blue. I think this looked really great. But yeah, this will be a good one. And I'm excited to do it, even though I'm in a little bit of pain. My back is still really bothering me, so we'll see.
I'm back. Hello,
Who's
hello.
back?
Back again.
19 of you here. Hit like, guys. 11 likes. I am going to create a poll.
Ah, I already created a goal, though, if you want to read out the goal. It's a rather cheeky one.
Well, you can read out the goal while I'm making the poll.
Well, don't throw me into the hole. Let me shovel out. Alright, the goal is, for a bonus shot of alcohol, 10 $2 or up. So, lowest amounts, bonus shot, half an hour. And then it does include anything above that as well, just anything that amount. So today I'm using this lovely opportunity to drink some of my leftovers because bottles take up space. So we're going to do some slight mixing, but that's okay. We're going to get some, ask for our Whitley Neal raspberry, which I'll in fact preemptively pour because I'm sure that you guys are going to add that to the reservoir. Oh. How much do we actually have? Yeah, sort of half-ish, one-ish shot-ish. Cool. And then also going to finish off this cherry marshmallow gin. Look here, I've just got quite a lot more. Aha.
There you go. Poll is up. Go vote, guys.
Ooh.
Oh, is Star Trek 3 one of the best original crew movies? Yes, no, it's okay, or absolutely 100% is one of the best.
Although does one of the... How many is one of... Because there's only 6.
Exactly.
So does one of mean top 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they're all good in their own way. Except half of 5. And 1/3 of 1. Although I loved this time I saw Epsilon Station as wall dressing in the bar. Like I know it's there, but I've never like seen. I was like, hey, it's Epsilon. You know, they spent $400,000 on a model and now it gets to be your set dressing. And as someone who's been building or working with teams to build assets, it's funny, this film especially, to, like I said, set dressing, because there ain't just Federation starships you know, there are sofas, tables, chairs, the things that are random and alien. And it's funny to see what I recognise from later. And there's one wall sconce light fixture, which is the one in Beverly's office. And you never see it, but I had to text...
Table lamp in this one, though.
No, it's on the wall as well. Yeah.
Well, there's a table lamp one that they reuse in TNG as well.
Yeah, because I had to texture it, and I kept it in Marie's office because it looked TOS enough. I was like, oh, nice. And I'm not, you know... You could argue, would wall, with the exact same design of wall-mounted light, still be around 185 years later? What do we have around 85 later? Maybe not, but also, once you read... Ooh, this is cool. This is doing a... What the hell? That's the first time I've done that. That's cool. Wow, what's different about this gen to do that? Sorry. What was I saying?
I have no idea. Oh, lights.
Oh yeah, there are 4 of them.
Whether they'd be used 100 years later, and they absolutely would. Because we have modern fixtures that look like ancient or old fixtures, so...
Yeah, but we don't have candle fixtures, and that's what they were 100 years ago.
Yeah, we do. We even have fake candles that are battery-powered, so that it looks cool. Yeah, and even candle-shaped bulbs. Flickering bulbs. I've got one in the library.
Yeah, but the difference with this, though, is that it'd be fine if it's all the way around, but it's... The Enterprise D is using a flagship for its chief medical officer's office is using 100-year-old vintage. You know, that it'd be fine if the bar was using it, civilian, but you'd think they used something designed in the last century for the flagship, or just like Star Wars, tech isn't evolving. Like, we nailed light fixtures in the 2190s. Done. Which they were doing it, but then why didn't the cells keep changing? And you know.
Sure.
Yes. I got my stand cider.
Yeah, I got some Crown Royal apple. Oh shit! I forgot to grab the shots out of the fridge. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. Good luck. Oh, I forgot. He mutes it, and you get back. Sorry about the background noise. James, always a soft spot for Star Trek 5. there's parts. It's a film of contrasts. There are great bits, and then there are other bits, and it's a shame that that there wasn't better bits, but that's okay. So yeah, vote in the poll, and if you want to help us out, this is obviously a Drunkyards live. It can just be a review, or it can be extra funny and long and clever and just, yeah. And we always encourage early super chats because then we get to more in the film being more silly, which I think that's quite fun. So yeah, super chat, standard rules apply, which I believe I made a graphic for a while ago. Let's see where that is. It should be, yeah, there we go. So yes, $5 take a shot, take a drink, 10 half a shot, 20 full shot, or 15 costume change, 50 costume change, which of course is Rathicon. Well, I might wait for the whole live because it's very warm. But can you hear his audio? Because I'm getting static. Is anyone hearing static, or is that just me? Ah, Bradley. Very, very nice. Yeah, vote in the poll, like the goal. No, don't like the goal. Do the goal. Help us out if you can. Let us know if you can hear Stuart's background. Can't hear you.
Haven't said anything important yet.
Oh.
I said this is one of the 2 movies I can actually wear this for.
But they haven't donated money though for it. Oh dear. Or is that a tease?
Maybe.
Dear me. Yes, Mr. Fancy. I had someone the other day say, "Oh, could we get someone to film in the jacket that Stuart got?" I'm like, they could. It's not a cheap one though. It's not just like a quick get one. It's a better quality one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Got all the creatures.
I mean, you have got to, haven't you? I was saying about the super chat chart there as well. All stand fair for those here regularly, but if you don't know, then now you know. So, Stuart, are you ready for the big question? I think
always.
What do you think of Star Trek 3? And after that brief discussion, how do you feel in this rewatch?
I've never heard of it before, so this is my first, and
well, you're in for a treat. I'm glad. Hope you enjoyed it.
It's pretty good. Yeah. Now, this is probably I probably like this one a little bit better than Star Trek 2 in different ways. This is the one I remember most watching growing up when I was younger. I don't know why. I just really love this one. I loved the new ships. I loved the kind of Starfleet ambiance going on with monster runes in the background and some casual wear, and it was actually really neat to see. Once they get to Genesis, um, after the Enterprise gets destroyed and they beam down, it kind of it's okay. But up until then, I think it's really great. You get to see the Grissom, you get to see a science vessel doing its thing. You get to see a whole bunch of new starships. You get to feel the fleet that we've kind of heard about forever and never really seen. Even in Star Trek 2, you get the Reliant. That's about it, right? So this one, you get the Grissom, you get the Merchantman ship, which isn't Federation, but new Klingon bird of prey, Space Dock, or Space Dock, Excelsior. It's just there's so much great stuff in this movie, and so good, such good moments between the characters, which I think work really well. My only gripe for this is that they replaced Kirstie Alley as Saavik. I would love to see her continue on in it, but Robert Curtis does a fantastic job as a Vulcan, so can't really complain. And watching it this time in particular, I've never once watched it with subtitles, and on this rewatch, there was a few. Like I said, I've got it memorized, like word for word. I can quote every scene, and there's 1 or 2 instances where it's like when the subtitles on, it's like mishearing a song lyric for your whole life and then actually learning what it actually is. So there's a few moments like that that were kind of surprising to me. So we're doing these deep dives and kind of with the review mindset, You notice a lot more things that you might not have noticed before, which is quite interesting. So yeah, it'll be fun to talk about it. One one line in particular that really got me was at the end where McCoy's checking out Spock on the planet. He says, I always thought he said, his mind is a boy. It seems, Admiral, that I've got all his marbles. In the subtitles, it says his mind is a void, which also makes sense. But I always heard boy my entire life. His mind is a boy. Like an like somebody that didn't go to school, obviously didn't learn anything because he didn't understand Savick. He didn't understand anything. So that kind of made sense too. But anyway, yeah, it was void, not boy. Didn't know that. So that's the one thing that really stood out to me on this one. Uh, and as we go through, there were one or two more things that I kind of noticed, which, yeah, I think this is just a great movie. And it's the middle part of the story because you got Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3, and Star Trek 4, which are all like one cohesive story. And I've said it throughout the years of Trekyards. If I could only watch 3 Star Trek movies for the rest of my life, it would probably be these 3. So anyway, that's my take on it. How about you? How did this rewatch
Well,
change for you?
and briefly before we jump onto that, is there anything you think you liked? Oh, sorry, less, but anything you saw in the review mindset off the top of your head, like, okay, maybe that didn't quite hold up, or anything on that vein?
Anything that didn't quite hold up? Not really, not that I can think of. As we go through, I might be able to say one or two things, but actually, somebody pointed out in the chat earlier, I think the bridge lighting for the Enterprise in this movie is fucking phenomenal. Way better than Star Trek 2. It's nice and bright at the beginning. You can actually like see the bridge in all its glory, and then when they get to start space dock and you got docking control take over, they go to that blue lighting. That looks phenomenal as well. And it's a shame that the Enterprise gets destroyed in this one, but it's a nice send off for it. Yeah, when they steal it, the bridge is a lot darker, obviously, but um, I think it's a good send off for the best character in Star Trek, which is the Enterprise.
Is
So
David Marcus? Oh, maybe not
yeah,
quite David Marcus. But only super chats because if they're I wanna get drinking, get fueling the old review brain.
classic for real. To every time, Kirk is a stronger reaction to being stranded than losing an Enterprise and his son, Khan, and Krug. I guess. Nah, just Tuesday. So he was more mad at Khan, is what he was saying, than he was at this whole situation. Because he was dealing with a lot. There was a lot. He was kind of like, I think, in shock a little
I
bit.
mean, learning you had a son is possibly more stressful than losing said son. Just because the whole universe is changing for you versus, and now it's closed back to where it was. Possibly, yeah. Right? Possibly. Unless it's like a newborn, obviously.
You know what else I just realized?
Yes.
I only have water. I don't have a regular drink. I have to go get one. Fuck.
Okay, well, I will continue to vamp because I want you to hear my review thoughts. I will talk to the chat.
Well, for that, I want to just read Classic for Real's next one. $5, okay. So that's two drinks.
Okay.
Star Trek 5, the final combo breaker. No, Star Trek 5 is not that bad, honestly.
What? Combo breaker?
You've never heard combo breaker? Oh my god.
Was that a fight?
No, it's not. Well, it's out of fighting games, yes, but it's also there's a lot of memes with it. Oh, okay. For like the presidents of the United States, I was like all white except for then Barack Obama. Combo breaker.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. You chat.
To chat, I can do it. All right. Hello. Yes, Dan Ben. The Cell Company has an action figure of Veltrus. Who's great? A lot of great. James, I sometimes wonder what it would have been if the Romulans were the bad guys, if this were the start of the war. If trying to start a war in Asgard, Chang would have rescued the innocent Kirk. Ooh. Okay. This is my first full page poster mirror. Any consistencies that they have the new phases at the beginning of this movie? Well, they went to space dock first. No, they're in no the security, aren't they? And the people. Yeah. I mean, it's fine to say there were two types of phases on board. That's okay. That's okay. I am fine with that. But yes, as I say, always super chat early to get us drinking early. So if you can and want to, please do. And check out this week's Trekyards, which just came out as well. It is on the Pioneer class, the Stowe TOS style ship. Got a couple of Stowe TOS ones incoming, and they shall be pretty cool. So tune into those and look forward to them. Yeah. Alright, now you can ask me the questions, Stuart.
Rewind the live to when I said the question, and then I don't have to react.
Oh, thanks, Stuart. Well, thanks for asking. Appreciate it.
So what did you think of Star Trek 3 initially, all these years, and in this viewing, has anything changed for you?
So I watched this, obviously, years ago, VHS, etc., and then we watched it on DVD, or Blu-ray for the first time, to watch the commentaries of all things a couple of years ago, and that was a new experience, because each time they increased the resolution, you notice different things, tend to be the bigger screen, and then when we were having Marie watch them one at a time, we watched that, I'm going to say 2.5 months ago, 2 months ago, knowing this was coming. So that got to watch it for the first time in 4K, which I was very excited about, and that was new, but I was sort of mildly stressed of her enjoying it. Yes.
Peach juice with peach schnapps. And
oh, wonderful.
In my Foley glass, you can't really see it.
Ah, wonderful.
That classic sent me.
Wonderful. So that was interesting, and this was very much a review watch, where I'd seen this film is very memorable, so you know a lot of scenes anyway. But then to just say this very much in the memory, and then rewatch it thinking, I'm not really watching it, I'm watching it. Did bring new thoughts. But there are super chats, I see big bright colours. So those are the pod.
Avenue Pad, $10. That's half a shot. I still love Star Trek 3. There are some pacing issues. Not really. Plot holes. Maybe. Like, why did Kirk go back to Genesis when he didn't know Spock regenerated? But stealing the Enterprise is one of the best scenes in any Star Trek film. He went back to get Spock's body because Sarek came and said, you have to bring him to Mount Seleya on Vulcan, because they figured out that McCoy has his Katra, so they needed the body, alive or not. It's a bonus that he was alive, so they could actually reintegrate it, because they had to say at the end, what you ask has not been done since ages past, and then only in legend, because the chance of him being alive. But if you can reunite his consciousness with whatever, I don't know how that works, because Sarek does say everything he knew, everything he was is lost. So I don't know if it gets...
Well, no, that was the assumption that the Katra was lost. Not in McCoy.
But anyway, it was supposed to get McCoy's the Katra in him and Spock back to Vulcan, whether he was regenerated or not. So
yeah, the plan sort of stops with he actually did die. It's like, well, if he did die, then you can't reanimate a... Well, maybe you can. I don't know. I don't think it's a plot hole, though. I think they explain it pretty well in the film. It's just the level of...
half a shot.
Oh, yes. That's like 12, 20 minutes into the film, so I don't even... They probably thought that through early on. It's just...
yeah.
I think it's more of a plot hole, honestly. They could steal the Enterprise in the sense that there would be tractor beams, shuttles, like loads of things in space dock that could stop them, because they're not as if they're doing anything except going backwards. Like, there should obviously be tractor beams at the door, or the shields up.
Yeah.
So that's a worse plot hole.
There would be tractor beams at the door to pull in ships that are maybe...
and there's going to be shuttles and shuttles. I mean, like as in big shuttles and small shuttles, they could launch like 10 shuttles and all could... Like, that's a bigger plot hole.
Not even that. Like, once the Excelsior broke down, it's like, call any of the hundreds of ships we have in the area to intercept Enterprise.
No, only ship in the quadrant.
It's the only ship in the quadrant. I know, I get it, but that's one thing I was thinking this time. Like,
look, at least this film we had 3 ships in the quadrant. Okay, we're improving. Grissom, Excelsior, and Enterprise.
Another thing I thought too watching it this time. Sorry, I just got to jump.
Yeah, please do.
This feels very much like an episode of TOS, just grand. In TOS, it would be they go to a planet, it's much like Spock's brain. Spock dies, but he passes his katra on to McCoy on this alien planet, and there's this alien ritual that can reunite a consciousness with a body. So if you truncated it a lot, it could be a TOS episode just on an alien world, story of the week kind of thing. And this just took that and made it a grand plot where they're back at Earth and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. So it kind of, I think that's one of the reasons it kind of strikes a chord with me a little bit too, because it wasn't really a big bad. Like Krug wasn't a big bad, galaxy destroying, Earth destroying villain. He was just a Klingon that wanted power, and he didn't have a formidable ship. He didn't have the scimitar. He had a small bird of prey. So yeah, it's a very relatable non-grand story, and I think it works so well for Star Trek as opposed to all the new stuff. It's like a big galaxy destroying bad guy, you know?
Yes. So for this watch, I'll start with the most negative thing I noticed, and it was more just, again, having just watched it. It's a film that both feels, and I'll stop between points so we can talk about them because they're overarching things. It's a film in this watch feels both very expensive and very cheap. Do you know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, then
Yes.
talk to me about it. What do you think?
Very expensive and very cheap, you said.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Like it's all basically on the bridge of the Enterprise, and the planet set is just a planet set, but there's a lot of extravagance with the models that are used and the effects.
Yeah, what I mean is they easily, really easily, right? Because this was a lower budget film than the second one, I believe. No, it's probably more, but it's more things in it. Oh. It feels they very easily could have had another Miranda chase them, except Excelsior. They didn't have to build a brand new ship. They didn't know there's more movies. They had no concept of that, right? So that was a big expense to design, build an as hero model of a ship, and obviously they don't mince words. That when they build a hero miniature, it's beautiful, right? So that was a big expense.
Yeah.
That was a big expense. Didn't have to do that. Space dock, inside and outside, very exceptional pieces that cost a lot of money. Again, never to be used again is what they're assuming, and especially as most things in Trek don't exactly take place to Earth either, so therefore whatever. So those things are huge budget add-ons, so that feels expensive. Oh,
Okay.
okay. But
I have a
then
comment about that.
yes.
Um, they the problem with producers, they think the audience is fucking stupid. So if there was another Miranda class, they'd be like, "We thought the Reliant got destroyed in the last film."
Yep.
So build a new fucking ship.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that this movie ends with the destruction of the Enterprise, so they'll be just like, "We'll just use that ship for the next Enterprise."
Yeah. No, that's
so they were actually thinking ahead and assuming that the audience was stupid for not using Miranda.
No,
that's what I think.
That's a very, very clever way of thinking it. Yeah, why would we use the Enterprise again? That's a bit silly. Probably not realizing the audience feedback too, because it is always a bit of a cop out to bring the Enterprise A. It would more logically be the Excelsior or it has a class. Right, it's lovely, but it's whatever. So that feels. I love that. I never thought about that, but that's great. But then you get feeling cheap, which is while the planet set is shot well, it's shot really small, meaning it's almost all close-ups, which look great, but and the wides are always matte paintings, which again look great, but it's like 7 seconds of a very fake wide, and then everything's in close, which again looks nice, but it feels limited and small, so it feels cheap because they couldn't. But for inside a studio, it's great. It's just it feels small and cheap, and there's a lot of it. But I'm assuming it's the exact same, like 45 meters of thing. They just redress it for the three, which is fine again. But it has that sort of small scale, so that feels cheap, but not bad, just cheap. And then, as you say, once the last like third is just on that set, it again feels really small. And they sort of extend it with the planet stuff, which is again great. But the planet stuff, yeah. So again,
They also say that the planet's aging in surges, so is Spock, right? So a planet's lifespan is incredibly long.
Just a bit.
So I wish there was more explanation. I mean, there probably is in some kind of beta canon form, but of if the planet basically lived its entire life and that's why it ended up blowing up. Why wasn't Spock aging more? and just the convenience of having the last age where his face is morphing turn into like the Leonard Nimoy that we know. It's kind of, you know, on point, but
And again,
a small thing.
and they didn't have to spend the money to make a fake mask of Leonard Nimoy that was kind of bulgy for 2 shots, which is not particularly effective. Like, it doesn't look like either, but you know what they're trying to do. Since it's a broken man's like, right? It would look worse in CG, but more like Nimoy. It looks more real as a mask, but less good. Because it doesn't, but it works. It's just, you know, 2 shots.
Mm-hmm.
But then, as I said, so you get the cheap feeling last third, but it's just more as the planet set in general. And then the first half, you have a lot of Starfleet sets, which are cheap sets because they're just whatever. But because they're civilian and they're all different, it makes it feel expensive, as if you've expansively gone places. So cheap sets, filmed well, a lot of lighting, good lighting. So it's a weird one. There's loads of stuff in it. But like, I would love like talking to those guys that filmed it all and say, oh, that brig set is actually just a Klingon bird of prey, 180, a new wall. Like, I would love to know that, because I'm picturing they didn't build every set original, like hell, right?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these sets are going to be the exact same thing, different points. So what is the bar? What is the window set? Like, these are going to be sets redressed. I'd love to know. Obviously, using the last movie, that was clever. Using the transporter set as from regular one, they had one, right? A lot of these things was reused, which is great, but I'd love to know how much they really reused, because it's so much. Is in even, you know, the one debriefing with the admiral is in the torpedo control room. Last time I see that for forever. Just they had the set, do a scene, and there's so much of it because they had it lying around they could redress, but none of it feels expensive. So it's a really weird dichotomy of like there's so much, but all of it's sort of mid cheap. Yeah,
I know. I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah. And you kind of get that feel watching it subconsciously, whether you realize it or not. So yeah.
Like even I don't, and I love these because they had to think about it. But like the bit where they go to the turbo lift after they nab McCoy, and it's just 3 grills and a line, and that's the turbo lift, and it's cool, but it's the cheapest. Like, it pulled in some wall pieces and there's nothing there, but it's so different that it works. So it's a new set, but it's cheap as sin, but it's a new set.
Yeah.
But very effective. It's very strange, this movie, for that.
I want to, and another thing I thought near the end of this, like, it's like we're kind of drags a little bit on the planet. I was thinking, you know, I want to see a what if version of this, an alternate reality where you actually see a shot of Grissom and Enterprise in orbit together, and they beam Spock's body up to the Enterprise and just take the Enterprise.
It just goes well.
to Vulcan. I would just love to see a shot of the Enterprise and Grissom in orbit together. Maybe you can do that, and no Klingons at all. I think that
then
really,
exploded.
really, and how Captain Esteban would deal with Kirk having stole the Enterprise, and then hearing the reason for it, and kind of deciding whether to agree and help him, or because he seems a very by the book captain. We'll get there. So yeah, it'd just be interesting to see that version.
Yeah, on this viewing, I was torn. Is he a good actor or not? Captain Esteban.
I never even really thought about that, but now that you said it, yeah, damn. That's incredible. What do you want to do? Yeah, I don't know. He seems like a brand new captain is what it feels like. This is his first command, and he wants to be the best and do things by the book, because he mentions by the book a few times. Like Savick and David are freezing to death with a naked Klingon or naked Vulcan child. And they're like, I'm sure Starfleet would approve, sir. We're fucking cold. Can you please beam us up? Yeah. I have a feeling it was his first command, or at least a new ship, and he wanted to do the best job he could, because this was a highly classified mission, right? Because you don't talk about Genesis.
See, I kind of disagree. I think he was almost bored.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, he was so, like, it was very much, because they're in Federation space, it's super secret, they've got protection. He doesn't care that much about the science. He's just there because he's told to be there, and he's, like, fine with it, but he's not that interested. And not mean with it. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's all... I'm relaxed. His heart rate never got above 7 beats, right? He's super chill. Just super chill.
He feels like a babysitter, as a lot of captains might for a science mission.
Yeah.
Because he's like, no way.
Yeah.
Like there's a few instances where he's like, "No, I'm in charge here."
Yeah, it's almost as if he was going to be assigned to a cooler mission,
Yeah.
and then he got told to do this, and he's like, "Oh, it's top secret. Oh, it's to go and do a Planet 7 mission. What do I get to do? Sit in orbit. Oh, okay, I'll do it. Yeah, like that level of like, okay, it's alright, it's fine. Yeah. Anyway, so the acting struck me a little bit as well in this. There's a lot more actors in this film. There's admirals, there's guest people, there's Klingons, a lot more broad acting. One of the things I definitely noticed is that you more so, I think, when you watch these in an analytical way, you appreciate and recognize why Walter, Nichelle, Doohan, and George. Walter has like 7 lines in this film, and only 2 are interesting. So he was probably shooting for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, and all those days he said 1 line. So they weren't in this movie. And it was really sad to see. Like, they're always in it, and I love the fact they're in it, but they have no presence in the actual story, in the dialogue, in the scenes, except to go through it with the people, which is great they're there, but I wish they had any lines except Uhura, who got a line. She got a scene, and Sulu got 1 moment. Chekhov gets nothing, which I'm very sad about.
Yeah, and Chekhov doesn't get much.
Doohan, I mean, they do their structural roles, but after they get 1 bit, but then they're just there. But if you look at line numbers, like Sarek, the Admiral, all the side characters get more lines than all the secondaries, except Spock.
This movie used them better than the previous 2 movies, because they were just at their stations in the previous 2 movies. This movie kind of expands their roles a bit. Uhura gets to do more. Scotty gets to do more. Sabotage the Excelsior. Sulu gets to kung fu flip a guy. So I disagree. I think they get a little more to do than would be standard for a TOS episode or the past 2 movies. And then Star Trek 4, of course, totally fleshes them out. Like, because this one and Star Trek 4 are both directed by Leonard Nimoy, and I think he wanted to give everybody something to do. And yeah, Chekhov got the short end of the stick on that one, but I think everybody else kind of got more, and it would feel more appreciated for them.
I mean, you say more than an episode, but it's a bigger budget movie that they'd want to do something meaningful. You're paying way more to bring them back to be part of the story, and all Sulu is saying is, "Here's Captain," and I mean, apart from their 1 moment, but there's just nothing really meaningful for them to do except their 1 little bit. But they're in it so much that you realise they're not... Like, I just kept looking at Chekhov. He's just in a scene, standing there like...
Yeah.
And he walks off with them. There's nothing there, and it's...
They got to face act. They concerned to watch the Enterprise die, see Spock come back and have like that look on their face.
No, and
so they did get to act.
I love Doohan. He's a fucking pro at that. He is so good at being in the scene when he's not in the scene. I was loving looking at him. But like, there's a bit when they're having little drinks in Kirk's room, and the scene starts with Sulu saying, "What about blah?" That's him done for the scene, and then Kirk has a great little rousing moment. Then Nichelle says, "What, Mr. McCoy?" Rousing great, and then they go because Sarek gets more lines in their entire performance in the film, and they're in the scene, but anyone can say those lines and anyone will do them as well, and it's like, damn guys, I just noticed that more in this film, looking at all the other stuff, because the film is so broad that no one gets much except Kirk.
I think those moments, like especially in Kirk's quarters, are bolstered by the fact that these people have a history, and we've seen this history, like all these years of them working together.
I just meant
yes, anybody could have seen that.
I just meant actors. I just meant pure acting. Like, you wonder why they have no strong feeling about these films, because they're not in it enough to be meaningful, except to whatever. I just noticed that in this time. I was like excited to see, because in 4K you really see the small performances in the background. Like, I never realised. This is a very small thing, but in Krug's Bridge, when they're about to decloak, and you hear the 4,000 kilocams, it's actually Maltz behind him saying it. He's actually the extra behind him, and he gets his mouth move. I never realised, because it's so not detailed in every other version. Like, oh, he's actually in the scene.
I've noticed that,
Yeah, like, he's... In VHS, it's like 1 pixel his mouth, so you wouldn't notice, right?
2 more super chats. I'm going to read those real quick.
Excellent.
Classic for real, $5. Star Trek 5 isn't a combo breaker for being bad, but for interrupting the storyline that would have gone from Narathicon straight to the undiscovered country and not Savik.
What would they've done?
I see what you're saying.
What would they've done story-wise that would have...
I don't know.
Yeah.
But no Savick is, yeah. She's like the T'Lyn, though. She shows up, has a few little moments, and then is overall forgotten about, sadly. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
in classic thrill, another five
Oh,
dollars. Galaxy class Enterprise 1701 E prop from Generations. Never forget. Someone in the prop department also thought ahead, but didn't realize Burnham's plans. Yeah, that's 2 drinks.
I'll take a third one just for that. Yeah, so those are my big takeaways. It felt more spread out than I remember, cheaper than I remember, but also the stuff they did do, because these ILM, you can tell they want to put money into the effects. Like, the things they did look wonderful, and there's loads of them, so it's a weird thing. That said, and I think I said this previously, in the 4K, the final version, boy, they fucked up the matte lines. There's like
Oh, yeah.
4 times the boxes around them, and they move, and it's like, guys, just load them.
When Grissom's approaching the planet, there's a box line around the planet and Grissom, and it's really fucking noticeable. And it's like, that's got to be easy to fix, guys.
Yeah, just
come on.
you just crop the black by 7%. You done it, and it's like that is the definitive version that you printed tens of thousands of Blu-rays, and it's broken, and it's like, and also a few unnecessary black lines around Excelsior in a few shots that you could fix that really easily. I'm surprised they didn't refine that a little bit more, because it should be beautiful and crisp. There's no reason to have the black line.
And even Enterprise approaching space dock, I noticed it too. So
yeah, one of the things I did love, though, apart from space dock in general, I love because it takes such a bit of forethought and effort. Because the fact that space dock rotates adds so many annoyances to every element, but the way when Enterprise comes out and momentum changes because it's no longer in the gravity of it, and it's just like, that's deliberate because they're tangible.
Yeah, and the stars are moving. You can see the space dock rotating.
The fact that in a model where the camera's moving, not it, in 2 shots that are not filmed at the same time on the same camera necessarily in the same way, and you can feel the Enterprise is taking over its own momentum. You can feel the moment it takes over its own. Tremendous.
Yep.
Good job. All right, Stuart. Are you ready?
So yes, I am.
Okay.
So we start out with the last time on a Star Trek movie,
which is very TV show-like, in fairness.
Which is great. Just a recap of Spock's death.
And I did, of course, skip this, and it's 5 minutes of opening non-story. So it's an hour and 45. No, it's not.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
And then we get the Enterprise heading home with her. I love the scrape, whatever the hell it's called, where that goes right by the camera. And you see all the battle damage and the repairs, like the plates that they have repaired sections.
Yeah. Well, you can't have holes in space, so.
Yeah. And this looks really great.
And it is so odd to think that. Now, in the book, there's other stuff that happened in between, but that's not canon, right? So this has got to be a few days. I mean, they probably went at warp 4.
I think it's 2 weeks. I think they weren't going very, very quickly because they needed repairs.
Yeah.
Because he makes a point of saying you fixed the barn door after the horses got home. So Scotty was working on repairs the entire time.
Yeah, I could buy it at warp 3 because as soon as you can't go higher warp, the speed, we have no idea what regular was, but yeah, so it's been, but I mean, there's still like everyone on the crew is shook from the battle. Like, I'm sure some people have nightmares still of the damage. Like, this is the same Enterprise, and this whole film takes place in the course of 48 hours. So this is a battle-damaged, not capable of doing anything major ship that's been heavily evacuated, etc., etc. Yeah.
Can you move it forward a few frames so people can see the damage? Because it almost looks like there's a person standing in the one window with his arm like he's looking out the window, but it could just be scarring on the outside of the window. Yeah. It's just some really nice detail. Yes.
And yeah, some nice shots of the bridge. Very gentle and slow. And in 4K, you see all the nice, gentle... And Shatner's his very muted performance. He's like... And it's like, ooh.
Dealing with it a lot,
yeah.
But I love this bridge lighting. Like, this makes this bridge look phenomenal. It's not as dark as Wrath of Khan. It's not as bright as motion picture. It's a nice in-between. And I think it looks really good.
I'm in between because in the 4K again, I can tell they're painted wooden walls in this. And so it looks like a big flat wood set.
Listen, if I'm supposed to assume that an AI-generated ship has another nacelle on the side that doesn't have one, you can ignore the fact that these are made of wood.
I don't know. It's just the way, because the flat lighting is always tricky for that. But the L cars pop like no one's business. The amount of like color and vibrance,
Yeah.
is wonderful. And at least he dry cleaned his uniform. There's no longer a blood stain. Good for him. And there's one of Sulu's 9 lines. He
Good
says
close
it
up
well.
of his panel too.
Yeah,
There's
wonderful.
Like a little switch in front of him for thruster orientation.
Yeah. And these are really good shots if you want to like take a like face reaction shot of the actors.
And the thing he has his finger on looks like an iPad, just like an iPad sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Chekhov takes Spock station, which is quite a cute little moment.
With hesitance.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay. Yeah, checks on Scotty, progress, and yep.
You get
How much time until we can take her out again? 8 weeks, but you don't have 8 weeks, so I'll do it for you in 2.
And you get the famous confession that he's a big fat liar.
I think it's just a joke.
I don't think it is.
I do.
No, the way he says it, it's like, I mean, it's exaggeration, but he's totally saying, you know, because it's like buffer time, right? You add in the time to have sanity, but I can do it if I work around the clock. But really, you'll take me 6 weeks, but I can do it in 4 if I fucking hate my life. Haha, miracle worker. Nah, he's a funny lad. I love their warp core set. They obviously broke down their warp core set, I guess, because they don't ever see it in the film. That's it, really. So, but it's enough.
But it's the same station he talks to him on in Star Trek 2.
Yeah.
So
a bit they happen to have. Obviously, love to hate to love the scoring. I mean, they must have they know they're destroying the set in this film because, of course, they have a new bridge and later, they do blowy uppy bit. So at least repaint. So they're not afraid to leave these burn marks on and have them look pretty mean. Because, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you got the young guy that's like, is there going to be a ceremony for us, a reception? And there you can see there's no carpet on the outer rim of the ship. It's like the grating, which is cool. It's more of a military type feel because of Nicholas Meyer.
Oh yeah, they don't get carpet until Generations, and that's fine. Totally fine. You know, these things.
Well, they had it in TOS, so
even in the movies. I mean,
no, yeah.
This is not the era of carpets. And I feel like I remember this actor from another movie.
Yeah, me too. He's always looked familiar to me, and I don't know. I haven't bothered to look him up.
One of the designated, he fits a uniform, therefore. But yeah, I mean, there's so many little tiny nuances that you could easily remove because they don't do much for the story. But the idea that this one guy, and no shade to him, thinks that what they did, they fought a guy who was irrelevant in the modern day in a battle that no one know about, in a way that was last minute, and they all barely survived, kind of, equals a giant hero's welcome, because what he felt he lived was huge. But the US keeps going. It's interesting. It's a good little beat, 'cause it's so not this film, but it really is the sequel to the last film kind of vibe. Yeah.
I just love Kirk's reaction to it, like, God knows it should be. This time we pay for the party, with our dearest blood.
Yeah.
And I love they get it right too. If you look at the turbolift buttons, C deck and then the area, and C deck 3 is where their crew quarters are, because later Spock's is there as well, which is really neat. So
I just love the fact they built so many sets the first 2 movies. They just go around the entire ship.
Yeah.
And it's all good. There's so many sets in this. And then we cut to one of the best random ships they ever designed. The Merchantman.
Yeah.
With the least impressive bridge you've ever seen. It's just
it's a cargo ship, so
but
they're using all their available space.
But
it's probably just like La Serena. It's like the bridge section and then like a long thing behind them.
But again, what is this in the film? They're not going to build this for this. This is some other part, some other set. Is this just the back of the bird of prey they've moved? Because the lighting is so good that it hides all sins. It just feels like a lived-in space. Like, what is this room?
I would assume this is probably where they did the bar and stuff as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
They did really good lighting. Although, this time I thought, that guy on the right, is that a wig? That wispy blonde hair does not suit that guy's frame.
I don't think so.
Has a weird looking hair.
I'd say it's gray hair, not blonde, but
I don't know. Doesn't look good on him.
There's a mistake here too. She steps up. Valkyrie steps up, and you see she's got the hood on because she's got like a face hood, which you've seen in publicity photos. It's never in the movie. Here she's wearing it because it's covering her cleavage, It's one of the reasons I noticed. And then when they cut to the next scene, it's off or down or whatever. Small thing, and I've noticed it for
Oh
years.
yeah.
Because I saw the publicity
Huh.
shot of her with it's like a silver face covering. I think it's just might be the bottom part of her face. But
Huh.
yeah, she steps up and it's there, and then the next
Yeah.
second it's not.
Which is 1 second later, not even
Yeah,
once the same second.
yeah. So I don't know
Nice.
if anybody's noticed that, if it ruins it for
Yeah.
everybody, but
Yep. Film 1 out of 10. Yep. Done. Mhm. Now is this our? Okay. This is our first female Klingon. It was our first modern female Klingon,
yes,
and very gentle makeup, but
yeah,
yeah, it's good, effective.
yeah. The first one was in Day of the Dove,
Mm.
Kang's wife.
And she is great. I definitely lament her, getting blown up because she's actually really good. She's got sort of a spy vibe, but not. She's
Yeah,
just sort of trying to be, but I like her.
yeah, absolutely. And then we get the decloaking of the bird of prey, and I gotta say, this is the best looking bird of prey I've ever seen. That bright green, I think, is awesome. Later, when they tone it down, like for every other appearance, I prefer this one, but that's probably going back to when I was young and I watched this for the first time, and this is the first bird of prey I saw. I don't know, something about it. It's oh my god, it looks so good.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's not how it looks 99.9% of the time.
I know, but it looks so good.
But it's every time we see a Solid 3 bird of prey, so therefore it's his Burrell, right? So that is fine. The only problem
Even near a sun, it's brighter. So.
The only problem is when it's lit in some of the shots, they're just lighting it very bright, and there's no detail in terms of it's just one giant green. It's like if you lit that in CG, you'd say it looked bad because it's poorly lit. Because the miniature, it's real, it looks good. There's a few of those shots where the things are not well lit. And I'll probably point a few out. Like things like this, it looks really nice, but a few of the shots are like that's just really badly lit because it's bright. Later versions, there's more variance, color, and nuance and stuff, but. Yeah, I wonder why. And it's funny because nowadays, green screen, you'd be like, huh, no! But blue screen, so it was fine at the time. But to have a green ship is quite, And it's also amusing knowing how small, if you take 3 into account, 4 into account, there's a boat underneath the bird of prey that's about this size.
Yeah.
Probably smaller. So this is literally just a tiny. You could walk about, mine was like 6 rooms on the top. Like, this is actually a small ship. Because the bird of prey is a small ship, but it feels giant. It's an interesting choice by them to make it big, make it feel big, because that's the wrong feeling, right? They almost should have had it. I mean, I disagree with myself because this is perfect, but it also should have been like a bigger civilian ship, and then the small boy takes on the big person. It's almost like a taxi, right? This freighter.
Or like a semi-truck or a lorry, as you call them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
So she transmits the data, and she says you will find it useful. And he's like, "So you've seen it then?" "I have, my lord." "Unfortunate." Yeah. Yeah. These two had a relationship because later she says, "Goodbye, my love." So anyway,
Yeah, it's a great little set. Obviously, it was just another sci-fi film set that they were given, and it works really well. It's both dull and elaborate and dimensional, and it works, and it's great.
and it's a really cool. I love that bridge set. I love that he's so much higher than everybody else. Everybody's so close to him that he can see all their consoles. That's
And
really
shoot them
great.
easily.
Yeah, and even the blue lighting I think is a nice touch. As we talked about on a live previously, you kind of it's a totally different bridge in Star Trek 4, and a lot of people are confused by that. Well, this set got destroyed, unfortunately, and I like to think that because in the novel, these are rogue Klingons, like they're not supposed to be in Federation space doing all this shit. They're not sanctioned by the government, so they stole this bird of prey. So this is the emergency bridge because the main bridge is covered in Klingon blood, Pepto Bismol guts, and rotting Klingon bodies. So later, when he says, "Feed him to the to his targ," and the guy's like, "Yes, my lord." He knows he has to go up to the bridge, the real bridge, and get the body part to feed to the targ. That's my headcanon now.
Yeah, you know, he's such an interesting character as a crew that he could just like this configuration. I mean, it's
Yeah.
such a small craft that the idea of swapping bridge modules isn't very difficult, and you definitely get, with an absolute full stop, that he's a rogue Klingon in this. He comes across as just a maverick rogue guy that's doing his own thing, all his own rules, he has his own opinions. Like, nothing about him is KDF. He takes prisoners, which Klingons don't do. So, yeah, so that already is non-Klingon. He murders one of his 12 men. That's very un-Klingon in that way. That's dishonorable. So he's just himself, right? He could be other races. He's happened to be him. But that works great, and you know, imagine that for these Klingons to go with him dishonorably is interesting, right? There's a story there in itself. Although in this shot, I've just noticed, boy, limitations of the era. Look at the giant CRTV monitor-sized consoles that happen to have CRTVs they can display. Well, that was a coincidence. They're exactly the right size. Never noticed that before. Love it. Love it.
They only could use what they had. So.
Yep. That's great.
And then the shot of the bird of prey flying above it, like pulling away. Again, beautiful lighting. I love that color. And this is really nice detail. Like, it gets close to the camera. You can see through the fins of the shoulder blades. You can see the light back there. Just excellent.
But it is just one color. The cloaking ring isn't red. The shoulder blades aren't black. Like, there's no detail in color.
I also love that they go from flight configuration to attack configuration back to flight configuration.
And it's funny because in this shot where it does move, it's so bloody subtle that you could not see it just because of the camera movement. They don't even make it a feature. Like, they don't even have to highlight it in a, look, it's doing, it's just doing its thing. It's a passive cool thing that then, like you say, then goes back and forth. A couple of small things I noticed in this watch, when the bird of prey attack modes and flies away, that shot they reuse at the end when they're leaving Genesis. Because that shot, right, the scene right there, they're in flight mode. Oh, look, attack mode. Oh, back to flight mode. They don't make it a shot. Love that.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, I love Christopher Lloyd's acting when he was like after killer. It's all eye acting, but it's such a deliberate, like, we're going to set up the character in this one scene, which is he's going to murder his own girlfriend or wife just so that she can't get the spoils?
Well, she can't. She has the information, so she could tell it to anybody else.
Exactly, so she can get the spoils by telling people. Like,
yeah.
Because if you trusted her, you would. But irrespective of why he's doing it, the fact that he kills her and they both understand, that tells you everything. Like, he's brutal, but in his own way. Yeah, great acting. And a great moment to start the character's journey is like, murder your own girlfriend, who you sent, I guess.
Well, she looked at the information and then told him about it, so it's kind of her fault.
Yeah, everyone made choices and they all paid for them.
And have no fear, Fleet Paw is here.
Oh my god, I was fearing.
But before that, Sean O'Sullivan, €2, big bird of prey, 2 bridges, as well as space for whales.
There'd be whales here.
Big. That's a small bridge. And then, yeah, the whale thing is always a problem. But hey, it's fine.
Yes.
And Fleet Paw, $5.
Ooh.
Have no fear, Fleet Paw is here.
Yes.
Oh, look, it's one of my favorite Trek movies of all time. Pla, Jawi.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they swapped. They probably did. They swapped between Klingon language and human, because Valkyrie is talking in English at the start, and they dub her in Klingon, but then Chris Lloyd is replying in Klingon. So I'm guessing they decided to fully commit to Klingon. After
she couldn't learn the Klingon that she needed to.
Yeah. It's very noticeable in this one because Lloyd is so good at it, and she's not doing it at all.
And a lot of people wonder why.
Yes,
this is explained.
I love this factoid you're about to say.
In the novels, why they switch from Klingon to English, because only high-ranking military officers in the KDF know English, so you can have a complete conversation with your important command crew with all the plebes that don't know anything, that are sitting around not understanding what you're saying. So yeah, they do know English, they do speak English, and I think that's a really kind of cool fact. I think that might be historically based as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
If it was like the Russians during the Cold War would speak English as well, so that the lower ranking members of the crew don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, they never say it, and you have to know the side media. But if we assume that is truly the thing, it's such a nice touch. and it's fully for the audience as well, but fully in universe. And there's definitely a difference between his two lieutenants and everyone else. So
yeah,
it makes sense. But yeah, great. I mean, great opening for him. It's one of the most iconic Klingon scenes. Although, you know, dishonorably shooting a pickup truck.
Yeah.
There's no honor. It's a terrible Klingon move, but it's so, you know.
So this scene takes place in Klingon space because then they set a course to the Federation neutral zone,
Which, of course, was abandoned after TNG when they introduced it again. Everyone was like, "What neutral zone?" It's like, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. And he orders the one guy to feed his dog. I love the reaction of the guy, like, oh.
It's almost like, you thought I was scary. My dog's worse. And again, they were like, right, checklist. Kills his wife. He has a dog. Dog dies. These are really hard-hitting things. That's something to think
His
of,
whole
right?
crew dies as well.
Oh, yeah, but the dog, though. The dog.
Ah.
He had John Wick level pain, right? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Enterprise, beautiful shot coming in. Graceful, slow, just...
And the music.
Oh, well, the
So
music.
good.
The only thing is the planets are all clearly paintings.
Yeah.
And they're just too low res. I think in 4K it really stands out. Like, you can see almost the brushstrokes, but everything else is so clear. So let's down a little bit. I might have redone them if I was doing the Blu-ray 4K, like just with a normal render of Earth. But whichever.
Fleet Plus says, I think Valkyris was a smooth head Klingon. Well, one of her parents likely was. Because, yeah, she's got the minimal ridges for sure.
Yeah. All options are possible.
This whole scene, too, of the docking and the docking procedure. We actually had Doug Drexler voice a docking procedure for us years ago, if you remember. One of our episodes.
I don't remember.
So he took on the role of dock command. And yeah, for the bridge lighting to go to blue, like they're not under their own control right now. They're being taken in by, which implies tractor beams, which would come in later when although to counter that, there's nobody in the control booth at the time because they show the control booth when they're coming in. There's two people there, and then later they show it like it would have been late at night or early morning because when the Excelsior transwarp drive fails, it says "Good morning, Captain." So you assume this is probably 4 or 5 a.m. that they're doing this, and there's nobody there. But it's also a space dock. This would be manned 24/7. You got Delta
25/7.
You
got people.
Not Deep Space Nine. It's not 26/7.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, 100%. And at the very least, you could say Scotty also sabotaged that. It's fine, but
oh, maybe yeah.
But also there's I know known this before until this watch, but yes, time is an illusion in films. But the fact they clearly with 60 seconds the Enterprise blows up and they're able to walk the turbo lift, get in the turbo lift, take the turbo lift down to the deck, jog, get to the transport room, out to the transport room, wait for it to beam, the Klingons beam in, then walk unknowingly to the first if they see, take turbo to the bridge, get on the bridge, talk to the commander, walk slowly to the room, and then 5, 4. That took 44 seconds.
And that bothers me too because when they're walking to the transporter room and when the Klingons are boarding and walking through the corridors, they're on C deck, which is deck 3. It almost makes it feel like there's a transporter room on deck 3, but I'm pretty sure there's not. So I'm just saying, all the doors say C deck, which
the set they had.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. 60 seconds, and the time in movies is kind of odd like that. There's actually one Voyager episode where it's like we've got 15 seconds, and I actually
4 hours later.
No, I actually timed it. It was exactly 15 seconds, which I was very impressed with. So, yeah.
The reason I bring it up now is because I love the idea, the concept that you can turbo lift the transporter room from the bridge in under 60 seconds. The turbos are so well placed that they can just feed around the ship in that time. I actually love that. And therefore, if the Enterprise is being stolen, you'd think somebody could get there in 60 seconds in space up with turbo lifts, right? Though there should never be a case where no one's at the post. Oh no, what we get right? It should be that few. That's what I was trying to bring up with that.
Mm-hmm. And Dan points out that apparently there's a Discovery type ship. Yeah, it's the Ralph McQuarrie concept ship, which is in the corner there. You can see it.
Yes. How do you?
Sean,
Oh, no.
Sean O'Sullivan, €2. Those magic docking doors always just wide enough.
As we said before, each side could have bigger doors, and they just went through the one that fit them most. Easy peasy, right? How do you feel in this watch about there being no other ships in, apart from Discovery, I suppose, in dry dock, in a space dock, the 7th Federation, just Excelsior, and this very large dock, because we get the exact scale. How do you feel that?
It qualifies the fact that they're the only ship in the quadrant half the time. It's just like this big, awesome shipyard, and there's no ships in it is annoying. But at the same time, that would have been problematic when they stole the Enterprise, because you would have had like 15 ships coming out after you. So yeah, it's plot convenience, unfortunately.
A necessary evil. But this
Dan
might...
Ben says, "Oh, Dan Ben says, are the big squares in the Excelsior neck the torpedo tubes? No, they are not. They are in fact cargo bay doors.
Mm-hmm.
The torpedo tubes are visible lower on the secondary hull."
Mm-hmm. And I was, wondering, thinking, how do you interpret the scene when it comes to them talking about the Excelsior and how they feel about it? What do you take from that?
Well, everybody's super impressed. This is the next generation of Starfleet technology, next ship design era, essentially. And Scotty's just being kind of cheeky. I'm sure he's really impressed and knows everything about the transwarp drive, because he reads technical manuals all the time. But yeah, he's, his baby, his girl, the Enterprise. Nothing will be better than it. So he's just kind of being snarky for the sake of being snarky. Like when I see a car that's better than mine, my Camaro, I'm like, mine's better, even though deep down I might know it's not. It's just that pride thing, I think. But yeah, everybody else seems pretty excited. Kirk's impressed. Uhura's in awe. Sulu's like, that's gonna be mine someday. I'm getting a promotion to captain soon. I know it, and I'm gonna go for one of those. That's kind of the vibe I get.
Yeah, I've always not knowing where the films are going in terms of they don't know where they're going really, really, right? We know, but they don't know when they're writing it. I was always wondered if... I'm going to go back a step. Star Trek 2 is so not long ago that basically yesterday they were all chilling out at Earth doing unimportant assignments because they're all available to be booked for doing a simulator with training cadets. They're all that unbusy, right? They're all not on starships. They're not doing anything major. And I assume that Scotty's on Earth doing engineering things around, whatever around. He's not doing simulator stuff. He's doing stuff. So was he on Excelsior like last week? There's no dialogue that he was or wasn't. Like, why would he not be assigned to Excelsior in some form, doing something, given that he's been at Earth for how many number of years? I mean, he's on the Enterprise reef as well. But no, he wasn't, was he? Because that was at TMP. So, like, what was he doing? Would he be ignoring Excelsior? If so, then was he?
What might have helped in the development of transwarp.
That's what I mean. So therefore, is his disconnect with it? Because again, that would have been 2 or 3 weeks ago. So is he disliking it because he wasn't given, or because he resents what it's capable of, or because he's chosen to be on Enterprise and not Excelsior? Like, there's a lot more there given it to than what's there. Because he would have been on Earth. He would have been there. Yeah. The ship is just there, accessible.
I have no problem with him helping development transwarp. Maybe he's saying, according to all of our calculations, we're not sure if this is going to work or not, because we did an episode on transwarp, why it failed, and everybody's like, well, you sabotaged it. Yeah, but they fixed it, and then it eventually failed as a technology for specific reasons, right? So maybe that's kind of in his brain too. Like, yeah, it's great, but I don't know if it's going to work exactly. I kind of know. I'm in the know about what's going on with the development of it, and
yeah, because by the nature of him being engaged with this sort of stuff, he either would know all about it or would not know about it on purpose. He can't be Earth and not know.
Well, it could be classified too, as well, and he might not have been involved in that loop.
In which case, him look at it would be a resentment for not
knowing.
Yeah, that's what exactly. I mean, right? One of the two choices, and either I love it that he wasn't picked for Excelsior and therefore resentment, which makes sense, or he chose not to be on Excelsior and therefore resentment that's doing, like, they were a bit of a dick. Styles said, well, fine then, Mr. Scott. Like, there's something there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except he's given Excelsior as chief in this film, but I don't know.
Pull up the picture of Kirk doing this with Young Minds, Fresh Ideas, because I'm going to read Fleet Pause thing.
Yes.
Remember, for 61 months at the rank of captain, But that's the magic, the movie magic for you, isn't it? That's what makes this show awesome. But we have to address the great experiment. She's supposed to have transwarp drive. Aye, and if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a wagon. Come, come, Mr. Scott. Young minds, fresh ideas, be tolerant. Love it.
Classic quote. Does not apply to everything, but classic quote.
Sussy Guru 2000, €5. To be quite frank,
Ooh.
I like 3 less than 5. Oof.
Wow.
You can be wrong, and that's fine. I'll have a drink to you being wrong.
Please. I would love to know why that opinion. I don't think I've ever heard that opinion from anybody ever. I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's not stated out loud in a public forum.
Because the snipers are watching. Yeah, why? That's interesting. I mean, does 5 feel more expensive than 3?
Well,
it's a bigger scope, I suppose. I don't know.
Dan says, I thought it was implied he's never been on the ship. And he might not have been. He could have been literally on Earth helping develop the transwarp drive systems, the warp core and the systems incorporated with it, and not been on the ship. He might have seen the designs for the ship.
Although, when was it implied he's never been on the ship?
It isn't. I'm just addressing his...
No, I know. He doesn't like it. I wouldn't think he's never been on it. Because this would also have been the part for 2 or 3 years.
Well, also, they immediately after this assign him to it as chief of engineering. So he must know something about the fucking systems.
Yeah.
So
it's literally his next job. Which again, he was just on Earth 2 weeks ago. He might have literally been ready for the assignment 2 weeks ago. And then thought, oh, I'll take Enterprise, and then being resentful because he's now not enterprising. That's what I mean. There's so much interesting context there that is not said that I'd love to know what they were thinking. Because it's such a distinct scene. I love James doing it. I love Kirk, again, reacting in such a charming way. It's so good a scene. I'm wondering what they were thinking.
Yeah. Barry F, $5. Klingons didn't have cloaking devices until Star Trek 3, so I've heard. Their ship was originally supposed to be Romulan. It's not true. They had it... Oh, the ship was supposed to be Romulan, yes, the bird of prey. But they did have cloaking technology prior to that. I believe in the animated series there was cloaking with the Klingon ships. So it's during the great technology exchange of 2266. I did a video on that too.
I think it'd be relatively, zero confusion. Of course, they'll be given cloaks by the Romulans. Like, that was what else you going to exchange if not the cloaking tech, right?
Yeah.
But it was a big deal to see it be that easy, I suppose. That free form. Oh, of course you have a cloak. Yeah. Although, as we see later in the film, it's a not very good cloak because they can literally see it.
Yeah.
Right. It's actually an inefficient cloak in the.
Well, the Romulans gave them their scraps, their old cloaking technology. They had new ones, so they said, "Here, have this shit."
If you take the extra stuff as so I mean, like, if you look at the extra, but just by the pure logic of the scene, it's like, it's a cloak. It ain't that amazing, and that's interesting. That's interesting to me.
And Hedron says a lot of people think that Scotty sabotaging the transwarp is what's responsible for the transwarp program failing. I know, right? I don't understand that logic. I took these 3 pieces out. They'll never be able to reproduce them. Ha What?
Yeah, because really what he did is he removed, like, the graphics card from the PC.
No, he pulled out the spark plugs essentially from the car. Like,
oh,
you can't go anywhere to get new spark plugs, but you can buy new spark plugs. You just can't move your car to do it. So it'll take you a long time to get them back. Yeah.
Or even, you want to go more basic. Actually, this is a better analogy, actually. He was at a computer, and he removed the wireless dongle for the mouse that went to the back of the PC.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, exactly.
It's a really easy fix, but not quick enough for him to catch them. Now, in fairness, he probably took out 4 or 5 like unique things because they need at least a day, well, at least 3 days to get there and back if transport works. But a week's worth of damage is all they need, and I think they're very well aware they're going to jail after this, like Kirk, or asking for asylum on Vulcan. He's not thinking past that, but he's very well aware that they will probably be,
Well, yeah,
it's fine.
That's why he says, "You guys, you McCoy have to do this. The rest of you do not." And then they all agree, and he says, "I will recommend you all for promotion in whatever fleet we end up serving,"
which is a great line. Because it's only it's only saving of the entire Federation that gets him off that crime. So it's quite a big crime if they didn't save everyone.
Well, Earth itself.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's a pretty significant thing to do.
here's a great shot too, where the Enterprise is coming in. You see all the battle damage, like on the nacelles and the saucer. Just it's so, and the patchwork on the main engineering section. I just love that so much.
It is very brutal. What also is brutal is Janice Rand, who looks nothing like Janice Rand, but it's the same actress.
Yeah.
And I don't think you'd ever necessarily think it was Janice Rand, but yay for including her. But TOS and 6, she looks the same but older. I know she was drugged up and alcoholic and all that stuff, but she looks so unrecognizable here. But thanks for including her.
Yeah.
And how iconic would you say his window is out of 10 in Trek iconism?
Say that again, sorry.
How iconic would you say his window is in the iconic of Trek history?
I don't know. I would, for me personally, super iconic. And looking at this scene, remember that we saw a scene like this, or a picture of this, like a week ago or so, when we looked it up. But you could see in that one the whole Enterprise, not just this close-up section. And there are two people standing by the 501 or 511 thing at the side. So this is,
oh yeah,
it's much closer. Yeah. It's not the full Enterprise, and you can also see the fucking Excelsior there. Like, where is that part? That's the
it's not possible that shot.
Way.
Yeah,
it's not. And the Enterprise it's what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
You can see the the lower planetary sensor dome of the Enterprise.
Yep. It's gonna hit the Excelsior nacelles, guys.
It's already hit it. The saucer's already hit it.
It's already hit it.
And the Excelsior is parked into the room that they're in.
Look, it's a very good room, okay?
To be fair, the room could end right there, but still.
No, I always thought this window is like just insanely iconic. For whatever reason, it represents to me like, oh, Starbase.
Yeah. Sessigura 2000 made a member for 42 months at the rank of captain, so thank you.
Thank you.
To me, 5 has a better villain.
What god?
Well, it's actually got a villain with Spock's brother.
Ah, he's not really a villain.
Well, no, that's what makes him a perfect villain.
Yeah,
he's doing the right thing.
Oh, he's doing
and
anything.
A more interesting setup. It's more of a TOS type episode for sure. Searching for paradise and God and killing him. 3 felt like tying up loose strings and undoing the big sacrifice of 2. Well, at least it led straight into 4. So, I disagree. I respectfully disagree with you.
I mean, undoing the sacrifice, it's a trade. It's not undoing. It's Kirk sacrificed his career for Spock.
And his Enterprise,
he didn't know that, right?
And his son.
Yeah, in the end, he sacrificed way more than Spock did.
Yeah.
But in
a personal vein, like Spock saved 400 and some odd people on the Enterprise or whatever.
Yeah, he did more, but he sacrificed less. They lost a lot more in 3 to save Spock, but obviously Spock's kind of important in the history of the universe, so.
Yeah.
And then,
anyway.
The tone changes. We get something unusual. We get security alert. Spock's quarters. Oh dear.
Which I'm sure somebody's going to bring up the fact that it's the Franz Joseph Technical Manual thing, and it confused me when I was younger too. And my brother Steve, who's like the original Captain Foley, he's 10 years older than me, explained it to me that this is still the original Enterprise, right down to the computer systems and stuff. They just haven't upgraded the graphics, which I think is kind of stupid still, but I have no problem with it. Honestly, it's a reminder that this is the original Enterprise, guys, just been refitted. So
yeah, it's been like 7 years.
I know, and it's also been heavily retrofitted so that these little blueprints actually wouldn't make any sense.
So it's a full plot hole. Like, it's fine in TMP because it's being refitted. But if anything, it says this is a training ship and it's not a useful ship because we don't care. The training crews don't mind if they're using, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense in the grand scheme, and they obviously had diagrams in other parts of the movie, so it was them. They let themselves down here for sure. But anyway, we're gonna go down.
Yes, it's an intruder in Spock's quarters.
I love how Chekhov, who's like security, doesn't go down.
I know, and it's also I love that when Kirk gets down there, there's 2 armed security guards there with phasers, and Kirk's like, "I'm just gonna go in by myself." He doesn't say it. They just let an admiral go into a dangerous situation in a dark room without any kind of cover. Like send one guy in first, then Kirk, then the other guy behind Kirk. That's how you would do it because you've got to protect this admiral.
And as Dan said earlier, they're also using the new phasers they don't have yet.
What do you mean they don't have yet?
Well, they're the Star Trek 3 phasers, but they've come from Star Trek 2.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. There's just two different kinds of phasers on the ship.
That's why I said to Dan. But they are the wrong phasers for the wrong era. If you look at it literally, it just means they could have used them in both.
Well, you got to think too that a ship came, probably the Grissom, to the Enterprise to pick up Savick and David.
Unloaded phasers.
So they could have, yeah, these are the newest batch of phasers. Here you go, guys. You're on your way back to
Let's give your
Spock,
training crew, skeleton crew, the new
just in
phasers,
case.
just in case. Yeah, okay.
So there are ways to explain it. And I
but-
just like a modern military, there's different kinds of armament
No,
in the armory.
I love the fact they do the first assault phasers. That makes the most sense because of all the things that have assault phasers on them. Doesn't work for Savick. She has such a 2 phaser. That would have been kind of cool, actually, but that's fine. Although you said about the Grissom picking up whatever, Kirk says line right at the start, which I want to go back to for a second. He talks about how the crew's been reassigned. I know they're on a boring trip, but it feels as if they've been like picked up mid journey.
Yeah, they were.
Well, no, surely we see random people on the bridge, right? The crew's still here. I'm just waiting to get home. He's just approving personnel. But it's funny how they kind of play that. Because I love to see when they get space dock and all 300 cadets just leave the ship. It's like, Mom, this is a shitty week. Fucking hell. You know?
I assume there wasn't 300 personnel on the ship at first of all, for Star Trek 2. Because it was a training cruise, so who knows how many there were. But
I'd say a full training crew. I'd say at least 200.
And Kirk does, at least, yeah. But Kirk does say most of our training crew have been reassigned.
Well, they're all of them if they've been decommissioned. Don't know that necessarily, but
exactly, yeah. You need personnel to get the ship.
Yeah.
Or do you? You can automate it. I don't know. Maybe we might find out in this movie.
And I really like these chrome corridors. They're so impractical. Like they look dirty because they're chrome. Like you don't have to buff them constantly, but it's so light and bright and reflective and nice, right? Although I'm also confused. Because these doors kind of look broken. Are they saying that McCoy physically manhandled and?
They're not broke. Well, yeah, it looks like it's off its track for sure. But yeah,
because he is just a human.
He had Spock's strength for a second.
I guess he's like a 75-year-old doctor. I don't know if a Cutter gives you super strength, but it's interesting they played that.
And the one thing that's interesting too is in the motion picture, we see the engineering decks and stuff in the secondary hull are this chrome and stainless steel, but the crew quarters deck that we see has like nice red walls, like nice and like fabric
comfortable
walls.
Looking.
Yeah. So, and this is still deck 3.
It's the same week.
Well, not of the motion picture.
No. Yeah, you're right.
Because there were a few years between the motion picture and Wrath of Khan.
So obviously, whatever version
made.
I mean, the corridor's in like only a few moments the whole film.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, they go in, very gentle. I would love to know in these like 7 seconds, because it's clearly McCoy. It's not Spock, right? The physicality. I'd love to go to the Brenner Pool in the cinema the first time thinking, oh, did Spock back? Because it's Nimoy's voice.
That's what I was thinking too.
It is Nimoy's voice, and they're seeing clearly not Nimoy. I would love to know what the audience was thinking at the time.
Yeah, I would too. I thought the same thing. Because I was so young when I saw this the first time, I don't remember. I just watched it over and over again on VHS.
Exactly.
So I don't have that recollection of what I was thinking initially the first time seeing it. And I love that they intersperse Leonard Nimoy's voice occasionally, even when he says indications negative on the bridge later. But yeah,
because it's really the first scene of the movie.
Yeah.
In terms of this is the plot, right? And it's well lit, it's well framed, the acting's wonderful. Oh man, there's, you know how there's a unification. Imagine doing a short film by Otoy of like 2 to 3 of McCoy going more into madness as the brain gets broken by Spock. Like imagine him going to the mess hall and like getting his ordered food, and then as the ensign comes in and says, you know, like that could be a whole thing.
Comic soup.
Yeah, like because he's so broken in this, and they have to drug him later to stabilize him. So therefore, there is a point of, you know what I mean? It's interesting.
Even when he goes to the bar, you see he's a regular because the waitress kind of knows him.
Yes,
Hey, Doc.
that's the whole thing.
It's like, what do you want? And he's like, Altair water. Well, that's not your usual poison. That's just the way some of the bartenders saying that's not your usual drink. So yeah, you would assume Spock would order Altair water and only eat like Klingon soup and non-meat products, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's I really like that DeForest got to really do acting in this film.
oh, he did really well in this one.
Because yeah, he
Him
plays
him
Spock.
and yeah, him and Shatner do phenomenal in this movie.
Because the film's so spread out, a lot of people act in this film. A lot of people that no one gets a ton, but they give them a lot of good stuff from McCoy. But yeah, it's great. His Cutra's there. He's broken. It's great. And then we get the last scene, I suppose, the torpedo launcher / the thing. And what a great little set. And I wonder if it's a cadets thing, because in theory, these should all be really young people. I wonder if they thought that while casting. Everyone here needs to be in their 20s.
Everyone here has heard of Genesis in some regard. Everyone else doesn't need to be here because they haven't heard about Genesis. They don't know exactly what happened.
Ooh.
You would assume that these people know something about Genesis as a result of the mission. That's why he gives his speech of, from this moment on, Genesis is a forbidden topic. Don't tell anyone what you know about Genesis. So that's what I've always taken away from it. It's not the entire crew. It's not being broadcast to the ship. This is just the most important people in their divisions, whether they be cadet leads that are leading another team of cadets that kind of had to know what was going on. Yeah.
I like that a lot. I've always took it as this is the extras they can afford.
Well,
I mean,
that's the real reason.
That's just...
Shut the fuck up.
But in fairness, they'll go to the edge of the set, right? Like, that makes sense. And these are expensive uniforms.
In all honesty, this should probably be done on the rec deck with the entire crew.
But the set doesn't exist anymore.
Picture.
But have the set.
Sean O'Sullivan, €2. Why are there torpedoes in the Klingon bridge? Yeah,
I was going to make that joke. And guys, we had no shots yet. We only had guys. We got so much booze.
We had a half shot.
Guys, put in some 20s. Have us doing some shots. I want to do 2 or 3 shots. I want you to encourage us to be
interesting and fun. I'm sure.
Yeah, we've been going for an hour and a half, guys, and we are as sober as we normally are.
38 people here, 32 likes. Hit that like button. Let's get up to 50. We can do it.
I tell you what, if we get 10 of you putting in a 5, me and Stuart will go a bit wild. 10. There's 10 random people. I'll even do a goal so we can do it. We can keep track of it. So this is your time, guys. Put in 10, as in put in 5, 10 of you. It helps the channel, guys. It helps the channel. How would you be able to accept this is that potentially the crew was if the crew was taken off, this is the rest of the crew minus those on the bridge who need to run the ship and the engineering to run the ship. This is like
probably, yeah,
because this is a few people, right?
Yeah. And this whole thing of, I'm sorry, Mr. Scott, there'll be no refit. Like, you've been assigned to be chief engineer of the Excelsior. He chooses to stay here and oversee the refit of Enterprise. It's like, we just refitted this fucking garbage scow. And there's a mistake here. It says the Enterprise is 20 years old.
Oh,
Feel her days over. This Enterprise is closer to 40 years old at this point. So, and they're not talking about the refit specifically, because that's only at most a few years old.
like 6, yeah.
Yeah, so
well,
it's a glaring thing if you know, like, the Enterprise is over 20 years old.
Well, this is the sort of admiral who would say, yes, we went to the academy with Robert April. We went to a jazz bar and he ordered us African shots. And then the next week went to a very white place. You know, he's confused about April. April changes races. Wasn't the best joke, but yeah. Although, one of the first canon moustaches, which makes my dad able to be in Trek, because he has a wonderful moustache.
Yeah, so you're all under orders not to discuss with anyone your knowledge of Genesis. Considered a quarantine planet and a forbidden subject.
But I think the way he acts it pretty low-key. As in, it's like, yeah, it's important, but, like, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, they don't play it like this giant, magical mystery box bit of tech. I think.
Yeah.
Which I like. And was Because does Kirk say in this he wants the Enterprise back?
Sort of. He said where's the exact quote?
Because he was just the admiral. Like he doesn't have the Enterprise.
Yeah.
It's not his assignment. He's admiral.
Yeah.
But it's definitely implied.
Um. Yeah, because he says, we feel our day is over, and Kirk says, but we had requested, we had hoped to take her back to Genesis, either to visit Spock or whatever, because he hasn't heard from Sarek yet at this point. I think they want to study Genesis because they kind of.
I mean, if there's in that he can do because he's an admiral, he can give himself the assignment.
Yeah.
And just captaining it. Yeah, that's fair.
And they probably like half-heartedly agreed to it when he was on his way back, just to get back. Like, yeah, that might be a thing that happens. Sure, just get your ass back here and get the Enterprise fixed up.
Yeah. I like it.
So I think he might have been lied to. Like, yeah, once you get back, we'll fix her up. And
or even they said yes the first day, and then everything changed in the subsequent week.
Yeah, they had meetings.
Well, because the way they say it is politics has come into play.
Yeah.
Although you would think if it was that important, you wouldn't just send a very low-grade science ship. You'd send
yes and no.
Because Grissom is a not capable starship with all things considered.
I mean, if things are being monitored, one little lonely fucking Oberth science vessel will go into a place that's not being escorted by other ships. That's sketchy. But one little ship, this new planet that was just created out of a nebula. Sure, go do your science things. Who cares? It's the Federation. Of course they're doing science.
That is true. They do. It's so not a secret in the film though that it's hard to know it's a secret in the universe. But yeah, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then we get a just insanely good shot of the bird of prey. I mean, they are masturbating their model making skills. You do not get this close to models, and then this good without really going top notch, right? And of course, because they made it this good, every subsequent piece of media with this ship has its ability of quality as a potential, and it's bloody wonderful.
OG Van Malmsteen says, doesn't Kirk have any say as a decorated rear admiral on the fate of the Enterprise? Yes and no. I mean, military-wise, he could be a little too close to it. It is his old ship. So they might not take his recommendations into consideration, and he wouldn't have been part of the conversation. He could probably put in for an appeal or whatever, like the legal process. So yes, technically on a military level, he could have given his 2 cents, but I think they might have cut him out of that for personal reasons. It's like a lawyer. You can't represent a family member because it's conflict of interest. I think it might be something along those lines. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, and also there's presumably a slightly more solid reason for it being decommissioned than just it's old. Right?
Yeah.
Because it's a heavy cruiser. Like, at the very least, you can make it, Also, what was it doing last week? A training ship. Why are you decommissioning a training ship, right?
I love how the Klingons are like, Federation battle cruiser. It's like, well, heavy cruiser, but sure.
Close enough. They are intimidated. Good for them. Little did they know it can't do jack. Because it is a bit broken. There's only 4 people on it, pretty much. And one of them was a doctor who's currently a Vulcan. This is Kotra.
Yeah. Then we get the Genesis information done by Carol in the last movie. And this one, Kirk must have had time to re-record everything.
He is not busy in that trip, right? He had lots of spare time.
Just wish it would have been Carol. But the Genesis commander himself, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't even mean that much in the grand scheme.
Nope.
Because Carol would have just been because it would have been better money to have it be Carol, but be a new briefing. Like, the same briefing, but like a different version of it. As in...
Or a video of Kirk reporting back to Starfleet.
Or,
Genesis.
Even better, David.
Yeah.
Like, his version, because we saw Carol's, Kirk, his version is non-interesting. He's just saying it. There's not really much to it, which is fine. But had it been David, you could have actually given a hint about the proto matter. Like, reports were this project would take about 9 months to complete. We did it in 4. And actually, because you've got David on staff, like, you know what I mean? That would have been nice. And then give him one more scene, because he's barely in this film, really, in the grand scheme. He should have been in it probably a little bit more. Yeah, that would have been good to have David.
So he asks his officers what they think, and it's like, impressive. They can make a planet. And he gets all pissed off. It's like, yes,
That's the
flag of the
problem.
Federation. Yeah. And he sends him away, and then he's like, we are going to this planet, even as our emissaries negotiate for peace with the Federation.
Which is interesting.
Seize the secret of this weapon.
Which is interesting. They're assessing that.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a great scene.
And I actually appreciate this scene. Oh, sorry.
The secret of ultimate power. It's like, calm down. It's all right.
Krug and calm. Tish. Yeah, this scene I appreciated more this time round because Krug is both a simple character, boring in that there's not, like, he hasn't got that much backstory or any backstory, but this scene is so wonderful with how it's a entirely structural Klingon societal scene. How does he see this? Him as a rogue Klingon, which I think comes across, you know, we've discovered that they are doing that this weapon has happened, this power, that within a few years they can invent planets anywhere they want, and then suddenly Federation life will spread, and it'll spread close. Basically, it's Takuvama, right? Just done 5 billion times better.
Yeah. They want to homogenize us.
Yeah, no. but yes, it's like, yes, if they can just make planets and then make dilithium on the planets and make new resources, like, it's a really amazing thing. And that it doesn't say weapon yet; that's later. But like that cultural thing, I thought was super interesting, and I love the fact that as a rogue Klingon, he's thinking, and we can fuck this shit up. I can make a choice. We can go do some bad shit, and I can save everyone. So I think he's generally thinking, I'm gonna save the Klingon Empire, but do it for myself because he fucking hates the idea of it. So it's
he's going to do it. I think he's doing it for profit.
Yeah, but not glory. It's not honor. Yeah. It's a very interesting because that's not really established yet. Society. Yeah. So he's playing it. Well, he's playing his own way, but I really like this scene and the way they all talk and as you said, they're all in English. It's all them. This is their version. They've got their own plan above plan.
Yeah. We got some super chats. So Chuck A, welcome back, Chuck. Good to see you. Remember, for 61 months at the rank of lieutenant, says Maltz. John Larroquette. Yeah, he does a great job. Oh, that was his Dan from Night Court.
So we're gonna do the whole quote there. Joey Choop. No. You didn't yell. Oh, sorry for a second. Oh.
And then Guardian Sage throws in $10.
Thank you.
A hippo spinning in a gaming chair, which I can actually probably do. Hold on. I'll do the. Yay!
Wonderful.
That's a half shot.
Doing his own stunts since 2014.
And then Sentient Ironheart, 22 euros. Take a shot on me, guys. And all Trek movies with Shatner and Nimoy are great, in my opinion. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do a half shot and then a full shot.
I'm gonna do some real shit in this. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll do it.
There's my half shot. Probably should do a full shot first, but it's fine. So, cheers. Thank you, Guardian Sage.
Thank you very much. Please do fund the channel, guys. Help us do what we do.
And Sentient Ironheart, thank you so much for the full shot. That is amazing. And cheers to you.
Now, dare I ask if that's a reference to the new Ironheart thing coming out? The TV show?
Possibly.
Then we get introduction for the...
Oh, I should use these shots. They're those mixed ones again. But these are B-52s. So it's like a coffee liqueur with a orange liqueur, which I'm not sure how it's going to taste.
Coffee orange. Yeah.
Well, so the next shot we'll take one of these, which are the twisty shots.
And you want to do that right now, don't you? So people better put in the 50 and 20 and tremendous. Yeah, then we get the Grissom, which I assume a lot of people at the time thought didn't look very Federation-y because it's super weird and different. But it's just such a little love letter to weird design. Love it. It's great.
And the matte lines, which are fucking god-awful.
Yep, easy to fix. My favourite things about this little scene is that we've got the twin of the Excelsior officer. Same bloody Asian lady. Close-ups in both bloody scenes. It's like, guys.
Is it the same, or did we just...
No, she's the same lady. No, she's...
Well, yeah. Because I've thought that my entire life, and then I'm like, am I racist? Is
I mean, yes, lady?
But... Wow. Captain Corky, remember for 38 months at the Rink of Ensign. Christopher Lloyd was an amazing Klingon in this. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
And he doesn't even sound like Christopher Lloyd a lot of the time.
I know.
Like it's a proper performance because that's not anything like he's done before. But I love the fact that she's on both these ships. It's like she has the best assignment, one twin, and a very low end assignment. That's great.
OG, he makes a good point. Or sorry, OJ here,
Ah,
Van
ugh.
Malmenstein. So suppose Krug led them to the planet, the Genesis planet, and nobody was there. Just a deserted planet with no ships. How would they be able to, quote unquote, seize Genesis? Just walk around and play with big worms? Good point. You think they might have got a heads up, maybe from Valkyris and her information, because she got the Genesis information. It could have been a package that was sent to the Grissom so that they know the Grissom is going there, perhaps, with David Marcus, who helped develop the project. You would assume that information might be in the packet that Valkyris stole or bought. She said she bought it. She said she didn't steal it. But yeah, that was my assumption.
Man, I've never considered that, but yeah, she had to get the packet in this week
Yeah,
because he had to record it in this week.
Probably intercepted on its way to Grissom.
It would have to have been, like properly, it would have to have been because that's a brand new thing.
Yeah,
or to Starfleet, as in was sent to Starfleet and they picked up on it. That's really interesting. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah.
but interesting question, but I think easily answered. So
Yeah, for sure. But oh, I love that.
love the Grissom's bridge. It's just the Enterprise bridge
Is it
with
though?
with the Reliant chairs.
But it's different though because if you look at the Roddenberry
It is.
archive, they show their version where the bridge is an oval. There's no turbolift doors on the back. It's just they basically just take the because everything's a different angle. They just take the flats and they rearrange it just to form one giant like wall.
Yeah, yeah.
So it feels identical, but you know it's not the Enterprise because the Enterprise isn't laid out that way. It's a real mind f.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep,
But
it's similar with the Reliant as well. So
yeah, but it works. And I've always liked this Saavik. I think she's a lot more heart. I think she feels more Vulcan-y because she's playing it closer to the vest. Other one is more not aggressive, but aggressive. This one's far more about the science, about the like she Star 2 could be a commander, she could be a scientist. That's how they're playing it more so. But obviously that's what they're doing, right? One is more assertive.
Mm-hmm.
I am sent to seed and I take us out of space. She's just sciencing, so that makes sense. But they're not playing the same.
Yeah.
But I kind of prefer the science version because it fits more for how I see Saavik.
And Dan says they used coded channels. They did, but obviously, what
That didn't help.
One side can create, another can like break. So obviously, it was decoded when Krug received it because he watched half of it when it was coming through.
Also, Dan, you're arguing something that happened in the film. Like we're not saying it couldn't happen. Like it did happen.
Yeah.
Like it was broken because it happened in the film. We watched it.
Maybe there's an inside man in the Federation. Maybe Commander O's floating around. She's just not Commander O at this point. I mean, she's old. She could be old enough to it's fine. She's a Romulan, so I don't know.
Why ruin it, Stuart? Why ruin it? You did it. You brought because there's two in it.
I brought dishonor to my house.
No glory.
To house Trekyards.
You know what would bring glory that would solve that? If someone put in 20 and made you do a shot. Then your glory.
For being stupid and bringing up Discovery, I'm so sorry.
Picard.
Sorry. Well, it feels the same.
Even more.
Now that's two shots because I really fucked up.
I can't tell if that's intentional or not.
It wasn't.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. But yeah, love Grissom. I don't think Esteban's a great actor, but I like his vibe, if that makes sense.
He's got a captain-y vibe to him.
Exactly. I think Styles a better actor, but I would love to know because he delivers what I think he's trying to do better. I don't know what this guy's doing performance-wise, but it works well. And I will never get. Oh, sorry.
I think he's playing it like he's a little out of his element. Like this isn't his normal type of mission. So, like I said earlier, he feels like a babysitter, and he's kind of just brushed it off as nothing's going to happen this mission. It's going to be boring as fuck. Little does he know it's his final mission. Because when the Klingons show up, he gets very like captainy. Just it doesn't last long. That's all. So That's kind of the vibe I get from it. Everybody's waiting for the bar scene to get you guys black. Well, that'd be amazing if that happens.
I mean, if people want to put in like 10 fives during that thing, that'd be.
Yeah, we got a goal. We only got 1 of 10 right now. So go and add $5 super chats. We've got 12 minutes to get 9 more. So.
Or wait for the bar and make us do shots with McCoy. But yeah,
the bar's coming up, so
I'll never get sick of the monitors because they are dating by the minute.
Yeah.
Because you could not explain this as future monitors, especially the close-ups. But they work the aesthetic of the thing. But yeah, they're super dated. But they're trying. They're fully 3D. Like, they're being fancy, right?
Yep. Scanning the planet. There's different. There's desert. There's jungle. And then the one that the temperature's dropping really quick, and you see the temperature actually dropping on the display, which is great. And then they find a metallic tube with a life sign. Spock's tube.
Which is not at all damaged in entry. Not a single burn mark or scorch mark.
Well, they mention it. Soft landing due to gravitational flux.
There you go. Missed that.
Because the planet was forming, and the gravitational core of it wasn't quite, so it's a soft landing.
There you go. And then on to the Kirk scene. Yet another costume change for people. Kirk has many uniforms this time, and Uhura gets a great piece. Everyone loves his bar set. Again, house set from Star Trek 2. They just have this stuff lying around, ready, and it is great. And there's so many sets. But as I say, Uhura and Sulu get 1 line each. Chekhov gets jack shit. And they all get dismissed. But they don't leave, which I always thought they left, but they don't go to turbo lift because that's where Savick thingy comes out of. They just go to the other part of the room.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because they're all in this together, kind of. But they don't leave, they just walk away.
Before we get to that scene, I just want to address something in this Grissom scene real quick. Because they find it and they're like, let's beam it up. And this is where I don't know what this shows about his captaincy, but he's like I said, he's very by the book. He says, "Oh no, you don't. Regulations specifically state nothing shall be beamed aboard until the danger of contamination has been eliminated." And then, beaming down to the surface is permitted if the captain decides that the mission is vital and reasonably free of danger. So it's like it almost feels to me like he's a new captain. This is one of his first commands, if not his first command, and he's very much wanting to prove himself, so he's following the book to the letter. So I just want to point that out. You can take that in multiple different ways.
Yes, but I would also counter that these are also not his officers. He's only known them for a couple of days, and they're both hyper good at what they do, and he's trying to, not dick measuring, but he's saying, David's new, and she was a cadet, Savick.
That's a good point, yeah.
So,
yeah, actually.
So I'm a captain on a ship. These are 2 very inexperienced officers. I'm going to tell them what my expectations are because I've known them for 3 hours. So I think, you know what I mean? Like, but boy, Savick forgot she was a cadet, didn't she? Because I think she was promoted. I think she's actually proper rank this movie. Oh well. It's fine. This is fucking let's throw cadets into Genesis secret planet, even though she has no expertise in it. Yeah. It's fine.
It's a different character in the last movie, obviously.
Cadets are great.
This is Lieutenant Savick. So
she
did get a promotion.
She got 3 promotions.
And a face job.
And different hair. Yeah, 3 promotions in a week is very good for somebody. Is that a record? God.
That's a good point.
Because cadet to ensign, lieutenant, junior grade to lieutenant in a week. Boy, and we were bitching about Kirk getting 1 day JJ, but they did it here and no one cared because...
No one blinked an eye. Nobody remembered that she was a cadet.
Because it's been years for them. It's been a week for the characters.
I think she might have been a lieutenant in the last one, actually. But then she wouldn't have been a cadet, which...
I mean, you can be a
cadet. I don't know if she was a cadet. She was taking the Kobayashi Maru, so she must have been a... I don't know.
She was a
cadet.
Been a
lieutenant.
She was a cadet.
I don't think she was.
No, because you could be a cadet that is... with a rank for a training cruise, right? Like the Red Squad. She was a cadet who was the rank of lieutenant for that mission, but she wasn't actually field commission yet.
Sean O'Sullivan, Captain Kirk went from cadet to XO to captain in a day. I know, right?
And it was also upset. Star Trek, what you do.
Yeah, and this is the scene too where if you look at the elevator in the building across the way, it's like doing this, like it's on a slide, and like I'd hate to be on that elevator. You'd be mush.
Speaking of mush, we get a universe break as Jedi Sarek appear. Because they must have thought we're making Jedi robes. Because that's Jedi robes, right? That's some Jedi looking robes.
I mean, sort of.
I mean, pretty
Sure.
much same color, same build. It's great though, and because we're so used to the Grand Canon, like he hasn't been in Star Trek since the '60s. We're now in the '80s. That's amazing, right? He's back, and he is effing phenomenal in this scene.
Fleet
Goddamn
Paw,
beat.
$5. I'll take a drink for that. I don't rank JT Esteban very high on my list of competent captains. He wasn't necessarily cut out for a combat mission. That's why he's on a science vessel. He wasn't top of his class. He got assigned a science vessel.
Yeah, a low-powered, low-skill. Then it might have been the only ship in range, right? There's no reason to think.
Of course, it was.
Yeah, like, well, you know, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So why didn't you bring him back to Vulcan? He entrusted you. Everything was out of the mind.
I always
Of the
forget.
body.
I always forget how impassioned he is in the scene while still maintaining total composure.
He has anger. You can see emotion seeping through it, which I found very intriguing this time because it's like, yeah, you're kind of dropping the veil a little bit there, buddy. But it's his son that he's talking about, I guess. So,
who haven't shared a scene for over a decade. They probably don't talk much, given everything else. Still, I don't know if they ever connected. But for him, it's like, well, of course, there would be some. Why have I not heard word of Spock's potential bring back? What are you on about? Like, he's so forceful, and him thinking he's lost him is heartbreaking.
yeah. And then the whole mind meld, a few of the last moments which we saw at the beginning of the film.
There's glass between us.
Kirk's like, wait, like if it was that important, he would have found a way. So they go back to the security logs, and of course they're super detailed and cinematic. Well, that's okay.
Oh, it's funny they're not. If you cut between the footage of Kirk loaded at the field and the shot, it looks like crap. I think that's the entirely ungraded version of the footage because it looks notably worse.
Well, it was put through a filter to look grainy.
Well, indeed, but it doesn't look like a film. It's just shot more like a film. And interestingly, it has film grain in it, like little pips and bops in the 4K anyway, which as if they haven't processed it yet, which is an effective tool. But I like how, again, this dates it. There's VHS noise throughout this film. Literally not a thing. No one under 27 has ever seen that, like as a real thing.
Like, yeah.
But it exists, and the literal VHS, like the scroll lines again. No, that's not a concept. I love it. It's still here. It's kept. It's like in Red Dwarf. VHS has come round again, so the tech came back to it.
And Fleet Paw says it doesn't help that Oberths are made of explodium. They're not. He was asked to target the engine. He and disable them. He just hit them in a more vital area of the engine, which exploded the entire antimatter core. No ship's going to survive that necessarily, so it's not made of explodium.
Yeah, I mean, all it has to do is disrupt it into the warp core, mid-warp coring, hit the middle, cause a secondary explosion, boom. Like, it's really easy. Like, these ships are super easy to destroy if you hit the right place. Like, super easy.
Fleet Paw, $2. The despair in Sarek's voice. He is not here. Yeah. The acting in this is phenomenal. Like, there's some really great acting like moments here.
Shatner's great.
As we said with Star Trek True, Shatner's phenomenal in this film.
Because he knows that this both made and ruined his career at the same time, at least during this time.
Yeah.
But he is fully...
And
he's fully in this film, right?
I was thinking watching this, I want to talk to this William Shatner. at this era, because I see him on talk shows, I see him in interviews talking about the upcoming Star Trek film, and he seems way more invested. Like this is making him a movie star now, as opposed to living in his fucking car like after TOS. So I think he's more invested in Star Trek at this point, whether he wants to admit it or not. I would love to talk to this Shatner, not the Shatner we have today.
Yeah, the caricature where he's playing his role as William Shatner. No, it's true. Yeah, he especially as he would like more movies, he would like more success, and he got it. Yeah. And he's
in his prime.
He's in his prime. He knows the work is going well. Like he knows making good quality work, and imagine each film you've been living, like you say, not successfully, and you can keep upping your price. It's like I was barely living, and now I just managed to get like 4 million for a film. Oh my god!
I've been watching some retrospectives of these films lately, and there was one film they weren't sure he was going to sign on because they weren't offering him enough money. He came back and eventually got what he wanted. I don't know if it's Star Trek 4 or Star Trek 3, but yeah. So he knows his worth at this point. I'm sure he's cocky as hell and arrogant, but he still, I think, would give you better answers about Star Trek if you interviewed this version of Shatner. Yeah.
And also just really good. I mean, there's a lot for him to do. It's a really good, emotive, very deep part in this film.
It's a great story, yeah.
For this character, yeah. I will say this scene is a little too long because we're literally playing the last film. It's a little bit too long.
Well, you got to remind people that haven't seen the last film exactly what happened and why.
Know, but in the grand scheme, because it's a cheap-looking scene, it's a cheap-feeling scene, and it's a little padded. Although I will say I really wish that... It might sound silly, but I wish they had gone in and shot a new bit of footage for this scene and not done the same takes. So shot from a new angle, because then the audience would say, is Nimoy coming back? Because you would not think he's coming back because he died, necessarily, right? So, but he's obviously on staff. I know he's doing a lot of the stuff in his dressing gown, like he's having a lot of fun just being a director.
And he's the director, yeah.
But to him, full makeup to do some new angles would really have opened up.
Which should be security camera angles and not these close-ups. Yeah, that's one thing that bothers me. Look at this security footage, which was shot very dramatically and cinematographically.
Yeah.
So what really?
That said, I also remember in the second film, does he say remember? I thought, hold on, I thought there's the mind thing, and then it cuts so close with the hand, and then the remember comes, but it's not said by the actor. This, he says it in the 2-shot.
No, I'm pretty sure that this is in...
Let me give me a look, because I remember them saying they added remember as an added-on thing along with the end, that those two things were added afterwards because they wanted to imply.
Do you think this scene might be new?
Because it wouldn't take much, but to see him say remember is stronger than hearing remember. So let me go back and look.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, because he goes right up to his ear and remember.
Yeah, because I don't remember that being in the original film.
Interesting. Now I'm doubting myself.
Because that's the thing, you'd obviously want to do something new for this, like to make Could
have been an alternate take they decided not to use, but that doesn't make any sense either.
Because they didn't know they're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Fleet Paw throws in $2. Must get them blitzed. Yes, you must. A super chat in.
I'm drinking the good one. I'm drinking the strong one to help me, guys. So keep going.
42 likes. I want to get to 50. So if you haven't hit like yet, please do so. Put in your thoughts. Anything you know about this film in super chat. We'll read it.
And brief question: who's been here since the start?
I know a few people. Dan Ben for sure has.
It's been 2 hours. Who's been here since the start? I'd like to know.
What is Mr. Scott?
Very few of them. I saw a lot of them pop in, like Fleet Paw and Chuck.
Yes.
They came in a little late after we gave all our thoughts on the movie at the beginning.
Okay, so the scene in Wrath of Khan is he pulls the arms off of Scotty's gloves. He goes up and he mind melds, but then it goes close up to him, remember, and then he moves away. So it could have been new, could have been old. The mind meld's there, or at least the mind touch, but they could have been knock him out. Or it could have been just touch his head. I mean, what he's doing is not clear because it's cut so quick to the close-up. Oh, it's interesting.
Fleet Pass $2. No, he did say remember in Rathacon. Yes, we know this.
In a close up.
But is this two shot of him like whispering in his ear? Is that
Yeah, that's not in it. That bit of footage is not in Rathacon.
Sam's checking right now? So yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, we know he said remember Fleet Pass. We don't need to be told that.
I mean, it makes sense
You know
that
better.
even if he said this line, do a close up to double confirm it, or he did it anyway to do something small. I don't know. This shot is not in Rathacon, so okay, I was half right. I knew it felt different. I'm not sure how.
Yeah. And Captain Corky says, "I've been here 5 minutes before you went live."
Hey,
Much appreciated.
I appreciate it. Bring more lovely Grisham shots. Nice map painting of the planet. They do good foreground. I love the new beam. I don't think that's the same beam from Khan. Or is it the same beam?
I think it's the same beam. Yeah.
Great beam. Always love this beam. And I love it. It's such a small edit. It's like, and establishing, beam down, and back to Grissom. So what?
Yeah.
I was okay. Thanks for establishing that. I'm spending like 50,000 just to do that one sequence, but okay, cool.
And here's Esteban being Esteban. Exercise caution, Lieutenant. This landing is Captain's discretion, and I'm the one who's out on a limb.
Yeah, guys, calm
So
down.
he feels a little nervous, I think, about what's going on. Because there wasn't supposed to be any life forms.
Yes.
I love when he says that to David. You said there wouldn't be any. There shouldn't be any.
Yeah,
And the look on his face is like, oh, shit.
you
this
promised
is not
me basic.
This is not a standard planetary survey at this point. Fuck.
Yeah, 100%. Now, how do you feel about this film that every time he's a communicator, they do this line on the signal of the only film where there's the distortion?
I don't mind it because it's Genesis. It assumes things are still in flux. There's shit in the
Okay.
atmosphere.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it.
Because the same thing goes through the Klingon communicators, which imply it's not just our communicator. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
That's a good
Like
shot.
magnetic fields of the planet are all like in flux
Yeah.
because it's all constantly changing. So yeah, I have no problem with
I
that.
like it. Then we go to torpedo. Always iconic little bugs. It's a great idea.
They look like ravioli. They
Yeah.
look like pasta.
Yeah. Yeah, great little scene. I'm a bit confused as to why a torpedo coffin can be opened by just lifting it slightly without much weight. Why the thing would be ready. Like, it would be locked.
Never even crossed my mind, but yeah.
Because there's no effort. There's no, like... He just goes... Whoop! It's a coffin, guys. I know it's meant to be buried or in space, but, like... But then it can't be locked because Spock also left it.
Yeah.
Because...
Maybe he unlocked it from the inside. Maybe there's an option for that.
But wouldn't he be a baby at one point?
Yeah.
And also, how do you get...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even get into that. That's just
Because he leaves his robes behind, but also has different robes on.
he has no robes on. He's naked when they find him in the.
You're
in
right.
the
He's
snow.
like, yeah. I guess there's an emergency out button that his void brain remembered.
Maybe it detected that there was something living inside, so it unlocked itself.
Yep. Coffins are good at that.
Dude, they used to put bells in
No,
Connected-
yeah.
in case people got. So who knows? It's space. It's Star Trek. Anything can happen. You launch somebody out into space and they come alive and they're floating in space. The one thing you want to do is have it pop open in space.
It's just always been a bit funny that there's zero layer of respect's the wrong word, but like trepidation. Oh my god, about to see Spock's 1 week old corpse. He was like, because he read the script, he knows there's no one in it. Like, he's playing the scene like he knows what's going to happen, and it's easy, and he's not playing it like the scene. But David's weird in this film in general. He's just a bit off.
Yeah.
That's what we know the character to be, but he's just a bit off.
Fleet Pause says Sabat could have had the access code and unlocked it via her tricorder. Yes, but how did young Spock get out?
I'd love to have seen that.
Yes.
Because if you say that, then you can say anything for anything. Not in a mean way. It's like, well, if you're adding stuff and
Okay.
that's the explanation, then anything can be.
Yeah. All right, here's the bar scene, guys. Now's the time. I'm prepared
Yeah.
to be plastered.
All right. The first bar scene. This is the Admiral's Club thing, I suppose.
Yeah, Admiral and his jacket, his off-duty uniform, but still dutiful because he's got all his badges on it.
And Kirk in a really good little ensemble.
Yeah. I love seeing the Monster Maroon guys just hanging out in the background.
Off duty, but ever in uniform.
So Kirk, to his credit, does ask official permission to go back to Genesis. You would assume on any ship, let's just get out there, and Admiral's like, why? Well, if there's a chance, that we can get Spock back and help McCoy because he's acting like an idiot. And the guy's like, I've never understood the Vulcan mysticism thing. I love Kirk's response as well. You don't have to believe, with a little smirk on his face. I'm sure I believe. But if there's even a chance that Spock has an eternal soul. And he's like, yeah, no. Unfortunately, with the politics around Genesis, that's a no-go. I'm sorry. It's like, well, I had to try. Of course. I wonder if he's like, oh shit, is he going to steal the Enterprise?
He wouldn't be that dumb.
It's Kirk.
Well, it's Kirk, and he's only dumb in certain versions. Yeah, this scene was really... I love this Admiral. He's so chill, but also harsh.
Oh, I love this guy. Yeah, he's fantastic.
He's a really great vibe. And, like I said, Kirk is trying. And even the appeal he makes, it's all emotion. It doesn't matter what rules. This is best friend, Captain Spock.
Yeah.
You know him. We all love him. The Enterprise is broken, but we can get there. Everything works. Give me a week. I'm like, no, it's politics.
I love his response to it. It's like, Jim, your life and your career stand for rationality, not for intellectual chaos. Keep up this emotional behavior, you'll lose everything. Go destroy yourself. I love that. He's trying to plead with his friend. Like, this sounds like a fucking stupid, crazy idea.
Pleads. They're both pleading. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy idea. Don't do it. It doesn't make any sense.
Because on the Admiral's perspective, a week ago you faced someone who tried to kill you. You lost your friend. You lost other people. You lost that midshipman of Scotty's. I know about that guy. He was great. The nephew.
Peter Preston. Yeah.
There you go. And you're meant to be assigned to Space Dock 4 in a week, Admiral. No drinks on Thursday. Don't follow some. Are you seriously saying that your dead friend can be reanimated and a brain? It does sound ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Because they can't bring back the dead, but that is what he's saying. He's saying bring back the dead. I he used the angle of saving McCoy's brain because that's actually active. We can actually help somebody.
Problem.
Yeah. But yeah, politics.
We got some drink spot for us in this awesome bar. This isn't even the bar scene. This is it is a bar. This is the upper guy's bar. Anyway, we will get more drinks in the McCoy bar, I hope.
That's a dodgy bar, and we need dodgy drinks. Yeah. A dodgy bar.
Cetihedron, $20. Altair water, like tequila, but all.
Oh, okay. Ugh. Okay, Altair water.
I have water too.
Refreshing. Ha 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 ha.
That's $20. I want to take a shot for that because I want to actually drink during these.
I know. I was mentally prepared to get wasted.
Oh shit! I was going to do one of the B-52. So
you were.
I'll combine the next two to be one shot.
Okay.
Those are two $10 ones.
I've got a whole bottle here.
So
don't waste
here's my Crown Royal Apple.
Oh, I'm going to regret that.
Crack into a B-52. I'll read the next two.
Yes.
Fleet Paul Swiftback, $10.
Oh.
What do you call that ensemble that Kirk is wearing? I know it's supposed to be like a green wrap around tunic, but I've never understood his costuming. It's not. It's off-duty clothes. It's civilian.
It was the third thing on the left in his closet. He's a man. He didn't think about it. He just picked something.
Exactly. So it's $10 for a half shot, but the next one is also $10 for when he does full shot B-52. Sussy Guru 2000, €10.
Thank you so much.
It always felt odd to me that they retconned the proto-matter thing into the story to explain why the planet is unstable, instead of just saying it's because it was coalesced from a nebula. I agree. There was no planet there initially to create Genesis. It was all just the matter and stuff from the nebula that created it, which I always found problematic, honestly. I wish that was the reason, but I kind of like that. The reason I did that was so that David was a lot like his father. He cheated. He went around the rules to get what he wanted. Because I was established in the last film that Kirk cheated at the Kobayashi Maru.
He had creative solutions.
So here's a B-52. I think it's probably my first time having a B-52, which is coffee liqueur and orange liqueur. So I don't know how this is going to taste.
I'm excited.
I'm not.
I'm going to watch you
We'll see.
intently.
Here we go.
I'll watch you intently, okay.
Oh, shit. Tease. That tastes pretty good. Oh, that's good. I don't taste any coffee in that at all. It just tastes like a nice creamy liqueur.
I was going to say, I bet that's just flavorful and rich.
Actually, the aftertaste is like a nice double coffee. That's 2 cream, 2 sugar for all you non-Canadian people. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
This is just strong. But I did it for you guys. Oh dear. But in this thing, I really like that. I was really watching in 4K, all the detail, of seeing the moment Kirk then makes up his mind that I'm now bullshitting.
Yep.
And saying, do I believe him? Because that's Shatner, and I believe it, but in that sort of bittersweet kind of. It's really well played because he could play it so many ways, and I really like his choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet that was not many takes. I bet he just did that on instinct. It feels very real.
Like I said, his acting is so subtle in a lot of moments. He's got micro expressions on his face all the time.
Yep.
And it's hard to emulate. So Sam Witwer did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah. I was thinking of Sam Witwer in this film. I was thinking that's the Kirk expression that Sam did. I was literally thinking the reverse.
Shatner's a really good actor when he wants to be.
Yeah.
And when he's walking away too, I love the outfit that the one waiter is wearing with the black on the upper part and the black sleeves. Somebody needs to dress as a Starfleet waiter.
I think there is in Farragut.
Is there really?
Maybe. They do a lot of the weird uniforms. Yeah, I love this when they go it. It's like, and we're doing arrow. What? Yep. And I can imagine Walter being like, I have an epic leather jacket and the thing below it. Because everyone is great. Everyone's in leather, everyone's looking fancy, and then undershirt.
Yeah, he's wearing old style Russian type clothing with the big collar and pink.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh,
it's pink.
That makes sense. Okay.
That's what it is, but it looks off. It looks like a Quaker or something big collar. The collar gets lost halfway through this movie. Somewhere, at some point on the bridge, he's just like, "Look, I'm still wearing the pink salmon because I'm a man."
Yeah, but I love it because it's leather. Everyone loves leather in this film, but a really good scene. I just wish these two characters said more. I know the scene's quick and sleek and simple, but I loved being in the turbo lift and have more of a moment with these three. We never get seeing these three together ever, yeah. as a trio. So it was like, I could ask my friends in the academy to do this. Well, I could ask, it annoys me because, I want to see more of these two.
Yeah. Sessiguru 2000, £5. €5.
Oh.
And Genesis was Carol's project. So why does David get the blame? Essentially, especially since Khan was one of the killed most of the scientists. I think David gets the blame because David probably used protomatter without Carol's knowledge, would be my assumption, because he was right there with her developing it. I think he might have took a few shortcuts that she wouldn't have approved of, because as we saw in Star Trek 2, she's very, again, by the book. There can't be so much as a microbe or the show's off.
Oh god, yeah, she was. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I think he probably did some shit that she didn't know about. Plus, they couldn't get her back for this movie, or they didn't get her back for this movie. So, of course, David's the next best thing.
Yeah, and I disagree in that. The thing you just said. Hold on, I just lost it. My brain. What did you say?
I don't know. What did I say? Oh, that he went around the rules behind his mom's back a little bit.
The thing you said. No, it wasn't Carol's, it was Carol and David's, because the way they were intertwined those scenes, they were in it together. They're mother and daughter, a mother and son, and he was clear science, saying it hard. He wasn't just there to be she was doing more admin to the head of the project. He was right there in the trenches doing the science. And clearly, if he's the one who did the protomatter, then he was super involved. So it was clearly a them both and their team. So David being the last of the group and also the one that did the thing that broke it, I got real like ownership from him in this film. Like it was my thing, and I would imagine that they were like still in stage 1, moving to stage 2. Stage 2 worked. We did the tunnel, and they said, "Oh, we want to make stage 3, but these aren't working." And they thought, "Oh, but I really want to keep Mum happy. I really want to prove we can do it."
And he would take all the blame for it, so she wouldn't get blamed if she was in fact in charge of the project.
Yeah,
so.
super in character, super,
Yeah. Like just like his dad, willing to take shortcuts to get to the end result, but also noble enough to take the blame for it if it comes out.
Yeah, and that's the really point of the scene, that like father like son, and it's so well done. Yeah.
And classic for real throws in $10. Try again, Stuart. The B-52 is meant to be lit on fire. Seriously, classic for real. I'm not going to light it on fire. That's just fucking stupid. And I can't have half of one of those shots. I'm going to have half of a Crown Royal shot, because if you want me to have a full shot of the B-52, that's $20 because it's all combined into one. As you saw, it split down the middle. So can't really do half of it. But cheers.
But we're now in the second bar. So this is the other chance to...
Before we get to that, I got a few more things I want to read real quick and address. Captain Corky, Kirk knew before he even talked to the Admiral that he was going to get the Enterprise. Yeah, he did, but he was trying to do the official channels first and get it the right way. But he was going regardless in his mind, but he thought you might as well ask. He does say that. I had to try, right? So, Dan Ben...
Well, and not just that, but he says, "I'll even buy it my own route." Because he wanted the Enterprise because he knew it, but if not, he could easily have the funds to just hire a freighter. He's not up to date with the political problems because he just isn't. So he's being told no, uncertain, whatever. You can't go. It's not that we're not let you, so you can't go, and therefore it goes from being Enterprise, Plan B, Plan C, fuck it, Plan D.
Yeah.
Because they easily could have given him the only other ship in the quadrant. And taken that.
And then the next one I want to address real quick is Dan Ben. In this bar, there is a kind of projected or holographic airplane game. Yeah, and I just chalked that up to being like a classic retro video game that people have in the bar. Like you see them now. You go to a bar and they got old arcade games or air hockey. You know, it's just an older version of... I just hate that the girl that's playing it, she's looking elsewhere. She's this, and the planes are down here. It's like, it's okay. It's fine.
I mean, she's trying to psych the guy out. I can do it without even looking. I'm that good, right?
Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, it's well done for them. It's not Star Wars.
No, it's clean. It's more... There's Starfleet personnel in here. There's a cadet playing with tribbles on a table. Like it's...
With the old 60s sound effect even. It's not even like a new one. It's just the exact same, like, old sound files. You can hear the bad audio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've never really noticed the security officer sitting there and kind of watching McCoy as he sits down.
Yep.
I really noticed it this time.
Yeah, me too.
Also, there's somebody else... No, I was going to say there is somebody else at his table, too, that sits down. So who's he talking to?
Oh, yeah, shit. Huh. It's a very small set because everyone's in the same goddamn shot at the start. Literally.
And see that lamp behind McCoy?
Yeah.
I used to have one of those as a kid. Oh. It was like a lava lamp, but not a bulb. And it had glitter and this special fluid, and it would like... These glitter things would like... I loved it.
Very nice. Bit of Star Trek history. But it's kind of funny that now we know the lay of the land, that the security guy is literally the next table over. Mr. Ear. He's like, McCoy's there, he's here, security's there.
And he's doing this. Like
it's like,
he's well aware.
Doesn't matter how loud Ears talks, he'll hear him. Because he's literally next door. Anyway. But no, but it's well done for them for not making it feel like Star Wars, because Star Trek 5 does feel like Star Wars. Not like fully, but like this is a nice vibe. It's still cheap for the set, but they just like they went to the prop department in Paramount, or they just went to a charity shop and just got stuff, and it works.
Well, I like the difference between the two bars, because the last one was a bar, but you see people in Monster Maroons, you see admirals. Yeah. This is just like the general public bar, and that's where the cadets can go because they don't have the clearance to get to the other bar.
I always thought it was kind of a slightly seedy bar, like just a little bit.
Well, you assume it's on the space station.
Would you?
Dock. I would.
Could be on Earth.
Could be.
No reason thinking it beam down.
Holy shit. Okay, SETI Hedron, $10. Genesis? Yes, Genesis. I'll half shot for that, first of all. But honestly, watching this scene this time, I'm like, if they had known what they know now about Star Trek, this guy would be a fucking Ferengi. Because even the line, how can you be deaf with ears like that, would super apply to a Ferengi. And the way he delivers his lines, the sketchiness of him, they would just, unfortunately, they would automatically default to a Ferengi. I like that this is a different character. He's got like feathers. I think it's fantastic. But nowadays, it would automatically be a Ferengi, and that kind of annoys me a little bit, that they wouldn't get creative, you know? Anyway, I'll have a half shot for that.
And the irony is, bring this motherfucker back.
Yeah.
Bring this race back, because he's absolutely wonderful. He's Yoda, but not. He's all the different things. He's really, like, he's a standout. For a film with lots of great performances, he is obviously a standout. They knew what they were going for. You can't mistake him for anyone else. And he is such character.
Yeah, so Genesis? There's a half shot for that.
I mean, just this scene in general is great. It's so unlike Star Trek. It's a civilian bar, bit seedy. McCoy's trying to get a sneaky plight. Although, do you want... No, they can't be. I was about to say, do you think he's working with Kirk for plan? No, this is him doing... This is McCoy...
Yeah.
Who's being, controlled by Spock slightly? Like, is he conscious of...
I don't know if he's... Well, I don't know. But he knows what he has to do, I think subconsciously at least. So, yeah.
Because it's very, like, McCoy is risking everything to go and do what? Because he didn't get the talk from Sarek, did he?
It's going to beam down and hug Spock, and hopefully everything will just...
Oh.
Osmosis.
Oh, that's kind of sad. I like that, though.
Fleetpaw throws in $50. So thank you so much, Fleetpaw.
Oh my god.
Place you name, money I name, otherwise bargain no. All right, damn it. It's Genesis. The name of the place we're going is Genesis. Genesis? Yes, Genesis. How can you be deaf with ears like that? Genesis aloud is not. Is planet forbidden. Maybe planet forbidden. Backwards. I forget. Sorry, I got off track there. Anyway, it's fine. So $50.
I think you should get a uniform. It's quicker.
Change?
Yeah, I think you got yours right there.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on. It might take me a second to move to get it. But...
That's fine. Beautiful. I'll talk about seeing them. Thank you, Fleetport. Makes a difference, as you know. I love this waitress. She's in such a TOS-ish vibe, and I wonder have they done some things before? Because it's so like flirty and natural. Pretty cute. And yeah, this guy's wonderful. It's just I don't even understand. Is that fun? Oh, so official.
Ah.
But do you think him and the waitress ever got it on? Because there's a bit of... I kind of
No, I think she just flirts to get tips. That's what I think.
But 6 years ago, with that giant beard and the chest hair, could have been her daddy. Disco daddy. I think there was something there. It was such a weird thing to do in a nice way. Is it in? I think it's in the 4K. In the 4K, this really impressed me. This guy's makeup, because the hair looks like that animal, the fish that has the exact same color and tone, and to put aqua, because they look like they move, the top ones in a few shots. It's a really good. It's great. Just makeup.
Fleetpaw says no uniforms. 2.5 shots for Sam. Ooh, I'm gonna have a shot myself. And I'm wearing the uniform. You got like a bonus.
God, that's...
Oh, I should take it off now because of that.
Okay. Wow. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have this instead of the B-52 because I poured it. Fuck! You got to remind me that I have B-52s to take for shot.
Hey, that's so strong.
Anyway.
Wow. Yeah.
Fleetpaw throws in $2. She gets tips, all right. Just the tip. Oh wow.
Oh, what does that mean?
She needs to work harder then for the rest of the shaft.
No, Shatner. His name's
Upper
Shatner.
shaft.
But yeah, so great conversation, great, iconic, beautiful Yoda not. I love the fact that this guy has a similar moustache to the other guy, the Admiral. Do they deliberately pick similar looking actors who are both black, who are both with authority, both have
Yeah,
moustaches?
I thought the same thing growing up. It's like, is this the same fucking guy?
Like,
Again, that's
is it a reshoot? Because to pick so distinctly the same vibe, like even the commander, he nails security. He's professional, he's gentle, but stern. Like, absolutely perfectly nails this. But it's the same look. I like losing moustache. I don't know why. It's just, well, I guess it was a vibe.
yeah. I agree. I agree because I was confused as a kid. Thought it was the same guy, but it didn't make sense. Sussy Guru 2005 euros. Bones was never a daddy, but always a grandpa, even in TOS. Who's a daddy? I had a daughter named Joanne. Even says so.
Who we never talk about.
Classic for real. $20. Genesis does. What? New planet formation. You can get this from the Death Star. Genesis does. Vulcan chakra reveal. You can't get this from the TARDIS. Genesis does. Genesis does. Genesis does. Genesis does. What Star Wars won't. Oh. Okay, I see what you're doing. It's play on the Sega Genesis commercial. Nice. I will have a B-52 shot for that because I remembered I have them. Genesis does, or Sega does, what Nintendo don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Classic commercial. Anyway, cheers.
Yeah, I put lots in mine. And I've always drank all of it. Thanks, guys. That was you're gonna notice that in a little bit because that was a lot I just drank. So good job, everyone.
Problem is, I'm gonna feel it like after this live's over.
Yep. But who knew the bars would be the place that we drink? Shocking.
I never even considered that watching this, honestly.
Okay, be honest. Who planned that?
No one.
Okay, that's pretty funny if you planned it.
Well, Classic might have.
Classic might have. But yeah, and the nerve pinch, which is hilarious.
Threw up the collar. It's like,
Well, but just the guy's gentle face is like, yeah, you've had enough. But not.
yeah, and you've had enough Altair water for today, Doctor.
No, it's great. Although it's a bit, possibly a bit dodgy if there's a security officer in a slightly seedy bar. It's like undercover cop. It's like, guys, just let the legal.
It makes me wonder if he was following McCoy because they've heard of McCoy's little issues.
That was going to be something I was going to mention. Yeah, there's definitely that subtext of like, let's just keep an eye on him.
He hasn't been acting right since Genesis. Is this a problem? Yeah.
Because he's one of the 26 that know about Genesis. And also his brain's fucked. Let's check him. Because yeah, if he starts yelling about it.
He's in this bar with sketchy
And he bought Altair water. Fucking sketchy motherfucker. But obviously yells Genesis. That whole scene is just magical. And I'm sure DeForest loved it. Because everything about it is weird. But he nails it. Absolutely nails it. Then we get a great... Okay, ask me this. This shot of the two of them walking up to the snow bit. It looks like a painting. But I'm unclear as to what they filmed and didn't film. Because they walk into the scene. But what's set and what's not set? Because snow's not set.
It's clear. The whole thing is a painting except the middle part.
Yeah, but even the stuff behind them looks fake, like a painting. And they wouldn't have rotoed them out. It's not... They're too small and that's too clear.
They wouldn't have done that back then, no. That middle part is like some foliage back there behind them.
It's really well done.
It is, but that's what they did with matte paintings. Some of them are really good, especially in Star Wars.
I wonder if it's false perspective. I wonder if they're actually filming through glass. Because I see now, if you look at Marcus's legs, they go underneath the snow line. There's a blur. It's really effective for what is a quite like snow. That's cool. And I love the idea of snow. I hadn't even thought that until like, yeah. It's, how else do you track Spock? Make it snow now there's tracks. That's so simple, but a lovely little concept.
Well, it's also he's used to a warmer climate because he's a Vulcan. So he went to the desert area, which has cactuses and fucking. But as they said on the ship, the temperature's decreasing rapidly. There's snow in the same sector because the planet's all fucked. So he went to the warmest area he could find instinctually, and then it snowed. So he's there naked in the snow. That's quite interesting, actually. Like, instinctively, he went to the hottest area.
So wait, so you already knew about Star Trek 6 then? Getting naked in the snow? Gosh. He foreshadowed.
Hmm.
Repente.
Then we get the detention center scene where Kirk goes to visit McCoy. It's like, yes, poor friend. I hear he's fruity as a nut cake. 2 minutes. I love it. And I laughed. I laughed this time because these jackets have the little fin things, right? Which mine isn't really sticking up. And you notice it later on Scotty's. These hats have the fucking Futurama type style. It's the future, so we have fins and shit on everything.
I was thinking Futurama.
And this is probably the inspiration for Futurama, obviously, but
very possibly,
yeah. The whole how many fingers am I holding up? That's not very damn funny.
Well, this whole scene genuinely feels like two longtime friends.
Yeah.
Playing.
Like you and I would, for sure.
Yeah, because they're both playing a scene like they wouldn't normally ever play a scene, but they've known each other for 20 or 15 years. But the dialogue's so sharp and they're elevating it so hard. And the set's basic and simple and... No, it's just a really good little... Like, this whole sequence, again, is just magic. But it feels cheap. But it's magic. That's this movie, right? They get a lot of good dialogue, a lot of good performances. And I kind of love that the Admiral can swing his dick around and get access to a fruitcake. Because in theory, he's now Genesis classified, you know? But you can still get 2 minutes.
Well, these security guys don't know all the ins and outs of all the. Don't talk to this person because they're involved with the Genesis thing. We don't want to tell anybody about the Genesis thing. Yeah. So it's one of those situations where it might not have trickled down to them yet. Like maybe their superiors know about it and they'll tell those in the next security briefing. Like, don't let these people in.
Well, I do wish they weren't quite as dickish.
They're bored. There's nothing to fucking do. It's Starfleet. How many people are in the brig? Probably none on the space dock. I assume this is still space dock.
Yeah, this is going space dock, yeah.
So it's like, yeah, there's nothing to do. This fucking Dr. McCoy's in here. Who's on the flagship of the Federation.
He looks a bit wired. Yeah.
It's the only prisoner we have. His friend's coming to visit him. Fuck. But yeah, don't get smart, Tiny. He's a little rude, but at the same time, it's like, who the fuck are you?
This guy fucking helped Vija, kind of. He saved the planet, kind of. The only
he doesn't know that. He knows about Kirk. The names that we put out there is Kirk and Spock, and the crew of the Enterprise.
Well, he will know once Excelsior comes along.
Well, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, who the fuck is this asshole? We don't know that you were the helmsman of the Enterprise. Ooh.
You went forward to autopilot. Wow. Which is funny, because later, Bird of Prey, he's like, fly manual. Ooh, it's been a while. Oh, has it now?
Has it? Because don't you fly shuttles around everywhere? Has it been a while? I guess he meant for a ship that size. I thought the same thing.
Just autopilot, man. Fucking. Are they really piloting much? Are they really doing?
Where's the damn antimatter inducer? This or nothing.
My only problem with the scene, though, from a structural point of view, is that McCoy, well shot, in focus. Kirk, out of focus.
That's so we get a feeling what McCoy sees, because he's like all fucked up.
He's just really out of focus. They did not get. I was waiting to find.
I didn't even notice that.
And it's even worse in 4K because everything else is lovely. It's like he's just really soft, and because McCoy's pinprick focus, yeah, it's fine. It's just like there's a few lost focus in this film. Notably, there's actually.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, I see it now that you've mentioned it.
There's more in this film than there normally is. I will say. That's fine.
Well, it's also Leonard Nimoy. I think this is one of his first directing gigs, if not his first directing gig. So,
and I will say they do a bit more simple blocking than I was expecting, like shot reverse shot.
You say that.
I do say that.
But I noticed at the end. I love the way that Nimoy framed himself as Spock between like Sulu and Scotty, They have their backs to the camera. Like he's
Oh,
framed
no,
in
no.
between.
No, there are great shots, but he relies on the simples a lot. He does both
I gotta take
extremes.
this off.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, Sulu comes in. Oh no, he injects him with a stabilizer, so they know there's some medical way of helping him. Good, explains that. Sulu comes
Lexerin.
in, flashes a card. I guess George is actually a small actor, because these guys are like... Even the normal guy is half a foot taller than him. And the guy must be like 7 foot, or 6'5" or something.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's a new badge. It's like a new Delta badge, that's cool. Like a curved Delta.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Ah. Okay.
Hold on. That's the Delta badge from Wishcock.
It does look AI made, yeah. And they beat up everyone there. A bit too easily, but that's okay. Not the same guy, stuntman. Although it is George flipping him. It is George flipping him, but it's clearly a stuntman. But that's okay.
Oh, there's lots of stuntmen in this.
Although I will say, this time around I thought, George is not strong enough to hold that guy. I'm sorry. George is a small man, that guy's a tall guy, and he is not fighting at all. So there's a bad security. But of course, letting him blow up the console, that's a character moment they didn't have to do. Lovely. Yeah, really great.
I love the whole scene in the elevator too. Like, Kobayashi Maru has set sail for the promised land. You're taking me to the promised land? What our friends are? I love that. It's the camaraderie and the look on Sulu's face. Like, yeah, I'm not really part of this, but I know I'm also like really a part of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we said before, like, he hangs out with McCoy. He doesn't hang out with Sulu.
And McCoy's face where he's like putting on his jacket, it's like, take me to the prom, and then he smiles at Sulu. It feels like a DeForest Kelly moment, not a Dr. McCoy moment.
Yeah. Well, it's a shitty little...
If you know what I'm saying.
It's a tiny little set. They've got a giant camera going on them, right? And it's a nice... And they have to act the scene well, and they do a great job, yeah. Cut to a glorious Excelsior shot with no matte lines. That's really nice.
Yeah,
that was a really... That's the only time it's used. That is a proper one-off.
And just to reference earlier, because Dan's still here, Dan Ben, those little things on the secondary hull in front of the banner, those are the torpedo tubes. The things in the neck are, in fact, cargo bay door things where you see actually ships going in and out of the Enterprise B when it is getting ready to launch.
Then you get the only bit of the set. Now, I assume this is engineering from the A. The set they had left, they just put some stuff. It kind of reminds me of the railing in front of the warp core. But this is all we get of Excelsior. This little silver walkway, basic, and yeah.
Yeah. And I've always hated Styles.
Yes, I know you have.
But at this point, I'm like, watching it this time, I'm like, this guy's just, he's excited because it's got the newest, most fancy ship and the newest, most fancy drive. And he's not being an asshole saying, I'm looking forward to breaking some of the Enterprise's speed records tomorrow. It's kind of an asshole thing to say to Scotty in particular. But at the same time, Scotty's also working on your ship. So you assume he's proud of this ship as well and the transwarp technology. So it's not really a douchey thing to say. But I like the interaction here.
Well, it's tricky because this is something I would say to you. Right, if we both got... If you had a really good PC, I got a new PC. I said, oh, I'm going to beat your CSGO frame times. You're like, haha. And nothing else on it, right?
Yeah, like they don't know each other well enough to be jabbing like this.
But you don't know that. That's the interesting thing. There's nothing set up.
Well, except for Scotty's reaction. Like, yeah, I'm new to your fucking crew, dickhead.
But that's also because he just stole stuff from his computer core. But you've got to assume he knows Excelsior. You've got to assume he's met this guy. You've got to know, like, that's the fact. I love Styles approaching it like he knows Scotty well. There's a proper shorthand that he's experiencing, and Scotty's not.
He's the new chief engineer. He's also fucking chief engineer from the Enterprise.
The legend, yeah.
Which you learned about when you're going through the academy.
Well,
so yeah,
big deal to get him, yeah.
Classic for real, $5. Look out, Kirk and Sulu. It's the Imperial ISB. Krennic might be around. Cheers.
I mean, he's a little bit like him. But at least we introduced him here and not the other scene. But also, it's fair. Like, Enterprise was the flagship, kind of. We're going to go faster. let's have a fun. But also, he's saying like, you're gonna beat your own records.
Yeah.
Like you're doing it with me.
You should be proud of this. Like,
Yeah.
You set the old records. You made a new technology.
Yeah.
Like, beat the new records.
He means it well in a dick way. It's because he's fucking got a riding crop. That's the problem.
The riding crop makes the arrogance.
That
and also the fact that his helmsman is the dickhead from RoboCop.
And the mustache.
Yeah,
you look
everybody with mustache is an asshole.
You look more of a dick if you have a mustache and a riding crop. This is just truth, universal truth.
I do have a riding crop, actually. It's my grandfather's. He used to train. He was a sergeant in the Canadian military. He trained soldiers before they went overseas in World War II.
Well, and you're an arsehole, so it does track.
Right?
So then they
Wow.
And now this is obviously her only scene, and she is like 11.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Don't get to that yet.
Oh, okay.
I gotta love the politeness of the new Excelsior. Level, please. Transporter room. Thank you.
That's true.
Up your shaft. Great moment. And before you get to the next scene,
Okay.
again, Sussy Guru 2005 euros.
Oh, thank you.
It's a little whip he carries that turns him into an a-hole. Yeah, it's not a whip.
Oh.
It's a swagger stick, as they're called.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the fact that he's filing his nails later, it's like it's like eating an apple. Just makes you an asshole instantly. But yes, the Uhura scene is fantastic. But why is she here, and where is she? I know she's on space dock, but Old City Station at 2200 hours. Old City Station. And I love that she's got a cadet, like a young guy with her, like kind of learning the ropes. But also, clean your fucking panels. Like, this is the worst duty station in town. I get it, but wipe your fucking consoles. It's got dirt and grime and fingerprints and shit all over it. It looks.
Oh my god!
It's always bothered me.
It's also not. It's also not
OCD. With OCD, it just pisses me off to see that.
It's also not on at the start of the scene.
Why anybody using this transporter room?
It doesn't matter. You got two people working. You got a commander and a fucking ensign, whatever. Turn the damn thing on.
You don't have anything to do? Clean. Something you learn in a job. Like, always find something to do. Fleet Paw, though, $5. I just hated him because he carried the swagger stick. Swagger stick carriers are generally assholes in my experience. Well, next time you come visit, I'll be sure to get mine out and wander around the house.
And swagger you with it.
That you won't look at because you don't care.
He cares a little bit.
Sure.
All right, let me go get another cider as I am out. Back in 1 moment.
Hit the like button, guys. We're at 46. I want to get to 50 likes. You know the routine. I'm going to end the poll as well. Is Star Trek 3 one of the best original crew movies? Yes, 63%. No, oh, sorry, it's okay at 21%. Absolutely one of the best at 6%. And no at 10%. So, majority of people really enjoy Star Trek 3, which I find lovely because I think this movie gets a little bit of a bad rap. It's underappreciated. There's so much, especially for a Star Trek fan and a fan of ships in particular and technology. This movie just kind of sings for me. And the shortness of the scenes, the camaraderie, the feeling of a crew vibe and friends vibe in this film just feels really good to me. Like I said, after the Enterprise gets destroyed, first of all, it's the saddest moment in Star Trek history because that is the most important character, whether you think so or not. Spock dying in Star Trek 2, nobody gives a shit. The Enterprise dying, that's a big deal. To me, anyway. It's my favorite character. Just like R2-D2 is my favorite character in Star Wars. But anyway, after that scene, once they get to the Genesis planet, it kind of falls apart a little bit as a movie for me. It's just a nice little wrap up to what we've seen leading up to this. So it kind of works. Just a little bit off for me. But Star Trek 3 is very near and dear to my heart. I think it's one of the ones I watched the most when I was youngest. So I absolutely love this movie. And yeah, that's just a personal thing that I gotta tell you. Is that techie wall from the simulator in the Wrath of Khan? Maybe, probably reuse. Yeah. What is the purpose of a swagger stick? to look like an asshole. It's a riding crop for when you're on your horse as an old general, or as a colonel, you would lead the battalion into battle. Had a riding crop, so you could like smack your horse's ass to make it go run faster as you were running. Cowboys used a whip, where they would and whip the horse to have it go faster. That's what a riding crop is. The term swagger stick is when horses were irrelevant. It still is a tradition that carried on. And you kept it under your arm. You could use it to emphasize things and point to things. Put it in people's chests as a sergeant. So it became quote unquote a swagger stick because you swagger around with it like you're the king shit of the particular barracks or whatever, because you were. Yeah, swagger stick. You were in charge. You were the sergeant. You were telling everybody what to do. You were the last. So I hope that answers your question about what the purpose of a swagger stick was. It was historically a symbol of office, like how a sword is a symbol of office today. Sure, yeah. You have it on VHS. So do I. I've got a few VHS copies of this movie, actually, still. So Fleet Paw's answer to what a swagger stick is correct, but mine's more accurate, I think. Barry F., I used a spear for all of that. Are you talking a spear from Helldivers 2? Because the spears are the goat. They're pretty cool. But yeah, the spear would make you seem like more like a Spartan than an asshole. So I can't remember if I had any Star Trek movies on VHS tape. I don't think so. Well, Dan, you've missed out because I've got a few copies of this on VHS. You need to have these on VHS. Come on, that's how I watched them when I was a kid.
We've got them on VHS. Of course we have.
Hell yeah, of course you do.
We've got Cajun Black and White.
Hell, yeah, so do I.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another reason of sets here. It's like it's regular one crossed. It's just the. Regular one. Yeah.
Yeah, regular one.
Yeah. It's just that transporter room used again.
And it's also the motion picture as well. They use some elements from the motion picture transporter room.
Yeah. They just. But I still don't like the piping. It's way not advanced enough.
And
But that's okay.
Fleet Paw is like, ew. Okay, I have never noticed the grime and handprints all over the console. That is gross. It skeezes me out a lot. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. I think they did it on purpose, actually, on this one, because he's making the point of, this is the ass end of space. Why would you want to be assigned here? You're fucking Uhura from the Enterprise. And she's like, I don't know. Peace and quiet appeals to me. I like it. I like just chilling back. I want some adventure in my life. Some excitement. Hell, it's Admiral Kirk. My God.
It's one of her favourite scenes in all of Star Trek, because she owns this.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not Nichelle, but we've never seen her like this before. So it's like fun, like breaking the mold so hard, it's staying so true. And this guy, again, great choice. He is a douche, but he's not a dick. You know, there's a distinction, right? He's not a bad guy. He's just
a bored cadet.
Also, ensign, but he doesn't try and stop her. That's the important thing, right?
Yeah. And Seti Hedron, I can relate to this comment, so I gotta read it. I remember after watching this movie, sending hundreds of dollars in the mail to FASA. Yep, money orders. Get money, go to your bank, get a money order, buy the little FASA miniatures, because it was based on this era. So you got the Grissom, you got all the ships, Excelsior. The page, the full page spread of all the FASA ships in the back of the official Star Trek fan club magazine that I was subscribed to. Yeah, I drooled over that, and I ordered a few, and you got to get money orders and send the money order. You have to wait weeks to get the fucking, yeah. I was there, man. I lived it.
And also Dan says, I never understood why Sulu shoots at the console was not a phaser. Oh, because a phaser would not be allowed to be walking through space dock.
Not a phaser. It's an electric.
No, he's saying why not use a phaser?
Because
you wouldn't be allowed to.
It's a high security brig. Yeah. You're not going to get in with that. This is like a.
It's a space pen knife. It's a space pen knife.
No, it's a sonic screwdriver.
Well,
and it just shorted out the whole console.
Yeah, it's a tool, not a weapon. He used it in this way that made it a weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah, this scene's wonderful. The acting is tremendous. I mean, I wonder what generated her to say a work of fiction. This is fiction, because that's obviously a trailer line.
Oh, this isn't fantasy. This isn't reality. This is fantasy. Yeah.
Like, where's that come from as a line? I don't know. Because he's going to report to her, and she's going to get in trouble. Although I'd love to have seen the scene after this. You know, can I come out now?
That's the thing about this movie, and I was going to mention it near the end. I want to see all the scenes that led up to the in between scenes, like David and Savick arriving on the Grissom and having their first briefing with Captain Esteban.
Yeah.
I want to see what happened after this. I want to see what happened when the crew beamed up to the bird of prey at the end with just malts on board. He had them at gunpoint. He had them at disruptor point, and then Kirk came in with the phaser. I want to know all of the what the fuck we didn't see bits, because they seem like they'd be super interesting.
Yeah. And luckily, most interesting stuff isn't the off-screen stuff. Because that could be a problem if that was the case. I
think a lot of it's in the book, but I've never read the novel for this.
And also not canon, sorry. Also, I wonder if you'd agree with this, that probably Uhura, as soon as she beamed them away, she beamed herself to a ship that she was planned to leave on.
Well, yeah, because she shows up in Vulcan at the end.
So, I mean, I don't think she'd let the guy out. I think she'd left him locked to then beam herself away, to then get on a ship, to then leave.
And then 3 hours later, their replacements come in and find him in the closet. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
So it's such a very boring story, but I like that, because I don't, you know. Yeah. And she'd have wiped the... God, I should have wiped the information, and then the guy's like, Admiral Kirk, and it was like, what? Admiral Kirk of the Enterprise?
There's no transporter logs for any beaming. What are you talking
they went to
about?
deck 77 at 6:30 a.m. They beamed out, dude. Like, that's, you know, it sounds ridiculous, right?
Classic for real, $5. $5 to rate the Lochnar. That's great. And $0 each for the TOS Klingon One Wing and Anton class. I'll have a sip of drink for that one.
Now, I will say, I was going to say this earlier, I guess it's more for classic than anyone else. If anyone wants me to convert any of these still frames into an AI image, $5, do let me know. Because some of these shots are fucking iconic, and I'd love to see them modified.
Like, have Uhura shoot him.
Oh.
Disintegrate him.
Yeah. I should have made a thing for that. But if anyone wants me to AI anything, do let me know, because I would love to see some of these AI personally. I'm just saying.
Next super chat, Sussy Guru 2000, €5. You'd have to hire Tony Gilroy to make a 12-episode series to see all those scenes. I would love to just have written explanations for what happened, because a lot of them seem more interesting than what. Yeah, a lot of them seem more interesting than what's going. Not necessarily what's going on, but it's just some interesting shit would have happened. Like the Grissom meeting the Enterprise to transfer personnel and equipment. Cool. I want to see that.
The goodbye of David and Kirk.
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a supposed love interest between Savick and David as well.
That's not in this movie. Like, this watch, I got 0 of that.
I know, but in Star Trek 2, it was sort of a thing with the way she was, like, looking at him in the Genesis cave. And I can see it transferring here a little bit, but yeah. Love to have that expanded upon. Which, when he dies, the way she tells Kirk that he died.
He's dead.
I mean, but the look on her face, like the acting's all on her face. It's very subtle. And she does a fantastic job with it, but it's really good. Like, she's hurting from it herself.
Although, of course...
Not just because he was a fellow colleague.
Although, of course, she did kind of flirt with Kirk in the last film, so... Go after both father and son.
Go after daddy and son, yeah.
And then Spock. Getting pregnant by Spock. Guys, that's all 2 weeks.
We're going to get to that. I don't know if we can show those scenes.
There's 2 weeks.
Some Vulcan pornography in this movie. I don't know if you know.
Hardcore.
YouTube might strike it down. It's pretty graphic.
Can I say what I don't want to strike down? Stuart, stop! Wait, okay, that won't help.
Oh, sorry.
I will commend them, though. They're one beam. They fucking line up to the bloody emitter. Remember last film? They off.
Yeah.
They did it!
Yep.
Good job. Oh, and also, little note. So the Enterprise powers on. The registry does not turn on when those lights turn on, which tells you they're not the registry light generation places.
Fuck you.
I thought that. They're bridge lights, not registry lights, even though they're clearly registry lights.
Don't say fucking bridge lights in quotations. Everybody's like, it's got a fucking wind. It doesn't. They powered up the bridge module, which there's a corridor around the bridge module.
Yeah.
It's whatever. It's just
now,
stop.
and also, how are they lighting this? I would love, at some point we're going to build this bridge, right? For fan films. We're going to build it. It's going to be difficult. We're going to build it. Are they actually saying that that dome is that light source? Because that's not very bright, a dome. Or there's low light lens.
For the Regit?
No, for the
For
interior.
what?
Because the bridge being off is it actually the dome or is it being lit by something
It
else?
is. It is. There's two lights. There's one light above each of the turbolifts, and there's the main light above. You can see by the shadows that it is in fact lighting everything.
Because that's not a light. That's a tech device. The lighting is up that around the rim, which I know.
They fire those on in a minute.
But it's so bright. It's so impressively well lit.
It looks good.
I bet there's some fake lighting above that though to get that effect because it's so.
Oh, there has to be. Yeah.
But it's a really, yeah.
And Fleet Paw throws in $5. This is my favorite Uhura scene. It's why I used it in the Shell Nichols tribute video I did for the channel. Yes.
Yeah, it's.
You laughing at Chekhov?
No, I'm doing a kind of AI prompt swaps, and I'll show them later if you guys are interested.
I want to see McCoy be successful with the Vulcan nerve pinch, and the guy slump over the table and him run away. Have McCoy run away. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, here we got the ship's all automated. A chimpanzee and two trainees could run her.
No offense.
And Kirk's like, look, McCoy and I have to do this, the rest of you don't. And they all agree. Although the look on Scotty's face, and I never noticed it till this watch through, he kind of pauses for a second, and McCoy addresses it. Kirk addresses it. He goes, "Mr. Scott, I'd be grateful, Admiral, if you give the word." Like Spock, oh my God, I got my name. Scotty hesitated for a second, and gave kind of a side-eye look, like, "Should I do this? Like my whole career, my family." Yeah, I'm down. It's really great, and it's super subtle, and I really noticed it in this watch through.
Yeah, I did notice that, I'll be honest, this time around. I was more appreciating it's so difficult to set up the ship's computer remote cobbled controlled. And they are trying so hard to put that in every scene, but always as a kid I never got these little moments of they're telling you, we're controlling the whole ship from this one console. It's jerry-rigged. It barely works. I can give you some stuff. And Scott is working his arse off. But we know that the dialogue's like, yeah, we've got it flying, but you're not meant to fly a ship with less than like 20 people, and we're 5 and one's a doctor. No offense. Like, this is not enough people to do the ship. But that's the whole film rests on the fact the ship can't do anything. It can fly to A to B, and it did 1 or 2 torpedoes.
And transport down. And it even says later, I didn't expect to take her into combat, So shields, they're kind of an afterthought.
Yeah, the whole film relies on that, but I wish they'd one scene explaining it. I know it sounds a bit dumb of me, but like I wish they'd one, like in the turbo lift, saying, "All right, Admiral, we've got the ship wired up for control. We can get you warp 6 maximum, but no, I don't know. Just I never got that until I was older, like fully. But it's there. It's just yeah. But yeah, great little group scene, and yeah, they're all throwing away their career. Although he'll take the blame, Admiral Kirk, and they'll all get a lower thing. So it's like, well, yeah. And they weren't busy either,
They get punishment. I don't know if they lose their career necessarily.
Yeah. Well,
the odds are out there they might.
Kirk would,
but
they wouldn't.
Yeah, well, exactly. And Kirk doesn't care at this point. Like his friend's more important. Yeah. His 2 friends.
At the very at the very least, he can ask for asylum on Vulcan and hang out. It's all good. But yeah, then they reverse. They refuse to talk to Space Dock. Styles, I wonder how he takes that took. Because if he's actually sanding his nails, he won't have many nails very long, right? Exactly. But it's true, though. Like, yellow alert in Space Dock, like, that's not a thing. What?
Yeah.
What?
Like, is there another ship? This isn't even tested yet. Seriously, guys.
Well, it's tested, but not in drive.
We're at Earth.
In Space Dock. We're super Earth, yeah.
Just have them lock the fucking doors. Use the tractor beams to hold Enterprise in place.
Why am I
Why
getting
are we being
involved?
sent on? I'm fucking tired, and I'm fuck you guys.
I had a long day talking to Scotty. He didn't listen for any of it.
He seems like kind of an asshole.
Big arsehole, yeah.
I want to be nice to him and like him, and it's just making it difficult, man. Yeah. I love the whole. That's what you get for missing staff meetings, Doctor.
Oh,
We're
that's
just
a
gonna
funny.
waltz through them.
That's a funny
Calm
line.
yourself, Doctor. Yeah.
Because you're an asylum. I love the janitor clearing up the bar.
Yeah.
Like
Vacuuming.
that's just funny.
Although I hate the Excelsior Bridge. I like the things beside the door with the different alerts.
I know you do.
It's kind of reminiscent of
The Foley bridge.
class bridge,
Yeah.
which none of you have really seen
No.
yet. But it's a step backwards technology wise because it's all TOS tech. At least it looks like it, which I appreciate a little bit because it's a callback to TOS. But at the same time, this is supposed to be more advanced than the Enterprise is now. It's obviously a very quickly cobbled together set. But they took a time, even the lights in the base of the seats, for Christ's sakes. Like, there's some interesting ideas here. And then you get the dickhead from RoboCop as the Helms officer, which it's too invoking you, I think, that we don't like these guys. But when you watch it with that context taken away, they're just doing their jobs. And Styles isn't that bad. Like, you could see Kirk in the same position. Like,
yeah, don't do that. I mean, then it's like, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, they're stealing the
you gotta
X
look at it through
flagship.
that filter.
Yeah. This is real. It's real not good. We have to stop them, etc.
And Dan, yes, he did do an AI generated photo recently with those kind of alert signs because it's the Foley bridge has those beside the turbo lift, but that's a whole other story. I love that they're so proud of the transwarp. Like, if Kirk goes to warp, he's going to be in for a hell of a surprise. And the transwarp system's ready. Hell of a machine. It's like they're ready to just. What are they going to do though? The Enterprise goes to warp. They go to transwarp. They stop between it and Genesis, and then what? Threaten it to fire on it while it's still at warp. Lock onto it with. It's one of those situations, right?
2 words. Prefix code.
Ooh, you think Scotty would have taken that into consideration, though?
I think his plan was to get away with his plan.
Sure. Classic Frio says, "Isn't this before RoboCop?" It might have been, but unfortunately, through the pulp culture filter that I have in my brain, this is the dickhead from RoboCop.
The dickhead continuum went backwards on you.
Yeah.
Stuart, are you looking at the live?
I am now, yes. Oh no!
You
Look at
requested.
the look on her face. That's maniacal.
You requested.
And she's TNG'd up. She's got the TNG badge.
She is high on crack, that woman.
And that phaser, I like the phaser design. It changed it.
She's got a ring now. Did she have a ring before?
Probably. No.
It was a bangle thing. That's very cool, isn't it? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this bridge, it feels like we ran out of money, and yet everything's new. It's crazy, but they just built basic consoles that have no detail of any kind, just fiberglass, molded them, and then made 9.
Yep.
I do like the fact to imply speed, they give them arm secure seatbelts. That's actually clever. I like that as a concept. But yeah, it feels super cheap. If this was on a worse camera, it'd be a fan film set, right? Best we can do.
Now.
Well, but it's just because it's actually kind of well lit, and the L cars are all well done, and the set and the costumes are nice. But
And it's got its size to it. If it was on a fan film set, it'd be in somebody's garage. And it would be square or rectangular.
It's a very odd set. But can you imagine reading the script saying, right, we need a transporter room, listing the sets. I'm like, well, this is okay. No, we've got 10 of these from other movies. Oh, we need 7 more. God damn it!
And the most advanced new
Yeah.
ship in Starfleet's arsenal.
We have $19. Yeah, it's a weird set, but it's fun, you know. And then Excelsior leaves. The tension of the doors, man, and the fact that
I always pictured like a warp core explosion because the doors didn't open, and all of Earth's space stock is just like blown into like half of it. Like, yeah, fuck.
But just the fact that Scotty is so he's hacking, right? He's trying to hack.
Well, you hear the beep,
and Kirk doesn't know what the shit he's doing. He's not up on the plan.
And the sound effects as you listen are great because he's like beep, and you get like the negative beep sound. Beep, beep. Sir, I'm working on it. Like he's fucking trying. He's getting that like decline sound, like Windows, like womp. It's great.
Yeah, for me, it's the fact that Kirk's not really knowing everything on the plan. And Scotty's so respectful to go away from the one thing he's doing to politely and gently say to him, I'm trying. It's like, those 5 seconds could have been it. But it's a great, their relationship.
Hi, sir, I'm working on it. Fucking get off my back.
I just wish Sulu and Chekhov had any lines here. Because they could have. You know? But yeah, beautiful. The way the ship goes out, the way the light hits, it's just absolutely beautiful. I mean, properly... wonderfully high end. As I say, as the ship comes out, the momentum changes. It's really, really nice. Just properly nice.
Mark Lawrence says, hey, Mark, how's it going? $5. I'd like to think that the bridge module is used for experimental ships.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, it's swapped for a proper module. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
They're plug and play modules, so yeah. And Fleet Paw, $2. I noticed TOS colored jelly bean buttons on it. Oh, yep. It's an older test bridge module. I like that idea.
Sure. It is odd they went that way, though. TOS colours. It is weird. But yeah, the Enterprise leaves. And this is one of the things where I this shot in particular, or this shot, it's about lighting models. When Excelsior comes out, it's horribly lit. Like, look at this shot in the live when it comes up. The moon looks bad. The planet looks... The haze is too much. And then the Excelsior looks just not good.
Yeah.
And it doesn't match lighting. It's not the worst, but that if that's a fan film, you say, oh, that's badly lit. It's because of real miniature, you don't think that, but it is badly lit. But the amount of stuff in this shot, Jesus Christ, right?
This is another scene I've watched ad nauseum for paint reference and stuff.
Oh, yes.
I love the Steel in the Enterprise scene. It's fucking great.
Well, it's never done again. And it'd be very hard to do again because there are more ships in range and tractor beams, but it's so elegant. And yeah, the confidence, because of course we can just chase him. We can beat his warp speed instantly.
I also love the subtlety of, beep, Kirk, you do this, you're never sitting in the captain's chair again. As Kirk's sitting down in the captain's chair. Warp speed. It's like, fuck yeah.
Yep, and there's no hesitation in Kirk. He's not happy, but there's
a slight hesitation. There's like a look on his face, like, ugh. But at the same time, it's not showing that.
Well, it's hesitation about I might get caught. Not like, did Scotty's plan work? Not am I ready to go? I think he's fully ready to go. Just
but Shatner's acting is so sublime and so good that it's just like warp speed. It's great.
In a ship that's meant to be powered by 200, it's got 4 of us basically. And they leave. Yep. The music amps up. Really good build. Everyone does their seatbelts, which is great. We'll power up. And then what a dickhead Scotty. He links everything in so that as the power raises to the highest to do transwarp, the power is the lowest to cause it to stall. What a dickhead. Good morning, Captain. Didn't have to go personal.
Excelsior, powered by Ford.
Ugh.
I wish they had the Millennium Falcon sound in there.
Yeah. No, it's pretty great. It's obviously a satisfying scene, although again, not a good bridge. And it's like, right, okay then. That was my I'm fine. Not really, but.
And Dan Ben makes a good point. TNG 11001001 Enterprise D was stolen from Space Dock. True. Very similar in vibe to this scene. And it's the same helm console that the lady's at. That Sulu was at earlier in the because it's got the same kind of lever. Anyway, but yeah, you're gonna reuse those pieces, right? So I also not want to know what time of day this is. Like, I'm assuming this all happens early morning, like 4 a.m. kind of vibe, because the docking control thing is empty. It says "Good morning, Captain." Yeah.
Yes. And then we leave, and everyone's happy, and we get, wow, satisfying. I pulled the isolated chips from the processor. Your souvenir. Both surgeons. Perfect. Super in character. And it's not broken, it's just can't work. We're all good.
Yeah. And Kirk's whole, I intend to recommend you all for promotion in whatever fleet we end up serving.
Good line.
That's great. We're going to be part of the Orion Syndicate after this, guys.
Wait,
so...
the Orions or Orions? Orions.
Orions.
Which one?
Yeah. The Orions.
Which has better healthcare?
The Orions.
But hey, they got a ship. Does it work? Yeah. They got a ship. Good job. Back to Genesis. And this is when we start to get very close-up shots that make it feel claustrophobic, even though it's a nice set. I get it, but it feels really small.
Yeah. They find a naked little Spock in the snow, which I think David might take his fucking coat off for the kid, but no, they give him the burial robes because this used to be on a dead person. I know it was you, but still gross.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get to see the new tricorders, sort of. And like she's like, "Do you speak?" Of course he doesn't. I am Savick. Do you speak? Yeah, no. And this is the whole Esteban thing. Like, we found a Vulcan child, perhaps 8 to 10 Earth years of age. It's Dr. Marcus's opinion that this is the Genesis effect is somewhere regenerated Captain Spock. And
What?
the reaction of everybody on the bridge, including Asian lady who seconds ago was on the Excelsior.
Yep.
She might be from Section 31, actually, or a temporal agent.
I just twins. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Esteban's reaction. That's extraordinary. What would you like to do next?
I don't fucking know. I'm not a man of reincarnation.
Because you know what's going on in his brain. This is just adding to the fucking paperwork I have to do for this mission.
Well, I'd say, yep. A simple mission. Back by Tuesday. Fucking planet's destroying itself. Got to do the thing, whatever. I also noticed that this bridge, I know it's meant to be some more civilian, but they've got a science guy in the background and they had a secondary officer rank guy in the front. Not many like high-end staff in this ship. It's interesting.
Science vessel.
Yeah.
And Mia My Geek Gaming says, "Why the Federation sent an Oberth alone? I will send an Oberth and 2 Miranda class ships as escort." We kind of addressed that earlier. That might draw some attention to that there's something more serious going on. And considering this is like highly sensitive, a single science ship detected by an enemy might be okay. They're going to check out a new planet that formed. Big deal. Whereas it's got 2 escorts, it's like this might be more serious. Maybe we should go see what's going on. So we kind of addressed that earlier.
Yes.
Did Spock's body turn into a baby, or did the new baby body grow from his cells? I don't know.
Yes.
Exactly.
That is my answer.
And this whole thing of beam us up. Well, I'm going to check with Starfleet. I'm sure the Starfleet would approve, sir. We're freezing our fucking tits off down here. We got a naked Vulcan child in the sub-zero environment. Can you please just beam us the fuck up to where it's warm? Imagine if they had, and then they beam him up, and
30 seconds later,
the Grissom gets destroyed and Spock's dead. It's like, oh fuck.
Yes, very different film.
And Sylvia is here. She says, "Need a drink?" No, actually, I think I'm good. Thank you. Love you.
Love you too. To Sylvia.
Sam loves you too.
I know, I said. And then we get wonderful decloaking. Oh my god! He overacts this scene. The planet is a bit shitty, and then it blows up. And the explosion happens behind the ship, which is kind of fun. Like it's in the back of the secondary hull. And then it explodes the front of the ship.
That's why It's just proof that it hit the warp core.
Indeed. And
But-
I love that. Like, who wrote this? The fact that it was a bad plan and he murders the guy. Like, what a fun character beat, you know?
Yeah, target the engine only. I want prisoners. It's hot the box, shot in the yeah. Lucky shot, sir.
I kind of think it was.
And look at the death from a disruptor. Like that looks painful, man. Lights coming out your eyes and shit.
And look at the desk. That is a cheap fucking set right there. That is a wooden desk with a bit of plexiglass on it and some screens. That is awful.
It's not even painted well. You can see the brown like dip down into the on the edge there. Yeah.
Wow, that's bad. Anyway, that's why they keep showing the ceiling. 'Cause
Yeah.
I like he almost murders his like friend. That gives him.
Say your own thing, Torg.
It's like, haha, it's all good.
Because prisoners you want, there are survivors of them. Very good. It's like, damn. Pick a gear and stay in it there, Krug.
Or don't and be Krug.
I love that he's unstable, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, more.
I want to know where the Mutar Nebula is in relation to everything else.
I know. It feels like I got there in one day, but you can't get there in one day. I was in the neighborhood, so close. Because the Enterprise is not going fast, right? It's going.
Maybe warp 6.
Like no one repaired it between then and then. So
Well, that's the earlier thing. Like you fix the barn door after the horse had come home. Like you got us up and running for high warp speed when we arrive at space dock. Thanks. So it's kind of established. It was already kind of fixed, at least patched.
patched, yeah.
So then we get scanned for vessels in pursuit, and you hear Leonard Nimoy saying, "Scanning indications negative at this time." Did I get it right?
Now, in this time, I thought, does he mean the voice or the sciencing?
The sciencing, 100%. There's no question.
Okay, so he did the
He
voice.
didn't mean to do the. He didn't mean to do the voice.
Okay.
That was just kind of Spock's part of his brain taking over
Yeah.
to do the sciencing.
And then back to the planet. Great. Oh, yeah. Well, Krug's there. That's the important thing. And then.
Like you, have a cupcake.
Thank you, baby.
Oh, very nice.
Cupcake.
Then we get truth time on the planet, where baby Spock is not doing anything while still doing something. He's like, I don't know, do the scene. As we learn, he kirked it. Protomatter.
This guy goes to conventions to this day, by the way.
Yep. Oh yes, the young Spocks make money because they're in this scene, basically. But yep, he's appropriately sad he cheated, but got it working, and this is great life's work, right? Although his mum's still alive, but you know, life's work is not working. Got Spock back though.
Sessigura 2005 euros. Maybe the Grissom was so weak that it was impossible to shoot at without. No, it just didn't have a chance to raise its shields.
Mhm.
And the guy that was targeting the engine missed
Yeah.
and hit something more vital. So that's all it was. It was just a bunch of clusterfucks.
He missed when in any other situation, that'd be a good miss because you want him to destroy a ship.
Then we get the evolved microbes, big worm things. Kills it with his bare hands. I love his reaction. Bridge, nothing happening here. It's like, okay, cool.
I just killed a worm. It's fine. But I mean, what an iconic scene! Like, fucking just hates. I fucking just don't care. And a great creature design. Yeah. Just good stuff. And then I never quite got this. Like, this is not how the sun works. The sun goes down, and in 1 second, everything's a shadow, and then a moonlight appears.
Mm-hmm. Bugs me too.
Doesn't make sense, nor does it being night affect the story in any meaningful way.
Yep. I think they're trying to show the progression of the planet, but it really failed.
It just,
Also, it doesn't make sense that there's a star that the proper distance from this planet that was formerly a nebula. It's like to create the fucking star too when the Genesis space went off.
Yep.
That bugged me. I mentioned that in Star Trek 2 review.
Yep. And like the blue light is a moonlight. There's no moon. Because the moon, the light we have at night is reflected from the moon.
Sam, shh, shh, shh.
What? Oh.
It's reflecting off the debris of the Grissom. It's fine.
Oh, that's so harsh. Mr. Nimoy, why is there moonlight? It was off the death of the Grissom. Oh shit. Okay. Fucking harsh director, man. Because it's weird. Because it's just tonally just a shift, but it 1000%, especially the crew shot, feels like studio lighting. From right, let's dim the sunlight. Yeah. Okay, now get the blue lights up. Yeah, higher. Okay, now we're at night mode. Like it feels like a studio space, right?
Yep. Yeah. That's always distracted me and bothered me too. Because you see the sunlight do the zoom below the horizon. It's like, really?
Like it doesn't even like if something came out at night, like Spock could think at night because the planet's sleeping. You know, something more real. But there's no reason for it.
The Klingons come out at night, mostly.
They just wanted a different setup. I get it, but I don't think it adds anything particularly to these scenes.
And then they have a conversation about how long does this planet have? Days, maybe hours. Like, thanks. That's really helpful.
Yeah, that pissed me off this time. Days, maybe hours, is a fucking useless science bullshit.
Could be a month. I fucking don't know.
Oh, so how long is our flight to LA? Oh, it hours or minutes? What? What do you mean?
Could be hours or multiple hours.
What?
I don't know.
What?
But we get the whole, it'll be hardest on Spock, Pon farr, Vulcan blood, blah, 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 every 7th year. So you're telling me he only aged...
Yep. Oh,
so,
no.
This is probably, let's say, 14, 15, because his first, entry in adolescence, fine. And then he goes to old Spock by the end and hasn't got Pon farr all those 7... Unless they were fucking the whole time.
Well, it's been one night, right? So that he just skipped them, right? Because you're right, we went through 4 Pon farrs in the meantime. What does Spock do in the Pon farrs in between? Or does he have Pon farr menopause by the time Star Trek 6 comes around?
That's a very good question, and I don't know the answer.
That would have been some pretty dark shit.
And is this it? Is this their sexual organs?
Yes.
That's why they don't like touching people and shaking hands. They do this instead because that's fucking for them. I don't know. Is that just foreplay? I don't understand.
Look, the answer is yes to any question. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But it would be okay, you're not gonna like this, but imagine if there was a layer of 6 where he Pon farred with Valeris 2 years ago, because that's just how his cycle worked, and that bonded them in a way he wasn't intending, and that's part of why she's who she is. How would that be?
I don't know. I think it might work a little. It might work. I don't know.
He's 60 years older than her, but also
It doesn't matter when you live to be that old.
Yeah. I mean, she's not an ensign. She was a lieutenant, wasn't she? She was already in her 60s, 50s, 40s.
Never ask a woman her age. I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, they do some Vulcan stuff. It's very intense, and Sarah does a great job acting it. I commend her thoroughly. I know that in a recent interview with Otoy, she said that Nimoy was incredibly involved in directing her Vulcan scenes because she really didn't know much about Trek or the layers, and so normally that would be not insulting, but don't tell me how to act. But she was like, I'm happy to take any direction. So he was very try it again, but this, try it with that, more intense.
Yeah. What's better than being directed by the OG Vulcan?
Yeah, after he's already died once.
I love the worry. What's Grissom up to? Is she gonna fire on us, or is she gonna help us? That whole scene.
Well, the next one with the Klingons.
No.
Fire on us?
Yeah. Because there's a fire on us scene, then there's the Pon farr scene. We totally, skipped ahead a little bit. It's fine. We can't show the Pon farr scenes, unfortunately. Sorry.
Oh, right. Yes, right. Yeah. Because Grissom's not responding, etc.
Yeah. Starfleet sent them a warning about us.
Yeah.
It's well, send Captain us one of my compliments.
Oh, he's dead.
I like your ship. It's very, very cool.
It's not at all blow-upable, I promise. Yep. So then we
Too bad
get
you haven't got the new shield upgrade yet. Don't worry, you'll get it.
Tuesday.
You'll get it soon.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So they get to the Genesis planet, and Bird of Prey is there. Really nice space shot, actually. That's a great one. Then they cloak. But Chekhov did see them before they cloaked, which raises their heckles. And it puts
I like that it's like, for an instant, a scout class vessel. Could be Grissom. I like that.
Although, what the hell are the scanners saying then? Or there's a blip and it says scout class?
Well, they're at a distance, and yeah, there's something orbiting the planet. It's like scout class size. Now it's gone.
But when you get an
Maybe they're on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, but Starfleet ships you can detect from a long way away just because they have IFFs, etc.
You'd think. But again, gravitational fields are in flux.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
Stop
it.
looking too deep into it, man.
No, this is our professional
You're shattering
review.
You're shattering the illusion.
Professional review. Look, as long as Chekhov is in the salmon, I'm going to judge his actions. Okay.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
And then you get a rather distinct tonal shift as they are post-coital. And they get brutally attacked by the Klingons and forced into a kill box, pretty much. It's like, oh shit, this is a... And now you get the same set for the rest of the film.
Yep.
And it doesn't look bad. It's just the same set the whole time that doesn't get any better.
You can tell it's on a soundstage, though.
This one you can. But guys, we are 3 hours in. Definitely some more alcohols if you would like to help us. Because the end, you know, those closing thoughts get real rowdy when supported by...
Feeling mine, and I got like 2 left here of these, and I got a whole bottle of stuff left. So. And I got to pee.
Ah, yes. Well, let me show you a couple of AI things while you guys supposed to be on 5s.
I'm going to go pee real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, all good. So yeah, super chat for some more things and bobs. Let's see. Can you do this? Put him in a cool Jedi, but match the angle face perfectly. Oh, is that gonna work? Oh, well. But yeah, super chat now if you can for this supporteth the channel, as you guys know. 3 hours in, guys. That's a lot of our Saturday. And there's still, I've got loads more drinks here. I'm waiting for the more shots. I'm waiting. And yeah, if there's any AI suggestions you have, this is obviously what I did earlier on. This is the, it's Torpedo Chamber Room. I said make everyone in TOS uniform. And how cool is that? It's pretty cool. Right. Let's have a look what people are saying. Dan Ben, yes, season 2 TNG, we saw a disintegration. Absolutely. Barry F, the disruptor was quick and very on T. Yes, it was. Dan says in TNG season 1, concentrated prisoners. Yes, they do not, except they do. Here's the famous quote. Yeah, I'm going to start a new poll. We did not reach our goal, which is sad. So let me do 5 super chats of 5. A bonus drink. And let me start a new poll for... Ooh, what?
I'm back. Did you miss me?
Yes. Yes.
No, you're supposed to say with every disruptor blast so far.
Sorry, with every Varion T disruptor blast.
Oh,
Wi-Fi.
that's even, what the fuck, mate? What did I do to you?
That's a long answer right there. That is a...
A disruptor is
I
sufficient.
can't get into that. Oof.
Wow.
But yeah, look at the AI picture and see what you think.
Very TOS-y. I like it. It actually works really well. It's good. It's good. I approve. Yes. 51 likes. Guys, can we get a few more? If you haven't hit like yet, please do so. Chime in with your thoughts on the movie. Get us a few drinks here. Still got 2 shots, at least 2 full shots left. And then all this. Sorry, I should. Oh, shit. There we go.
And here's another one I made. Didn't work quite as well. I mean, I love how you have to question.
I love the poll. I got to read it.
Okay.
Was the Grissom destroyed because it had no shields, or because Obers are weak ass bitches? Love it.
You're welcome. What do you think of the new picture I did?
It's very good, actually.
I tried to make it TNG. It did not do that. But I mean, Voyager it's pretty cool. Like, it had AI peanuts. Isn't that crazy?
Even the background. Well, the background people have TNG. Huh. Sussy Guru in 2000 throws in €5. It made Scotty look like the Apple engineer.
Yes.
Barry F. How do you get from the Oberth primary to secondary hull?
Easily.
We talked about this. Yeah, look at our video on it. Mark Lawrence, $5.
Ooh.
Even though that set is small, it looked great as it was breaking up. Can almost feel the heat from the crevices that open up. Yeah, like the destruction scenes are very well done.
Yeah, they committed to the bit, but they pretended to also design the set in a way that allowed for that. I think it limited it. Now, can you guess what I did here? No big points if you could.
No big point. Well, what's the point then? What's the incentive I got?
Funsies.
Oh, well, I'm waiting for it to change on my end. Oh, Chekhov is with Jedi robes. Like,
Yeah.
come on. It looks better than what he's fucking wearing in the movie.
Yeah, it's not Chekhov anymore, but what a great set of robes. And even with the
It's a
Elcars.
stunt double.
It is. He just thought to shoot him, yeah. That's what I mean about asking to do recreations, because it like captures the vibe so well and yet is entirely wrong.
Classic for real, $5.
Ooh.
Oberth class. Lore Reloaded's war canoe. I mean, it looks like a canoe, so that's fair.
I love the Oberth. But yes, then we get now the start of the end of the film, but it's quite a long end of the film, if that makes sense. Krug is now there. He's got his 2 guys who are tall, intimidating guys. He has Genesis. He assumes they're the scientists or some sort. So one is, although David never lets up he knows stuff, which is interesting. They never play it like, I do know stuff. So it's just really, I mean, if I was the David actor, I'd think, I'm the Genesis guy. I was in 2 movies. This woman's new. I get 5 lines, so it gets 12 in the scene. Like, it's fine. I just wish a bit more. You know, he's not fully in this film. Where he could be.
I love the simpleness of Krug's answer or question or statement. Give me the secret of the Genesis torpedo. It's like, oh, well, you got a pad of paper because it won't be much to explain. Like, seriously.
It failed. There you go. Answered.
Well, he just says that later. Yeah.
Gosh, what does he say? Well, okay, wait, tell me. I hope you like pain. Like, oh.
I just noticed something.
Ooh.
I'm on the scene where they're back on the Enterprise, and Grissom, this is Enterprise calling. Do you read? Kirk's button on his shirt changed. It used to be like a domed button. Now it's a flat button. Small thing. Just wanted to point it out.
Oh my god. Wow.
Classic for real, $5. Have ChatGPT go back to when Sulu flips the security guy and replace the 2 not Imperial security officers with Krennic and Tarkin.
Okie dokie.
Oberths are probably feared because most of the time they're harmless, but sometimes they're like the Pegasus and have prototype military tech. Yes. Barry F. Good point. Genesis didn't fail if you're going to use it as a weapon. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and I guess that's also what he's seeing. I love his line later. This world is dying around us! Yes! Invigorating, isn't it? Totally different experiences, right? Different life vibes. I will say this scene from now on, and the live will show in a second, I was genuinely distracted by that Savic's ears were not the skin colour of her face. From this part of the movie onwards.
I've never noticed that. I'll have to take a look.
Because this right now, you can easily see the seam line, and it's actually less noticeable in 4K, but because it contrasts higher, but it's not as good as it should be. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of side views of her face, and that's an important part of her face. Yeah. Now, question 2, Stuart. How does Krug be on board a cloaked bird of prey?
Very good question.
So he does.
They decloaked the rear end.
Oh.
Where the transporter room is.
Like, I'm not against the idea that they went around the planet and beamed so we're out of sensor range, but also...
But at the same time, when he gets back on the bridge, Malt says, well, crew asks for status, and he goes, we are cloaked. It's like, okay, so yeah, you went around the back of the planet, beam me up, and then cloaked again? Cool. Sure.
Yeah, they forgot you can't be more cloaked.
It'll smear you into nothingness. Go watch our video on cloaking devices.
Yeah. That's definitely a little plot hole the way they play it.
It is, yeah.
And is it a plot hole that they can literally see the bird of prey fizzing? Because what an odd thing to choose to do. You know?
Well, I never noticed it on the VHSs I watched until like the very last minute. Here it's very accentuated.
Yes. Again, the 4K, it's obvious from the first thing. Way more closer because it's... Which I appreciate because, you know, it's distorting space. But sadly, this is the only Sulu Kirk scene, like, together.
Yeah.
But I like their camaraderie. It's like... And this whole movie revolves around them being so attuned to possibilities that they fire first. Right? If they didn't fire first, they'd be screwed. Well, it doesn't matter that much, right?
I love the whole tension though, like no shields. My guess is right. They'll have to decloak before they can fire. I like that.
Now,
because...
but see, are they saying no shields them or us? Because I don't think they have shield up either.
Them, because he said go to red alerts of phasers.
Yeah.
And McCoy says no shields.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
no,
Good. That's what I was
not
thinking.
yet, because that'll give them a huge heads up that we know they're there. But every other time in Star Trek, this is another thing that bothered me. You can tell when people go to red alert because all the energy goes towards weapons.
Yep.
You can read that. The Klingons missed it, so the shields up is kind of irrelevant. But at least it is addressed because McCoy's like, shields? No, it's not yet. My guess is right. Like I like that. So it also annoys the shit out of him. That's annoying the technical aspect of that. Guardian Sage throws in $5. It's amazing what's visible in high definition. Yeah, I think they might have enhanced it a little bit as well.
Also, this version you watched is they sharpened it, so just more detailed. The 4K, it's less sharpened, but there's actually more detail because there's physically more detail. It's interesting how they feel quite different.
Yeah. So there are a few issues with this particular scene, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And I love how as soon as it starts decloaking, Sulu instantly recognizes the ship. Klingon bird of prey, sir. She's arming torpedoes. Love that. Because that's what he's trained to do.
That said, let me not target them for a few seconds while I talk to you, Captain. Ah, we're under fire. Well, you don't have to look at him to say it, do you?
Well, I assume he would have, as soon as it started decloaking, target it, then said it.
It's just, I don't know. It's a great shot, but it's like, don't take your face off the view screen, mate. But this is a really fun scene because Krug is so goddamn brave here. Heavy cruiser, 300 crew, scout ship, 12 people, Federation space, one shot, cloaking device, no shields. What is his plan? Not sure, but he has a plan. Although I kind of wish he attacked not from the front. bad strategy, mate. Bad strategy. But
It's a stupid idea, yeah.
but I mean, hey, I mean,
But
really,
he's also ballsy and kind of crazy.
yeah. I buy it. It's just like, I mean, just shoot from the side. But yeah, decloaks was going to do something, I guess. But they fire a torpedo. It hits, but doesn't hurt the ship because he can't hurt the miniature.
Yeah, well, the same thing happens to the Enterprise when they get the torpedo fired at them. It just has that.
Well, yeah, although it implies there's burn damage, it's just below the ribbon you can see. But I love the lighting they did in this episode or the movie, the way it kind of all. And the dog dies in the scene somehow. I guess it's implied maybe another crew member dies because of all sparks. Just generically, like, more damage. Maybe.
But the bird of prey looks so good here when it's turning and it's got the, like, electricity on it. I just love the way it looks.
Mm-hmm. And the way he cuddles his dog is so real. And we all now suddenly root for him. He's now the hero of the piece. He's got to kill that motherfucker. He's got to kill Kirk, right? Done.
Now it's personal. Now it's personal, man.
Now it's personal. Although, interestingly, in this next shot of the bird of prey, the cloaking ring has got some red in, which we saw earlier didn't. And then full power to thrusters, because that's all they have. And once again, if the shields worked, they'd be fine. But they both don't have shields up, therefore one torpedo, well placed, is all you need. It's, right? It doesn't take much.
Burns out the automation system, so they can't fire phasers. They got no control over anything. So they are sitting duck, literally.
Except transporters, luckily.
And then on the Klingon ship, ready to fire emergency tube. So they have an emergency photon torpedo tube, I guess, or plasma torpedo tube, whatever it is. Just an interesting line of dialogue I noticed. Ready to fire emergency tube. And he's like, wait. I love this. It's like, I just attacked this fucking Goliath. Why haven't they finished this? They outgunned me 10-1. It's like he expected to get his ass handed to him after he decloaked, I think.
Yeah, I was very impressed actually by the acting here. Everything
especially the enemy commander wishes a truce to confer, and Krug's reaction. This line's always impressed me. Put him on screen.
Yeah.
Just the arrogance, like, put him on screen. Let's go.
Or the full confusion, like, oh. I okay.
It's the Federation. You know they're not gonna, like, just destroy you. They're all about talking.
Yeah. It's just also the timing. They could easily have fired more to disable the ship. The scene makes no sense from an in-universe battle perspective, which is the point, right? And both captains, one's blagging, one's not. But yeah, if you check the live, Stuart, this is Classic Freel's suggestion.
Nice.
Kind of worked.
That's more like McCoy than Sulu, though.
This one I think you'll like. I think it's rather successful, and I'm rather pleased with this one.
While I wait for it, Dan says TOS, the shields automatically go up a lot with sensor contact. Yeah, if you have them set for that, and if the ship's not automated with, like, and hobbled or cobbled to crippled, essentially. My God, I can't even speak today.
Yeah, the ship is set up that they...
Doc Brown, I love it.
Yeah. That's great. That went really well. Yeah, the ship is set up that they turned on just what they needed to work to fly. Everything else was like force not on, because it would just take too much power, too much control. So it's fine. Their shields are chosen not on. They chose weapons over shields because as long as they get the first hit, they're fine. It's just they want to fire again. It didn't work.
Yeah.
But yeah, cheeky little Doc Brown there. But yeah, wonderful crew here as he goes from being I've lost to, I mean, there's some bullshit at play.
I love the thing he does with his tongue too. It's like,
mm-hmm.
It's like it's such a good acting job.
Yeah, he goes and he says, you surrender. I was like, well, actually, you surrender. And then there's a pause, and because Kurt doesn't like shout him down, you're like, oh, because in 9 times out of 10 you'd have a retort, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. Why no retort? And then Kruger's all power again.
Yeah, I have 3 prisoners. If you do not surrender immediately, I'll execute them one at a time as enemies of galactic peace.
Which I kind of believe that he thinks that. Because, you know, you could argue Genesis, the weapon and the device, is super illegal. Right? Remaking matter. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so he's not, you know, he means it, even if he's a bit of a dick. But back to the planet. I love the Klingon communicator. I really want one. It's a great little prop. Like, not a fake, like the right size. It feels like such a good prop. And, yeah, we hear Savick, and it's awesome, because like, oh my god. The ally that I knew 2 weeks ago flooded me in the turbolift 2.5 weeks ago. In their robe, remember?
I love the look on David's face, though. It's like the Enterprise. It's like, yeah, my daddy's here. We're safe.
Yeah.
Kind of got that little, slight little Kirk smirk on his face.
Yeah, but again, 2 weeks ago. Or a week, or 5 days. It's been so infrequent. Yeah. Yeah, and then he says, oh, to prove I'm serious, I'll kill one of them. And Krug has no give a shit.
The shock Fae. I don't care which one.
Yeah, just does. Okay. Now, I'm wondering why this Klingon thinks it's honourable to stab them in the back?
It's part of Klingon execution and rights, probably.
Very dishonourable, though. You'd want to see the attacker front on if you're a Klingon, surely?
I think so, but they're not Klingons, so they don't get the respect that Klingon would get.
That's what I mean, though. It's weird. It's a great bit of pacing, and even though it's sort of hard to see, he's gonna stab Savick.
Yeah,
it's kind of.
That's how Spock's like nonplussed. He's just like, I don't know fucking what's going on.
I'm not even here, guys.
Everybody else looks worried.
Yeah.
And before this, though, right before this, David admits that it was a failure, and he's sorry for fucking up, and Kirk's like, sorry for not getting here sooner. Like, they have that moment. That magic moment.
And that's their last moment. I really wish I had more scenes.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. You see the Klingon blade do its Klingon thing.
First time in Trek history, and it's glorious. And then, in this watch especially, I was left wondering, because David makes a brave choice, very Kirk choice, to go at the guy. And because this David is a scientist, he has 0 skills, and he gets beaten in 2 moves and like a little bitch.
Yep. But no, that's great, though.
But yeah, it's brutal, and it's nothing, and it's sad, and the way he dies is enough to see it. But it's also all about Kirk's performances. But it's really, like, within 60 seconds, he's dead. One of the secondary characters in the last 2 films, and it's obviously Kirk's acting that is what we respond to, but it's like, wow, that's that easy, that quick, right? It's like shit. And I wonder who in the audience thought he was actually going to get killed, because that's not often happens in film, right? To kill a main character. And bam, he's dead, and the acting of Savick, Kirk is dead, is just insane.
David is dead. Yeah.
It's so Vulcan, but you know all the emotions are there. It's beautifully played.
And I love Kirk's stumble, and he misses the chair. Apparently, we're supposed to hit the chair, but this works so much better, as it would, because in a second he gets up and he actually sits back in the chair, which I think works really well.
Yeah, so. That's the old wives' tale. It was but like, if that's true, then the first take would be the best take they use, and they have to react to it, which I hope they do.
Also, I don't know if it's true, and the reason I thought this was from my knowledge of cinematography. The camera was expected to pan down so far to the chair, but it followed him all the way down. Because aren't those kind of scenes locked in? Like, that's where the camera's going to stop?
No, they're moving the camera I would, if you're a good cinematographer, you'd move the actor instinctively.
Okay.
They could be a first take, because I mean, always get the footage, right? Always get it. But yeah, if that was the first take, it's one of his best performances, because it's partially real, partially not. It's underdone. It's fully done. It's just, I mean, it's insane, right? And it sets up Star Trek 6, right?
Phenomenal scene. Like, William Shatner did great. He really did.
It's so human. Spock would have been proud. But it is odd in that, as a like, if you or I were told all of a sudden tomorrow we had a kid who's 16 each, we met them for 2 days, and then a week later they got killed. Like, you didn't know them enough to know them, but it's still a huge loss. So how the hell do you act that? Because you can't act as if you grew up with them, you knew them, you nurtured them. But it's also your son. Like, you know what I mean? It's a really dark, weird scene.
Absolutely.
But also you can see why he'd moved past to the sort of revenge factor. Not revenge, but like, I didn't know him enough to have that deep pain, but it's that visceral pain. And now I'm going to do something about it. It's really just nailed it, right?
And then Krug's brilliant fucking plan.
Yeah.
Get a heavily armed team and go over there. The fuck? There's 12 of us.
We are
Not even 12
Klingon.
people. Yeah, we are Klingon. Once we take the ship, we'll transfer our flag there and take Genesis from their own memory banks. Love it. But it's like, that's ballsy. You're expecting a crew of 400 personnel on that ship.
Who know you're coming. Who don't want you to take over the ship.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, in fairness, they might beam in, just start disrupting everybody.
Well, yeah, they come in with their disruptors aimed at the transporter console thing.
But still. Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, he's kind of a bit crazy. And this scene highlights it for sure. And then Kirk rallies. I love him going to the railing. The railing's never used. It rests on it. I don't think, my gut, that McCoy said anything to him. He just got close and looked at him, and he felt the contact, touched him, and then he moved on. I don't think it was like I don't think McCoy had to say, "I'm sorry, Jim." Like, I think it was just,
100%. Yeah.
And he turns, and his resolve kicks in. He switches like that, and you see it, you feel it, moving forward. Not in I don't care, but like moving forward.
He goes into captain mode. Mr. Sulu, what is the crew complement of Bird of Prey?
Well, he goes into captain mode against a back wall. Like, he's up against a corner. He's going into that sort of fight or flight captain.
Yep.
Yeah. It's wonderful.
I love the whole, I swear to you, we're not finished yet.
Yeah, because what are they thinking, right? Like, we literally can't control the ship.
We can't do anything. We're fine.
I'm a pilot. Fuck do I do now, right? Like, it's very effective. And then you get a wonderful Klingon set, as in all the Klingons love it. And I love the fact that crew gives him 2 minutes for his gallant
for
crew.
You and your gallant crew. Yeah.
Like, that's a reverse of what Khan did. Gave him, I give you 1 minute.
Seconds.
Whatever, yeah. But that's nice because he thinks he's won.
No, yeah, Khan gave him 1 minute. Yeah, you're right.
It's just a lovely little moment that means nothing, but this adds something really special. Because he's picturing a full crew, and there's yeah, I don't know. I really like that as a little moment. Now, do you wish he went with them? As in, would that have made sense here? Because I kind of think he might have.
I don't think so. He knows that he's sending his entire crew over to her on the planet. He's got 1 or 2 with him. Yeah.
Well, 1 with him.
He seems like the kind of. He wants to still. I don't know.
I don't think it makes sense
for him to
like
go.
He led that mission.
Well, yeah, but as soon as the ship would be taken, he'd go over, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm just. It's interesting that he sends the team. And then we get straight to the scene, which I'm surprised how little Walter acts in the scene. And not in a mean way, just I wonder, he's so low key. Like, he's kind of in just passive shock. Because I was waiting for Doohan in the scene, especially, because in theory, Doohan loves the Enterprise the most. In theory. This is his ship. He did the refit. He worked with her as TOS. He knows the ship inside out. Kirk loves her as a lady. He loves her as a ship, right? And I was waiting for James Doohan to, like, confirm with something visceral, like, are you sure? But they're all pretty committed. And you kind of feel
they know that this is the only solution. Yeah. And they trust Kirk explicitly. Like, that's part of the thing, right?
Like Chekhov does pause when he has to do his thing, but that's more like, this is not my role. I'm not a science officer. I'm not really this high rank to do this. Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting little scene. I would love to see the acting of this, or the filming of this, because it's such an intense thing to do. And there's just, but you don't want, I'm sorry to call it out, but Star Trek Discovery, that super high intense acting, when in reality, they'd calmly blow up the ship. They wouldn't need to run through corridors or yell or scream, just gotta be done, right? The training has included this, right?
Yep, 100%.
And it's yeah.
And did you notice that earlier with the security alert, it was the TOS Enterprise from the Franchise Technical Manual? On the self-destruct, they've upgraded it to the refit.
Woo!
But this is you're more likely to use a self-destruct than just the standard schematics. So we're going to upgrade this one instead. Yeah.
Yeah. And I really like the way they render the Enterprise with a red, weird Bernie, pre-Birdie version of the...
Yeah.
It's like, this is a bit... Okay. Yeah, and the music swells. They calmly walk off the bridge. And they jog through the halls, but not super fast.
Which is B deck, so they're just below the bridge on that one.
And lovely...
Sorry, did I say C deck earlier when I was talking
yeah.
about hating these scenes? It's B deck. Yeah, sorry. B. They're all B.
It's a beautiful scene to see the ceiling. Because I do want to make these corridors for part of a fan film, so this is great for like the reference, because those are weird lights. And they go to the transporter room, which I guess is the same, and they beam out. Now I'm wondering why the beam's longer here. That's my only note, because they fade out and then back in for like a split second.
Well, who's beaming them? Nobody went to the console.
Well, no, they had automatic beaming. Like someone said, like it was. I'm sure it was primed, and then by McCoy, and then when Kirk ran in, pressed the button and said beam in 10 seconds. Like this is them beaming out, and then the Klingons beam themselves in. But it's confusing because they're both blue.
Well, we beam them in on our transporter pads apparently because it's blue.
Because I would have been nice if they swapped to red.
It would have absolutely been better, but then they could have beamed anywhere on the ship.
Yeah, but also if you were Klingons, you wouldn't want to get beamed into the transporter room where you could be, locked. I don't know. They wanted to have a cool shot where they're both beaming, which is a cool shot, right? The camera doesn't move. It perfect fade, perfect blend. It's yeah.
I love the befuddlement on their faces. They're going through the hallways. Like, where the fuck is everybody?
And red alert. Yeah, it's really well acted.
And again, it's B deck. So is the transporter room on B deck? That's kind of what it's implying, but no, there's no transporter room on B deck.
Also, I like he's now wearing the captain sash thing, the robe of the captain, like a symbolic. Haha, I'm leading the party. Yeah, great acting, great music, really great music, and every Klingon's like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Although they would have probably brought a tricorder out and scanned, but I guess not.
Well, that raises a whole bunch of other questions. Like, why didn't you scan the ship for life forms to see how many were aboard? Blah, blah, blah.
They're precious, and they're little, and didn't bother scanning for them. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
And they get aboard the bridge. I love the first-person shot. I love the Klingons' confusion. It's a really, really good little scene. And
Get out! Get out of there!
I mean, what inspired him to do that, right?
Like standing up and shouting because that's going to help.
Well, yeah, with 3, 2, 1. Although he could have been that Venice, like quickly be them. No, he's gonna yell at them to get out. You could have tried and be them. I don't know. But no, really, I mean, just the pacing here is glorious. And I wonder if the fact the lighting matches the two bridges was intentional, as if they're saying the Klingons have taken control of the bridge.
Maybe.
Doesn't matter. I don't know. They're very, very. You could almost forgive, not realize that they're different sets. Like, obviously they are, but like they're lit so similar in that scene. Now, how did you feel first time, last time, actually watching the sets, the bridge module, all this stuff get kablooied? Talk about that for a bit, because this is a meaningful.
As you know, the Enterprise is my favorite character in all of Star Trek. This is always sad and disappointing for me. But then after Star Trek 4, knowing that you get the same ship back essentially makes it better. But yeah, this must have been very like punch to the gut in the moment. Like I said, it's one of those movies that I watched so young that I don't remember the first time I watched it. So, but this scene still enthralls me every time. Like, it's so sad. And there's a short story where this Enterprise's computer actually becomes sentient right before this moment, and realizes that it has to do this. It has to sacrifice itself because it could have deactivated it. It's cool. Anyway, the thing that bothers me is when the bridge module explodes, there's this big piece of like that flies towards the camera. It looks like a phaser bank thing. It's got like 2 holes in it. It's an odd piece, and it always kind of bothers me. But no, this scene is very well done. I love how the ship just kind of crumbles. And then in this Mr. Scott's Guide to the Enterprise, it talks about the different versions of self-destruct, how they didn't use the antimatter. They turn off the magnetic containment to just cause an antimatter explosion because they're in orbit of a planet. So this is, and there's different lengths of countdowns and stuff. So I like the way that they kind of incorporated that into the stuff afterwards. Yeah, this one blows up the bridge and this saucer section first, keeps the engineering hull intact. Whereas in deep space, you would just do an antimatter explosion and destroy the entire ship. But you don't want to take out the planet in the meantime. So, but no, this is very well done. Seeing the Enterprise just go into orbit and turn into like a comet. It's heart-wrenching, man.
I wonder how different, editing and such this was, because you take it in so many different ways. Like, how long do you extend these scenes? But the way it's framed, it's both embracing the sadness, but also so vicious and it's gone that it gut punches. It's both at the same time. I don't know how they achieved that because it's really, really well done. I know that when they did the actual registry break, that was a very, very clever metal wool that's on fire. It's very clever and it's absolutely incredible. Even in 4K, it's like a bubbling effect. It's wonderfully done. Wonderfully done. Yeah. The only thing I'll say that I am still like, okay, is that when I guess Krug pilots the bird of prey because Maltz is behind him in the last shot when the bird of prey is in this, like when this thing starts to explode, bird of prey goes up and Enterprise goes down. Well, who's piloting that? I guess Maltz, but whatever. Why is the Enterprise going down? Because the Enterprise does this. No one's piloting it. It's blowing up. It's not using engines. Is the destruction of the bridge module causing the gravity to now grab it? Because it's just simply going down.
No, it's a thrust. Like if it's exploding up, it's projecting this way.
Oh, okay.
And it's space, so it would like force it down.
Okay. Okay. Never thought that. Yep, makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. Cool. Nice. I like that.
Physics.
Yeah. Yeah. Great sequence. And then fireballs. Everyone's sad, and it's a real bad time.
And life signs there.
Thank God we beamed right near them. But obviously they would plan that. But
yeah.
And now we just get to cheap looking stuff like medium.
This is where the movie kind of falls apart for me a little bit, but
it's just a bit samey and a bit small. I don't know. They go through some sets. They find Spock. He is previous actor. Then the Klingons get confused about a tree falling down. Then Spock throws a Klingon because he's stronger into a fire pit, or into a.
Yeah, I love that scene. Like Vulcans are like, especially ones in pain, are like, just don't fuck with them.
His baby's under the car and he's really putting it up.
Yes.
I do quite like, and it's a really distinct choice. The second Klingon comes up to him, and he was like, "Fine, I'll be nice and just look like a friend." Oh, what's this? He's so calm and chill.
Face is morphing, like he's like in awe, kind of.
Yeah,
things.
It's a really odd like. I like it. It's like I just gotta look.
Is this a amyloid?
Yeah.
Susiguru 2005 euros. I don't think it would matter considering the engineering section with the antimatter tanks then crashes into the planet.
Yeah, but they'd shunt all that stuff safely as it's blowing up.
Yeah, that's there's a description in Mr. Scott's Guide to the Enterprise that explains how it all works.
Because if the point is to only destroy the saucer clearly, then they wouldn't allow the second hull to be destroyed passively. Right?
Yeah.
And they picked that version to kill the saucer, not blow up the whole ship.
Yeah.
Right? That was that. There's various, as you say, versions of that. But yeah, you get Spock's face mask. I don't know if it's a full face prosthetic or a mask on another guy, because it could be either. Because if I feel like the face shifts a little bit in the scene, it's clearly like some sort of mask or prosthetic, but I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'd like to see a making of this particular scene.
Because I've never seen any images of this mask ever.
No.
Because it's a weird like Nimoy not mask, I don't know. But it's cool. It's good to see.
So that phaser beams whip people backwards.
Oh.
The Klingon gets shot and just. What was that punch setting?
It's a great effect though.
Yeah, it is.
It's all in camera. The sun guy obviously pulled really far. Now, do you think that Kirk was happy he got to murder a Klingon just then? Because I'm assuming it's a kill blast.
Probably.
Like, I don't think he's going to be messing around. I don't know if he thought I'm going to kill a Klingon, but he's probably not thinking. He's probably just like... Because
I've had a bad day.
Because even on stun, that could break his spine.
Yeah.
Right? Hit a rock. But yeah, just flat out murders that Klingon. Everyone rushes. This again, I thought it was odd. Everyone rushes to Spock, including Chekhov, who has no lines this entire sequence, not until the end. And what are they all doing? Like, he's a bloody... Fuck knows what he does on the ship. How's it helping? He's down there, right? I don't know. It's just... They're all just told...
It's amazing to see your friend alive.
Yeah, but they're all rushing him.
Dead.
I don't know. I just wish he had more lines.
I love Kirk goes over to David, covers him up with his jacket,
Yeah.
and then asks Saavik what happened. And she's like, yeah, he gave his life to save us. He died a hero, essentially.
Yeah. Yep.
All I need to know. Good, moving on. I have no feelings.
He knew him for less than a week, or 2 weeks, or 3. Like, it's a weird one, but yeah, it's sweet. And he just say goodbye. And yeah. But also, like, as you could argue, the Enterprise is more of his family than David was, as his crew are. So his family is
Spock's much more important to him than David was.
So he pays respect to his family, and I was going to say his family. So it makes sense. It's just yeah.
All it's going through his mind is, fuck, I gotta tell Carol about this. Son of a bitch.
Oh god, yeah. As soon as he went gallivanting around the universe, like I said, he got stabbed by a Klingon.
Yeah, I didn't want him gallivanting around the universe with his father. Exactly. Oh my god, yeah, that's awful.
Oops.
And then it's like, the only thing we can do is get him off this planet. He's part of what's going on around us, his aging.
And I love there's no plan B here.
Oh, this is a Hail fucking Mary. Like, you have a ship in orbit, but it's currently Krug's aboard.
Like, you got past plan A. We took out most of their forces, and...
Yeah.
There's
no thought put into this.
But they had 60 seconds, right? Give or take. So he gets the communicator. Wonderful bit of dialogue. I love Krug, because this has been a couple of minutes, right? Possibly more than that, because remember, Krug was there at the top of a mountain kind of vibe. He went down, so Krug's been like fuck for probably a few minutes, just like everyone I know is dead. I got Maltz back there, fucking Maltz, he sucks. Sorry, Maltz.
Well, he sent Maltz away earlier when he's like, impressive, they can make a planet station. Like, fuck off. He trusted the other guy more than Maltz.
Fucking Maltz. Yeah. So I love the fact that he's still like, my dog, my ship, my people,
my crew,
all guys Maltz. And therefore now I love that all he has to do is look up, and you know, as soon as he's Kirk, he's got up, he started walking towards the transport room. He's not thinking, he's just going straight. He's there, beep beep beep, and doesn't matter what Kirk's saying. He's beaming down. He's got a weapon. Done. I sense that from everything about the performance and the character. I love it.
Yeah.
Classic
for real throws in $5. Last movie, God, this movie. Am I supposed to feel something?
Well, look how much he's been punched with.
Yeah, he's had to steal his Enterprise. He's had to.
Did you hear the first scene?
The Enterprise is gone.
He's numb.
He's in shock for sure.
He's numb to reality. Speaking of numb to reality, I'm going to go pee now because I'm numb to reality. 1 second.
Oh my god. Hit like, guys. We have 63 likes. Let's get those likes up to 70. 7 people haven't hit like yet. Please do so. Speaking of malts, how much super for a malt drink? $500 because I don't have the stuff to make it. Krug actually had a heart of gold. Kirk knew about David and probably thought about him every day for his whole life. No, that's not at all accurate. He knew about him. Yeah, but I don't think he thought about him every day. He probably wondered about him occasionally, how he was doing or whatever. Who knows? He lived an adventure lifestyle. Always things to take his mind off of his feelings and what he was going through. I'm going to end the poll real quick. Was the Grissom destroyed? Because it had no shields at 54%. Oberth are weak ass bitches. 50 or 46%. Sorry. So I'm gonna end that poll right now. But yeah. No, it's interesting because up to this point, I really love this movie. After this point, it's kind of all right. Although Christopher Lloyd does a fantastic job with crew. The fight scene's really good, except you can see all the stunt doubles, especially in the 4K. Planet Destroy in itself, while well done, it feels very kind of small and not quite as grandiose as I think they want you to think. And then the moment on the ship where he's like, I do not deserve to live. Fine, I'll kill you later. I lied. That's really good Kirk moment for sure. And the Vulcan stuff is just, it's kind of all right. Yes, classic. Anyway, yeah. I think Christopher Lloyd did a fantastic job with this role as Krug. Overall, this is just a fantastic movie, in my opinion. I'm hoping that people appreciate it a little bit more after having talked about it. But it's, like I said, it's one of my favorites for sure. So, and he's back, everybody. He peed, tried to put out the fire that was on Genesis. Peed in the lava pit, trying to help out. Didn't work.
And I kicked my my friend off the precipice. I had enough of him. Okay, he's too needy.
Yeah. Leslie Healy asked what age was Dot. She was 16. Thank you.
And Marie did say she's very sorry. I think I texted you that anyway, but
yeah, you did. Yeah,
sympathizes greatly. But speaking of sympathizers, Crew does not sympathize because I guess
all our weapons.
Because he's kind of lost everything. Like he also lost his wife, girlfriend, like yesterday.
By his own hand, he killed her.
Well, that's not the point.
Well, not really by his own hand. He ordered somebody to push the button, but still.
Same fucker that killed Grissom got it. Although you could argue, if Kirk hadn't have found Genesis, hadn't made the log, Bell just hadn't found the log, would have had to kill her. So, right? His fault.
True. And Krug's taking it out on him now.
Yeah. Oh, this reminds me, but the reverse of Shaw in season 3 of Picard when he complained about him not being active. All of the crew here, who are all seasoned officers except Savick, do nothing in the scene. Not a second of trying to help the situation. But Kirk is the one who's Mr. Go-Getter. Reverse to what was in season 3. I kind of wish they'd something, but I guess they're so used to being subordinate. I don't know. It's not about them, but they're all good officers, right? Especially Sulu. He's about to be captain in a couple of years. But did he skip second in command? I guess he did. He never was a second in command on a ship.
Don't know.
Huh. I don't know.
Anyway, beam everybody up. Take the Vulcan 2. Why not? No, why not? Because you wish it. I love that.
Beautiful. It's so... That's the scriptwriter's dream for the elegance of A plus B equals C. How do we keep Spock? Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And then Maltz. Choi Chu.
And they say it as well earlier, the Choi Chu as well. So we do repeat this dialogue a little bit, just to get in your brain. Now, I love the thing we just talked about. And then we get the fight. Is it the best fight you've ever seen?
No. It's pretty visceral though in a lot of moments, especially when Krug picks Kirk up to show the strength of a Klingon. And I could swear to God that when he started bashing Kirk's head against the rock, I could swear that there was blood on the rock. Having watched this previously, there's no blood on the rock.
Ugh. You Mandela'd some blood. So
I don't know.
My problem with this scene is more that they both feel like middle-aged men barely fighting.
That's what they are, though.
But Krug is a Klingon who could be
I
any
know.
age, and Kirk is experienced, like but it feels like what it is: two middle-aged men barely fighting. So it works, but I don't get Starfleet training. I don't get Klingon brutality. None of that. I mean, a little bit of Klingon, but like a little bit. But because they've got very little set, everything involves pyro and fire. Right, everything's very unique here. And I mean, certainly Nimoy is not an action director, right? But it's just a bit like. Not quite. It's like Liam Neeson in the Taken films. As he gets older, he can just do less. So they shoot around him and do less. I don't know. Krug's better than this, right? But I guess if he was, he'd win. It's not a huge complaint. Just it feels like what it is. And I do think the editing is really bad when they have the fine fight upstairs, and then suddenly fling them into the downstairs bit, and then some of the lighting changes. They're now a lava pit all of a sudden. This is not at all a place set up 4 seconds ago because it's a very small cliff. Like, it's nothing, and yet suddenly, bam, red light, lava pit, mountain. What the fuck was this? 1 second ago.
It was all land a second ago, but it's been falling apart, as you can see all around them.
Yeah, it just doesn't work structurally. I needed one shot, like a wide. I don't know. It's too epic, right? I think Mount Doom, right? They're in a little meadow. Now that Mount Doom, it's like, what?
And when the piece like breaks away, it drops really too slowly for what it should do. It's
well, because they're filming it for real, right? Yeah. But in a similar vein, like this epic action clone captain, a shudder. It's like, what's that Klingon action epicness you're on about, Mr. Fucking Klingon badass?
Classic for real, $5. At the end, I'm just glad Christopher Lloyd got to have such a major role in Star Trek.
Yeah.
And Krug, a death worthy of Dukat, Seska, and the Holy Queen.
Well, Dukat for sure, yeah.
And Peter Lakako, $5.
Cool,
Shouldn't Savick, like 9 months pregnant, be 9 months pregnant by now?
Nah, not yet. 1 day pregnant, maybe. I mean, she wasn't pregnant in 4, as in belly, so.
Yeah. This is just great. Give me your hand. And then he grabs his foot. It's like, you don't understand English so good.
Yeah, I assume, I've always assumed that in this moment, Krug would rather kill Kirk than live. Because the victory of knowing he wins is better.
Yes.
Because he can't put himself up with a leg, so he's choosing to commit suicide to win.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me kind of vibe.
Yeah.
The whole kicks to the face. I've had enough of you.
It's
the tread pattern on Kirk's boots. It's like, God, man.
Hey, at least there's no delta.
It's
There would be.
Or multiple deltas.
There would be. I mean, yeah, he is brutally murdering him, but also, you know, it's alright. Gets a pass.
Yeah.
I assume this Krug shot is a mannequin, because it's not very good, but also they're not really throwing Christopher Lloyd into a lava field.
Better than the one in RoboCop. With the fucking long arms.
I mean, yeah. It's not great, but it's the best they could do, and I'm not gonna shame it too much, right? It's just a bit quick. I don't know. I mean, imagine that in the pitch, right? Right. Shatner, William, Will, Bill. Last scene, right? You're gonna kick Chris Lloyd's face and throw him into a lava pit, and it's a $30 million budget movie. Yeah, huh? Okay. And they did it mostly. And I also commend them for lingering and watching him hit the fireball, like, because they could have panned away.
He doesn't hit the fireball.
Well,
his body.
He is the fireball. Neither. But like they see him get splat into burning. Like, okay, sure. And then as soon as he gets killed, everything's fine. The peace returns to the scene. So daylight's fine. We're all happy now. We're all gonna be fine. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Alright, the music swells and becomes kind of beautiful and nice, and as all the miniatures go on fire.
Yeah.
And we get Nimoy tease, but not true Nimoy.
Yep. Like, he's the right age. I can leave now. I don't have to wait here for another 5 minutes till he ages to the right age.
Yeah, seriously. Although he could have gone, earlier, and would have had more life. Just
Reminds me
say.
of Picard. You're gonna live to be about the same age you were gonna live to before. You could give me at least another 10 years.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
And I thought he just emulates crude malts. Choi chew. Because honestly, with the sound effects and stuff going off in the background, I can understand it. Just it does sound like him, just a yell.
Yeah, I don't know how much sound dampening is strong in this future. So there's a shot, right? Oh, that shot of Kirk, and I've done a quick little cheeky little changeover. This is the scene.
It's a picture of Doc Brown
I know,
still in front of everything.
So, but the shot of him cradling Kirk, cradling Spock, right? The famous shot. Well, I said, what if the film was called The Search for Kirk?
Oh, God.
And now we'll know. Only on Trek.
He does say later, Spock says, why did you come back for me? You would have done the same for me.
There.
Would I, though? Because I don't know. Oh, God. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Works.
Yeah. The Wrath of, or the Search for Kirk. But yeah, I love the Maltz line. It's always just, Kirk commits fully.
Mm-hmm.
And the universe blows up. And boy, Maltz was not ready for...
No. Arms crossed with the disruptor, like, yeah, I'm in charge here. And then immediately Savage just takes the disruptor out of his hand.
Yep. Less than a second.
You think that's the other thing I want to know. What happened when they beamed up? I would have assumed that they would try to wrestle one Klingon to the ground and get his disruptor.
Oh,
they're trained Starfleet officers.
Yeah. Yes, but the things we saw on Kill. Yeah. But it is very abrupt. But that's what a gun is, right? Right. Stop. Oh, okay. Instant swap over. Although, yeah, boy, outnumbered Maltz. I mean, goodness.
Yeah. Help us or die. I do not deserve to live. Fine, I'll kill you later. And then later it's like, you said you would kill me. I lied.
I really wish he came back.
He does. He's the reason we have the Klingon.
I really wish he came back.
He helps with the Klingon dictionary. It's in the foreword of the book.
On screen.
Oh.
Because he's such a low-key actor, but he looks wonderful in the makeup, and just like in Six, like in the Federation Council and whatever, or like an aide to the president is just like he's there, like bring in our secret weapon. Maltz walks in the full monster maroon, like hello, Madam President, I am here. I will help you as much as I can. Give the secrets of the cloak dice. No. Well, we are. So he walks out. Hey, Maltz is here.
Eric Martin is here.
Oh, Eric.
The bridge sure changed for Star Trek 4. We addressed this earlier. This is likely a auxiliary control room or an emergency bridge.
That was Stuart's thing. I just think they wanted a bridge they know how to use, so therefore they asked the Vulcans to swap out. Pretty easy.
Yeah, I love this bridge. I wish they would have used it again, but
it's a good bridge. It is a good bridge, but it's not conducive to Starfleet style.
This little moment between the three of them, like, where's the damn antimatter inducer? It's kind of funny. I love it. I have a line, says Chekhov.
Yeah. It's a really little good thing. While I love it a lot, I kind of wish Chekhov was the one that had the epiphany, because the fact that Sulu Scott takes away from him is like, oh, he was almost right. Like if Sulu, Chekhov had been the one who worked out the piloting, it's like, that's Sulu's job. Yeah, but Chekhov has the idea. But it's fine.
Chekhov gets to take him down to the brig. I mean, that's the thing.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
And you're right. Yeah, they leave in flight configuration, and you get the same mode of attack configuration.
Reuse a shot, which I didn't have noticed until this time.
I didn't notice it till you said it, so now you ruined it for me.
You're welcome. But I love the way that the Genesis blows up in a lava ball, and then the camera pans and it lingers, and we see it all leave. It's very symbolic. Like, we're lingering, and the story's done.
Yeah.
And best speed to Vulcan in this ship we just stole and killed the entire crew.
Don't need to tell them that part.
Yeah. Can you imagine the mission? Can you imagine the debriefing to Sarek? Why? How have you come here, a bird of prey? How long have you got? What?
Well, he knows the story because at the end he says, "At what cost? Your ship, your son." So they had time to tell him.
Well, it's
some
not
point.
quick to Vulcan.
It's true.
It's like 2 weeks in the next era. This is a bird of prey scout ship. It's going to be at least a few days.
Yeah.
And if this planet is near Vulcan, Vulcan would have sent some ships. They're science guys. So they probably spent 3-4 days on this bird of prey. But, you know.
Yeah.
Time
Classic for real, $5. Maltz joins Jillian after the end of the next movie, and in the TNG era, meet up with Scotty and Fraser Crane on the Bozeman.
That's great. Oh, can you imagine if Maltz was on the Bozeman? Like a mega ultra reference, and there's just to get him in TNG.
Oh God.
I could totally buy. I mean, it'd be ridiculous, but I could buy that.
We got a nice moment with Spock and McCoy, where it's like, "You need to help me. Tell me what to do with the damn thing you put in my head. Remember? Yeah, yep, I remember."
And I've never caught that until this time. The remember line is so crucial.
Yeah.
And Spock disheveled, which is fun. He's yet to have a haircut. He kept his hair long as Nimoy.
And Eric Martin throws in $20.
Oh, thank you.
Have a drink. I love the sequence of the bird of prey landing on Vulcan with wings swept up. Yes, the landing configuration's cool.
And this time, I was thoroughly impressed by the arrival at Vulcan shot. Just the way the bird of prey went by. This is a model. In motion control, it's so well done. Then the painting of Vulcan. I mean, it's such an iconic mountain range because of this movie. It's so iconic. Absolutely gorgeous. And then Sarek's costume for the rest of the series. This is his costume now. Wonderful. Uhura's back. I should have been in more, but okay. It's fine. And yeah, the bird of prey, the lighting on this bird of prey landing, or just the flying through a cannon, is absolutely glorious. Not the matte lines aren't perfect. In fact, it improved between my version because my one had nicer lines. It's actually worse than the one I saw. But the lighting on the bird of prey, how the hell do you light this, right? Like, it's being lit from the sky, overcast orange, and the ground, but it just looks just really nice. How do you like this? I don't even know. Beautiful.
Yeah, and the whole you're on manual, Mr. Sulu. It's been a while. It's like, really? Shuttles? It's okay.
I mean, you can have autopilot shuttles. You know that shot of Maltz we kept talking about?
Yeah.
I made a room then. That's great.
I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. That is great.
I hate the delay.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's your fault.
You're welcome.
That's a good Romulan. Doesn't look anything like Maltz, but that's okay.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Pretty cool.
Yeah, in Klingon costume too, which was part of the ask. But yeah.
And Dustin Arquette has gifted 10 Trekyards memberships, so thank you so much.
Thank you, that's a lot. Appreciate it, Dustin. Have a great day.
So Sabretooth Raptor, Silent Empyrean Frost, Glass Robot, Trent Bennett, Sentient Ironheart, Matt Capristo, Rosemary, Starbase, Sladabardafast, Jay Bardstein, Taco Stew. Welcome to the channel. Taco Stew, I like it. It's like disco stew, only tastier. Not that I've tasted disco stew. Oh, you should stop talking now. Classic Crew says it's half a shot. I mean, sure, why not?
Shots are good. And guys, we're about $20 from a really tremendous milestone. So 4 5s, 1, 2, 20 will be absolutely wonderful.
Or 120 would be good.
120?
Or 120. 120. That'd be great.
I would not disagree. Although it's funny, when you do the screen caps, you can tell the shot of the bird of prey going over. It's just a painting they zoomed in on and then moved out on. The perspective doesn't change at all. But it's so effective. Huh. Yeah, wonderful. I mean, I remember thinking this younger, but not young, just like the balls in this team to say, we're going to end a Star Trek movie in a stolen bird of prey, a stolen Klingon ship. Right?
There's so many ways you can fix that in the next movie.
Oh no, I know, but just like the idea that you're pitching that as like, oh yeah, we're gonna steal the Klingon ship by then, and then that's the end ship of the film. That's amazing. I love that it's so out of the box, and it adds
One
so
of the reasons I
much
like
story to
this
the show.
movie, the new ships. Like this first time I saw the Bird of Prey, and it's just like, wow, that's really cool. So yeah,
Had it been a worse design, no, but it's one of the best ships in Trek. And then it lands.
Guardian.
Oh,
Sorry, Guardian Sage, $5. It's probably that it's been years since he had to land at a location manually without tractor beams guiding the vehicle in. No, I'm sure he's piloted shuttles, and you don't have tractor beams guiding you in if you land the shuttle.
I would think the shuttle just been auto. You don't need tractor beams really.
Well, yeah. Sulu was practicing the flying for the QE in the next film. Yep.
I assume he meant a capital ship, but in reality, the line could be, I know I've piloted this before, because he's piloted a Klingon ship for the first time. He's never even seen, like, properly. So that's worse than just a manual piloting. But the line's fine.
Yeah.
It's harder to express it more.
And Barry F, $5. Where are the nuclear vessels?
Oh, in Balameda.
They're across the bay.
Balameda. The only thing I'll say about this, well, the two things I'll say about this landing shot is that it feels like it's on a string. The way it rotates is, you can tell it's being hung. Like, it has that feeling for me. And the fact that when it lands, it does not create shadows on the floor. It's not making contact at all to the floor. They've not correctly matched the parallax. So it's
not a floor, it's the ground. That's a big pet peeve of mine. The floor is inside a building. Ground is outside.
Maybe in Canada. Sorry, is it tomato or tomato?
Even.
Sorry. Let's think.
People here say that they put stuff on the ground.
Sorry, tomato.
Or on the floor outside, and you can't. There's no floor outside. Sorry.
It's a tomato. We named it. All right, but it is beautiful in T Resolution, and they could put shadows in the remastered. Like it's not that difficult. Just put some shadows in. And it's funny because they got the spotlights bloody immaculate, but didn't get a shadow. Right? Spotlights are way harder.
Spotlights are just done like they were in the motion picture with little dental mirrors.
Yeah. So
on the physical model.
But to match them and get timings right, that's what's impressive. Anyway. And then, that landing shot's just crazy. I thought in the 4K, the people on the right looked like cheap green screen. But the miniature is so beautiful and detailed that the whole shot works, even though it's sort of a very clearly, like, composite. Oh, that's great.
Never really noticed people on the right until this watch through, honestly.
Yeah, me either. Yeah. I would take them out. They don't need to be there. A gaggle waiting for them, yeah.
Then we get the procession up the stairs, up to Mount Saleya.
With Savic's great waistcoat. You don't see the rest of the film. It's a great little waistcoat.
And all the Vulcan honeys wearing practically nothing, which is great.
But also, I'm going a bit slower than you are, but when they come down, Uhura hugs and then takes her from Savic because she's a friend. Subtle. Never noticed it before. But there you go.
I love when the guard stops Kirk with his staff. Kirk's like, pretty much, with his facial expression.
I just killed 30 Klingons for this.
All the shit I've been through today, and you're fucking what?
You and your pointy, fancy helmet, you little prick.
Yeah.
What are you, 12? I'm 300. Oh, fucking la-di-da. But I gotta commend
them. Young for a Vulcan, aren't you?
Yeah. Bit short to be a Vulcan. But I gotta commend the scene. This is a long part of the film, relative. It's slow, it's gentle, and it's just on like a simple set with a big like painted wall. But it's so atmospheric and feels so gratifying, you know? But it's cheap. But also they fully commit to it. It's tremendous.
Mm-hmm. And Classic for Real throws in $20.
Oh my god. Ugh.
I really shouldn't do this, but okay, fine. Have another B-52 and the final $20. We also get a great quote from this movie because, first of all, that's fucking stupid. Stuart Foley for Classic for Real on flaming B-52s. Yes.
What?
Said the best way to do a B-52 is you gotta light it on fire first. And I said that's fucking stupid. So, were you not here for the live? I thought you were here for that. You were. Cheers.
AI. Do you remember this famous moment from this film when this happened? I remember it.
Yeah. It's like, Jim, you're alive. From Amok Time. I remember that. Anyway. Yeah, very Vulcan pomp and pageantry going on here.
Like I said, pacing's great though. I mean, this is a giant moment. I mean, as we know from the 60s, Spock was like the fan favorite character, and he died and it hurt the fans. So this is like, yeah, we're acknowledging we love Kirk, but Spock's our lad.
And Eric Martin says this is pretty much my favorite OG movie. Thank you. I said the same thing. But a lot of people ignore it as it's an odd-numbered film. Yeah.
It's also a middle chapter, which has less of everything as the extremes, but has more of the middle.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Which I appreciate. I appreciate the nuance of the world. I watched a lot of movies where it's like, I just want to see the day-to-day lives of these people. I don't give a shit about this grand adventure they go on. It's the small moments for me that work.
Yeah. Like, do we really want to see Nero shouting, "Fire everything"? Or do you watch Kirk and Savick in an elevator table flirting? Kind of, not really. The latter. It's also interesting how the priest lady explicitly says, you want to do the ceremony, the thing that hasn't been done for a long time. Also, you know, it's a myth. It's a legend. We know how to do it, of course, but, like, just haven't done it in anyone's living memory. Okay. Yep. If you want to do it, sure.
And, yeah, your request is not logical. Forgive me, Talar. My logic is uncertain where my son is concerned. I love that. He just admitted that he's, like, got feelings.
Yeah, I can't justify this except please help. I also won't hurt you, I guess. But the music's so great here.
Who is the keeper of the Katra? I am McCoy, Leonard H., son of David.
Rip.
Because they just went through the whole son of stone, Sokar, yeah.
And just killed David. Then why two Davids? That's really sad. Then he goes up. They do the ceremony. Again, Asian.
It's a long time, apparently.
Again, Asian Vulcan.
Yep.
Cool. Setting precedents. How does it work? Don't know. And it works. In the robe that will be forever famous for inspiring Star Trek 4. And McCoy's fine. Probably a bit drained, a bit tired. But he's fine.
And because he's human, this is written in Beta Canon, I think the next novel. The reason that Spock says shit like only Nixon can go to China is he's got a lot of McCoy's personality because McCoy's human, not Vulcan. So the transfer wasn't perfect. So McCoy still has some of Spock's aspects. Spock got some of McCoy's aspects, which is totally ironic considering their love-hate relationship all through TOS. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, it's great, yeah. And then you do generally think we're not going to get Spock back. It's a well-played scene because it's enough that he lives. Do we really expect him to join the crew again? Especially after Star Trek 1, where, you know, he was doing his own thing. It took a movie for him to come back. So I think the film acknowledges that fact. But yeah, he passes. All is for nothing you get on Kirk's face. I mean, for something, but like, I need the moment. I need to be here. I need to get my reward, in a sense, my emotional reward. As in Spock. With his dishevelled long hair, just weird to see.
Which you'd think it'd be longer considering he was aging on the planet and didn't get a haircut. But okay, it's fine.
I kind of wish it had a bit more with Savick there, because, you know, baby mama, they had sex, you know. Hey ho.
Well, yeah, the way he looks at her, it's like, we fucked. Next.
Oh, Nixon go to China.
Ah.
I know. But a bit more of them together would be nice.
Yes.
But at least with everybody. He acknowledges everybody, right? In his minimalist way. You all did this. Thank you, Mr. Salmon.
So for Chekhov, like, who are you? You don't speak very often. Anyway, moving on.
And also, a small thing, but Chekhov's 5 o'clock shadow is showing, as is Sulu's moustache. So those will be films later. So everyone looks, they're like, right, everyone, well, at the end of the day, so everyone looks a bit worse. You never see him with stubble, ever. And there they are all with stubble. Especially Uhura. I mean, that lip, no, I'm joking. Joking.
Wow. You should see her legs. wait a minute, she's been fine. She's got a trip to Vulcan. She was taken care of. She's fine.
And she's using Vulcan lasers anyway, best kind.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, we get this heartfelt scene. You know, you died, welcome back, but not.
But you're Jim. Well, sorry, you came back for me. Why would you do this? Because the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many. As Spock, I'd be thinking, that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard, and that's not what I said to you last. You're an idiot.
And also, the needs of this one killed 14 people.
Oh, they're only Klingons.
And
it's
David. No, sorry.
And the
14,
crew of the
and
Grissom.
Grissom.
Yeah.
And Valtris and those cargoes. So needs of the one, not that he was that as well, but like, a lot of people died to get him back, so... Yeah.
Eric, they all look like that after the rap party. Yeah, they had the rap party and then filmed this scene.
Just to be war torn.
The next day when they're all hungover and like,
Alright, look strung out. Perfect. Action. Are we done? Yep, that was perfect. Oh dear. But yeah, it's just great. It's a really gentle scene. No music, if I recall.
well, until he says Jim. Your name is Jim, and then the swelling of music,
Yeah.
and everybody crowds him and like smiling, like, "Ah, you're back!" Yay!
Which is so on Vulcan, and yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And he's like, "What? Who? What?" He's overwhelmed, but in his own like one eyebrow is enough to say he's overwhelmed. That's all he needs. And then we know as the audience, he's backish, back with a hint of more, but also the potential of not. And
Yeah, he might not be back in the next film. He might be still recovering. Who
yeah,
knows?
it's a really nice, and he is, in fairness. How do you feel?
Yeah. How do you feel?
And it's a really nice end. It's satisfying.
It's good to know. And the adventure continues.
Whew.
And that's it. That's Star Trek 3
And that was
in
our,
a nutshell.
and that was our 5 hour and 20-minute nutshell.
I was just going to say.
3 times length of the movie. All right, in the chat, who's been here since the beginning?
Few people have.
Who's been here since the beginning?
Yeah.
Hands up.
Put up a hand. Do a hand emoji thing if you've been here since the beginning. I want to see.
All right, now, guys, this is your final super chat time. We'd love a few more, of course. They help the channel out immensely. Anything and everything. But, you know, a couple of 5s would be truly remarkable. Give us your score. What is your score? Because as you know, Stuart, as I'm reminding myself, we have 5 different scores here for each of us. 4 different scores. We have enjoyment, Trek Valley, quality film, and overall. We'll get to that in a second. So let us know your scores right now. And subtract if you can. If your 5s would be great.
Mark
Woo!
Lawrence has been here. He says he's been quite. I think he means quiet. Captain Corky's been here. Yes, he chimed in last time we asked who's been here since the start, so thank you.
I've been here.
Classic for real, $5. The needs of the one outweigh the Enterprise, his son, 13 Klingons, Krug's Targ, and any hope of Starfleet achieving transwarp and avoiding the Borg. Wow.
Or the few. Or the one, yes. Oof.
Excellent.
Whew. All right, Stuart, my friend, my Stuart.
That's my name. I'm not yours, but hey.
Disagree. So, I've got 4 cans in front of me, all finished, and 3 cups. Excellent. Right, your final thoughts as your super chat, even to yours. Your final review scores. We'd love to get a few more.
Yes.
What
Super chatting your scores, guys.
What is your final thoughts? And the big important question: how has this review with me, this 5-hour breakdown, changed or not changed your opinion? Which, of course, are lifelong feelings you've had for this film.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, you brought up some things that I hadn't necessarily thought of before. I can't remember right offhand what they are right now because I'm a little bit fuzzy. But yeah, it made me, and like I said, I love doing these deep dives when we review these because even going through and getting like all the subtitles and stuff, I noticed things I might have glazed over or misremembered, or you know, it's like song lyrics. Sometimes you get them wrong, right? So yeah, it actually kind of reinforced my whole love for this movie. It's a lot of small scenes and a lot of kind of Starfleet-ness at the beginning, which I absolutely appreciate. Like the beginning of this movie is fantastic. And it's got a few lighthearted moments as well, even though it's a very serious subject matter about, going to get Spock, who's been dead, and then people dying. Krug's fantastic as a villain. Actually, everybody cast in this movie was great. Even Maltz. Bringing back Sarek was a fantastic call. Trying to think about this from like the first time this was seen perspective. And yeah, the search for Spock, directed by Leonard Nimoy. Of course, he's back. He's directing it, but
Well, I mean, yeah, all right.
yeah,
Not 100% sure.
yeah.
Mostly though.
But no, I think, despite the fact that Chekhov didn't get much, I think everybody gets at least something to do, because Leonard Nimoy does care about the actors and the characters. That's really emphasized in the next movie, Star Trek 4. Everybody really gets something to do, sink their teeth into, which is great. Also, the kind of, like I said earlier, the TOS-ness of the story. This could be a TOS story. They go to a planet, Spock, quote unquote, dies, gets regenerated, but his consciousness was passed on to McCoy. And then on this planet, there's an ancient technique to refuse his consciousness with his body. I can see it being a TOS plot, right? Like, it works perfectly for that. This is just propped up by the grandioseness of having it be a movie, and there's a lot of extra stuff going on. So, and in the TOS version, the other characters wouldn't have got anything to do. So it would have been a typical TOS episode where they're kind of just sidelined. So a lot of new ships. I'm a big ship guy. This movie just speaks to me for that. Love the Oberth, love the Excelsior, love the Bird of Prey, the Merchantman, Space Dock. Like, there's so much really good stuff to look at here. Even bringing Janice Rand back for like half a second, which was interesting. It's quite interesting. Guys, super chat in with your scores. I want to read some super chat scores at the end of this when I'm done my little ramble here, and Sam's done his. So, no, I don't know if I prefer this movie over Star Trek 2. Like, they're both really fantastic for different reasons, but it's definitely up there in the upper echelon of Star Trek movies as far as my rankings go, because I really do love it. Like I said, I think I've watched this one more than any of the other ones growing up. This and Star Trek 4, I think. All right, what are the scores we're doing here?
So the metrics are enjoyment, Trek value, quality of film, overall. I know, but they're all independent, right? So don't think about them. So first, enjoyment.
Enjoyment. I'm gonna give this a 9.7 out of 10. I love this movie.
Trek value.
Big high, still a 9.6.
Quality of the film and filmmaking itself.
Ooh, might fall down a little bit there. Yeah, 8.6. The end of it just feels a little weirdly paced and stuff.
Matte boxes.
And the matte boxes.
Overall.
Overall for all Star Trek films. Okay.
Or just overall in like the number that goes to heart.
9.1.
Wow. And he did not see his numbers from 2 or 1, so that's really interesting. So by the end of this, I can actually tell you your actual ranking of the different movies.
Can you though? Because it's got some alcohol in me, so it could be the wrong ranking.
Oh, but after 5 hours discussing it, this is the truest you're ever going to think about it, right?
I just kind of make this shit up at the end.
Disagree. You think this stuff through. You're very considered.
I have you fooled after this long that you've known me. My God, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So what did you think of this watch through and this discussion with me and the fine folks out there in TV land or YouTube land? Has your opinion changed any? Where do you like? Yeah, I'm interested to hear where you rank this in the pantheon of Star Trek films.
Yeah, it's a great experience. It's a good character piece, not a great character piece, because it stretches itself out a bit too much, because it gives you styles and the other captains. Like, it does more, but therefore less for each person. Whereas Khan, it's super focused on the people, right? Like, it really, you know, the amount as the universe is entirely unparalleled. Maybe First Contact adds about as much with the Phoenix and the like that potentially, but you don't see the Steamrunner again really. But you do see everything here again and again and again. So this is probably the single biggest add-on to the universe, and for the most part, they're all nails. You know, they'll hit the nail on the head. So that's an us thing. It is bold. It's a very, very, very bold film with the amount of different stuff. You know, again, compared to TOS, where he was sort of by the book with a bit of off book, but really he was a good captain. And then TMP is very like dickish, and Wrath of Khan is very reactionary. Here he is steering the ship for a friend. Beautiful, wonderful, and everyone had fun making this. You can tell they really enjoyed the piece. And they definitely wanted there to be more films. Like, one is for the fans, let's make money. 2 is we'll do it, but it wasn't quite as good. Oh shit, it was a success. 3 is this could be a franchise. Let's 3 films. That's a lot. A trilogy. Fucking hell. There might be a 4th one. Let's make it. We'll build into a 4th. Like, it feels that way, which is why 4 then works so well. Like I said, it's a trilogy, right? Like, it has that feeling. But I'm not adding art design as the extremes because that's us thing, right? There are not very many truly excellent moments compared to Khan.
Is this more of a standalone piece that somebody that doesn't know Star Trek can watch than Star Trek 2? Is that what you're saying? Like, Star Trek 2 is more
That's more standalone.
cohesive?
Yeah, that's definitely a better standalone movie.
Yeah, okay.
Because that has a beginning, middle, and end. This has a last time on and an end that's partially satisfying, but also you want more.
Well, the best standalone movie is Star Trek 4. We can all agree on that.
Yeah, which is ironic because it's the most...
Yeah.
This is a wonderful middle chapter, but it like I say, it has... except for the design stuff that we love, it doesn't have those extremely excellent moments. The final fight's not amazing. The escape's great, but it could be a bit cooler. Like, it's good but not great. The sets are good but not great. Like, a lot of stuff is good but not great, even though we love it because it's so cool. So it's an interesting movie where it doesn't reach the excels, but it does so much good. And it takes something like Star Trek 5, where 5 has lots of great and lots of bad. This has a lot of good, but not a lot of great, and not a lot of bad. I mean, there's very little bad in this film at all. It's really solid. Like, properly enjoyable. But also, in a similar vein, the pace is just gentle and slow. Like, even the escape, the Enterprise, is... we have to open the doors. That's the escape. Right? So it's very low-key. And like I said, Krug is just punching people. It's not low. But that's fine. I don't need a high-octane fight. It's fine. So it's a weird one. Like, it's thoroughly enjoyable... but don't compare it to First Contact or Wrath of Khan or 6. But then it's so fun just to watch and part of the world. And there's so many tiny moments of genius. It's almost as if they had less stress making this. They made it better because they had less stress. I don't know.
I think they might have felt more at ease with, like, Finding Nimoy directing because he knows them all.
Yeah.
And he knows the world. Nicholas Meyer came
Yeah.
in not knowing Star
Yeah.
Trek. Not knowing the characters necessarily, so that'd be
Well, and also all the sets were the same from the last one, so there is a sense of a back at it, and it feels it, and Kirk is so comfortable. Yeah, so enjoyment. Enjoyment's gonna be the highest one probably, but well, I don't know. Enjoyment. My gut was 9.1. I mean, Trek value 9.5. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, right? Quality of film, because the end is not as good as it could be, I'm going to say 8.7. There's also out of focus bits. You know what? No, you say I'm going to join you at 8.6. I think it lets itself down. But overall, I'm going to say 9 overall. I think it doesn't have the cherry, but has a fucking delicious cake.
lots of sprinkles.
Yeah. A lot of very small sprinkles. Yeah, 100%. All right.
That.
Wow.
We only got one super chat. It's from Classic for Real with $2.
Wonderful.
It says 9 out of 10. We got this film to thank for TNG Excelsior spam. Yes.
The hood. Always the hood. Yeah.
And Classic for Real again, $2. The Wrath of Khan to thank for DS9 Miranda spam. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. 68 likes. Hit like if you haven't already. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us on this ride. we will be covering Star Trek 4 next month sometime. So stay tuned if you like these
Although
kind of things.
we don't have 2 birthday Drunkyards live, so maybe July because we might be Drunkyards out.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But that'll be fun. Although I bet you less talk about, because this is filled with us. Like we talk about bars and sets, and that's not quite the same. Oh, it's a bookshop, cool. Probably a small one for us. This is a nice
that's
film.
interesting. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Like 5 has lots about, 4 had loads. This would be
And 6 will be great.
and 6 and 7. Well,
And then we'll get into the
8.
generations and the next generation films, and we'll do them all, even the 2009
And then at some point we'll get back around to Stranger Worlds to get to Section 31 again.
Section 3. Yeah, we've got to do the JJ films after this, so that'll be a thing. Into Darkness. I rewatched that recently, and I started enjoying it.
What, again?
No.
The last time we
Just
talked about last.
time.
Okay. Yeah.
Like 2-3 months ago.
Okay.
And I was like, this is the good, just action summer block. And then it just started falling apart. And I'm like, the fuck is this shit? And by the end, I was just like, what the fuck? As a Star Trek fan. Anyway, that'll be a fun review.
Yes.
That'll be a very
Oh,
nitpicky
no.
review.
Oh, you best get us fucking hammered for that. Oh.
I'm going to pre-drink for that one. Come in right fucking... You can suck my balls, fucking asshole.
F! No, Stuart. It's 1 out of 10. F!
Yeah.
Well, thank you all. Amazing. Yeah. Appreciate. Yeah, fun time.
Yes. So, join us next week for our lives. Check out our edited content that's out today, as well as next week, of course. Make sure you're subscribed, notified, do all the things. You know the routine.
Yeah, go watch Pioneer right now. Watch us live filmed a little while ago. Beautiful. Social Spock. Thanks, Stuart. Feel better soon. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
See you all soon. You'll see us soon.
Yes.
Until then, he's got a Foley.
And he's Commander Cockings.